Let the games begin!
Of course. It's time. It is time. Hello, traders, friends, family, everybody else. Very happy that you are here today with us. And welcome to TopstepTV. Yes, this is TopstepTV. If you are new here, well, congratulations. You're at the right place at the right time. This is Opening Call. He's Jack. And I'm Jill. We have an informative and educational show for you today and every day of the week, and sometimes on the weekends. We're going to be talking about that a little later. We'll be your trading buddy, trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, your biggest fan, and even that voice in your head that keeps reminding you you can conquer almost any fear if you make up your mind to do so. But remember, fear doesn't exist anywhere except in the mind. Get out there, do it. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, trading mentor, our very own man with the plan, the grand poobah, John, a.k.a. the Hoag, Hoagland. Johnny, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you, Eddie? What's going on? Happy Wednesday.
Nice sunny day here in Chicago.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, it's a sunny one.
Yeah. Well, Wednesday, August the 7th. As always, we're going to be focused on context, good risk management, and patience. Good morning, Theo, Hussein, Toby, Frizu, Mike, B Investors, John Jones, G-Bo, Pioneer Town Phil. It's good to see you, buddy. Pete, Yabbersmack, Long and Mad, just the top of the chat. But of course, good morning and welcome to all of you. It is another trading day. We're going to see what we can see in these markets.
We're going to see what we can see. We're going to hear what we can hear, and we're going to do it.
Yes.
Let's do it. All right, let's get up here with the news. Well, Wall Street, yes, that great street, looks set to continue the rebound for Monday's sharp sell-off, helped by the Bank of Japan ruling out further rate hikes during this period of turbulence. U.S. stock futures today continuing the gains of its previous session. It snapped 3 days of declines. The Dow was up 0.7%, S&P climbed 1%, and the NASDAQ rose 1.2%. Now, Wall Street indices rebounded yesterday. It was after the nasty, wicked, brutal start of the week. The blue chip Dow Jones Industrial closed just under 300 points, 0.8% higher, while both the broad-based S&P and the NASDAQ gained 1%. Now, if you remember, let's go back in time. On Monday, Dow Jones Industrial Average S&P posted their worst session since 2022. Now, that was about worries about the U.S. economy heading into recession. I think there was a lot more behind it that sort of gave it a little kick in the ass. It was the Bank of Japan to the rescue today, helping soothe global markets in the wake of Monday's rout. Bank of Japan Governor Shinichi Uchida said today that the central bank won't hike interest rates when the markets are unstable, playing down the chance of a near-term hike in borrowing costs. Bank of Japan raised its rates by 15 points last week, and that flagged more tightening ahead. This, as well as the U.S. labor data leak, stoked fears of the recession. So any more hikes are likely to be negatively impactful on the market. This is coming from a CD analyst affirming the view of a rapid hawkish pivot by the Bank of Japan. So there you have so far some of our news. But Johnny, what do we've got else today on the back burner?
Well, continuing a thin week as far as economic or known economic numbers is concerned. We had the mortgage rates come out this morning at 6 o'clock Central Chicago time. Mortgage rates in the last week fell from 6.82% to 6.55%. Pretty decent jump in applications as well. The week before was a drop of 3.9% for applications. They rose by 6.9%. So the lower interest rate possibly attracting some new applications for those mortgages. 9:30 this morning, we've got the EIA Petroleum Status Report. Noon, there is a 10-year note auction, and that is it as far as known economic numbers today. As far as stocks are concerned, the top market capitalization stocks this morning were Novo Nordisk, Disney, and Sony. All of them beat the street as far as expectations on earnings per share and revenues. We've got, for all you uh, energy drink people, after the close, Monster is due out. I personally don't drink those energy drinks. I don't think that they're all that good, at least for me. Tomorrow, there's going to be a lot of focus on the jobless claims. Thursday, jobless claims always come out. There's going to be a pretty big focus on that, as we are focusing on employment as part of the potential recession that everybody seems to be worried about. There's also a 30-year bond auction tomorrow. And we have our first talking Fed we've had in quite a while. Tomorrow, Barkin is going to be barking somewhere around noon,
How nice.
2 o'clock tomorrow. We do have VIX down 16%, back down below 30. Last I checked, it was 23.23. Yesterday at this time, it was 33.09. A lot of fear coming out of the markets. You volatility junkies probably going to be starving for some more volatility. Dollar index 103.2, not too far from where it was yesterday. And the yield on the 10-year leaking back up towards that 4% level at 3.93% the last I checked. Markets are still nervous. There's still a lot of uncertainty out there. Markets are still thin, pretty illiquid markets here. I'm looking at the NASDAQ. We're still seeing spreads between the bid and the offer, 2-3 points between them here before the open, still very thin, 1-2 lots on the bid and the offer in the NASDAQ. And we're still in single digits in the S&P. So the market's still a little nervous here, and we'll keep an eye on how that treats price action for today. But for now, it seems like a lot of the worries have been alleviated with no bad news. These markets have a tendency to kind of grind to the upside. We'll see that as the day goes on. As always, Eddie, back to you now for Dude, Where's My Crude?
Well, dude, this dude's going to tell you oil prices rise. Taking a look here at our Earl, just off the tops here right now. We had a high here, 75.12. Market's coming off that right now, looking around the 74.66. Had a bottom of 72.20, so it's made some headway here. But we have to definitely keep our eyes open regarding these Middle East tensions. But crude improved the wider risk sediment, but remained near 7-month lows given the persistent concerns over the slowing economic growth and weak demand. We did see Brent rising 2.2% and WTI gaining 2.4. Commodities complex was unable to escape the broader sell-off in the risk assets at the start of the week, but a degree in confidence has returned to the markets. Huzzah! Wall Street trading in the green. This has helped sentiment in the Earl markets. And that's what I have for the crude, dude. Real quick here, Olympic update. The medals. Seems like the United States has at least taken the lead with gold medals. 24, China 22, Australia 14, France 13, and our good friends across the pond, Great Britain with 12. Actually, they're all our friends. Yeah, keep it that way. Everybody's friend here at Topstep. And yes, James, our good friend James, who was behind the curtain today. He's doing quite well. If you are concerned, you got our tip of the week, my friend. Yes, you do. There it is. James, how you doing, buddy? You all right?
Oh, we're hanging in there, Eddie. It's a nice Wednesday. We're living it up.
Living large, baby. Living large. All right. Well, a demo account. Okay. Practice account. Demo account. It helps build confidence, whether you know it or not. Some of us are just experienced a little bit more that, hey, we've got that confidence already. But those that are trying to figure out new strategies, new markets, different products, this is a great opportunity to have a demo account. It's going to help build confidence. It's going to help you in your trading decisions, strategies, and obviously transitioning to real money. So use that demo the best you can. And, I tell you, if you've got that itch, you're done trading for the day, you lock yourself out, go have fun with the demo. Nobody's watching, and you can reset that. So, Johnny, what do you got?
Yeah, you think about, let's say, professional ball players. They are practicing how they're going to play. If you want to go back and work on some of the fundamentals of picking up a ground ball, catching a fly ball, throwing from third to first, whatever it is, they're doing that in practice so that they can play how they practice. So, take that practice or demo account somewhat seriously. Sometimes if you're not seeing the market early in the session, dip your toe in to the demo account or a practice account. Maybe you'll find something that speaks out to you and get you into a decent trade in a trading combine or a funded account. It is a good tool to practice, and it's a good tool to get warmed up in to get into the live markets. Always good to have a practice account.
It's, get in there, get in the batting cage, take a few swings before game time. Get yourself warmed up, get that blood going. All right, speaking of blood going, Johnny, you got some valuable chart information to share with all these kind people. Would
Well,
you
we
please
hope
do
so.
that?
We hope so.
Yeah.
All
All right, off to the charts.
All right. So always starting with the daily and the S&Ps. Yesterday, we talked about that deep excess on that daily chart. That's how auctions die. We're in a medium time frame downside auction. The downside auctions have a tendency just to go too far. Sellers will back off, buyers will come in, and that looks like what we did here on Monday. It was a very scary, very volatile, very thin, illiquid day. And we did leave a whole bunch of excess on this daily chart. If you look left, a lot of the bottoms we put in have excess low or long tails like that. There's a pretty long tail here, pretty long tail here. So we're looking at that as a potential reversal, and so far it seems to be working. Yesterday we had the recovery in process. We lost about 30,000 in open interest, and we lost a bunch of volume as well. So if the market was continuing to try and push to the downside, it did not do a very good job. So got a little bit of a recovery in progress here, but we have to remember there are a lot of uncertainties still out there in the economy and in the world itself. These markets they're like a sore toe. When you have a sore toe, odds are you're going to bang it on something, and I'm hoping that doesn't happen. Of course, we're always praying for peace and hoping for the best for everybody. But we can't control that, So, but if there is no bad news, these equity markets, as everybody talks about on TopstepTV, have a tendency just to grind to the upside. We don't know if that is going to happen. And the thing about this is we don't know when any news is going to come out. Perhaps something really good will happen, or something bad will happen. We can't control that. So make sure that you're aware of the illiquidity of these markets, the equity markets in particular, and always use a stop. And if you're near your daily loss limit and you're trading the NASDAQ, be really careful, because the slippage that can occur in the NASDAQ, which as thin as it is, can put you towards your daily loss limit or even worse, your max drawdown. So be aware there's liable to be a lot of slippage on some of the stops that we may have in the markets today. If I'm hoping none of our stops get hit, of course, but if they do, consider the fact that there might be some considerable uh, uh, slippage on those stops. So these markets are still nervous. They're still illiquid. I'm looking at the dome and the S&Ps. It's prior to the open. We're seeing about a point or two between the bid and the offer, and some spaces between those bids and offers. So the market is still very illiquid. Just kind of keep that in mind. If things go haywire, they can go haywire real fast, and they can go real far when there's less liquidity in the market like there is today. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right, so we had a little bit of recovery yesterday, kind of a rotational day. Overnight inventory we're seeing is pretty long. It's up against the high from yesterday. It's up against value high from yesterday. It's up against last week's low. There's a lot of confluence up here with a lot of the levels, like Friday's value area low put in the high from yesterday. Interesting. We've got the 200 session simple moving average on the 30-minute chart coming in just above that. We've got last week's low right in that area. We did manage to close the gap yesterday. We closed out a couple of naked points of control as well. So the upside structure that we left above has now been kind of rectified or repaired. Overnight inventory long. We're going to be opening at the high of value. I'm going to try and suggest trying to stay patient. Our overnight high is going to be an interesting area. If we can't hold above that, maybe we'll see a return to value and a move back, perhaps to close the settlement gap. If we reject value from yesterday, we can certainly see some continuation to the upside. We've got a couple of visual targets. 53.50 quarter is a naked point of control. We've got 53.61 half, which is another naked point of control. And then we've got off the all-time high, the anchored VWAP is all the way up at basically weekly kickoff high. That would be amazing if we were to accomplish something like that. Not suggesting that it is or isn't going to happen. There's a lot of uncertainty out there. Just trade what you see. Try not to have a bias. Since we've put in that low, we've put in higher lows and higher highs. As long as we continue to do that, we may be starting a little bit of an uptrend here. It is going to be an interesting day. The profile yesterday was a normal variation day, neutral, with a pretty deep excess low. So not only did we have excess low on the daily here, we had an excess low on the regular trading hour session here. We had a poor high on Monday. We took out that poor high. That poor high was indicating that the upside auction probably wasn't over, and it certainly wasn't until we basically closed the gap, and then we saw some sellers come in and bring us back to earth here. But we're still continuing to put in higher highs, higher lows. We've got the anchored VWAP from the low bar on the 30-minute chart below price. We've got the extended trading hour session VWAP below price and pushing higher. Buyers seem to be in control here. I'll probably be looking for an opportunity to buy this market when it exhibits some sort of weakness against a level that I can limit risk. That's the whole thing. Limit risk. NASDAQ. Deep excess. Tested down below that 15% off the all-time high. We have rejected below that. Is this excess going to be supportive for now? Well, we can say right now, yeah, it is supportive. Is it going to be a lasting low? Nobody can predict that. We're not trying to predict anything. We're just trying to put things in context for everybody here, or at least a degree of context. Recovery is in progress. Still many uncertainties. Back above the weekly kickoff level, weekly kickoff low, which is 18,260. It's been run through so many times, I think it's kind of worn out its welcome. I'm probably not going to be focusing that much on that now. But again, with no bad news, and of course we are all praying for no bad news, the market could continue to grind its way higher, grind its way higher, grind its way higher. Who knows? Take a look at the 30-minute chart now. We've got the gap fill yesterday from Friday to Monday. The market took us up to The TPO value area low kind of put in the high yesterday. This is very similar to the S&Ps. Sellers came in, kind of pushed us back lower. But again, when we look at this on the 30-minute chart, we're putting in higher highs and higher lows. We can take out yesterday's high or that TPO value high from Friday. We could certainly see this market continue to push to the upside. We've got, I'm not sure where this is based off of. I'm not going to be looking at this anchored VWAP here, so I'm just going to take it off. If I can get to it. There we go. All right. So, and again, we've got overnight inventory to the long side, but we've got VWAP pushing higher. Buyers have been in control. They tested down to VWAP at one point at 2:00 in the morning. They found support there. So buyers are certainly acting like they're in control. Now, this is short time frame buyers. What they're looking for is continuation. They're looking for longer, stronger, regular trading hour buyers to take out yesterday's high and to see if we can't push this market higher. We do have the 200 session moving average right up against that. That might be a little bit of resistance. Just trade what you see today. Make sure you protect yourself. And remember, your real goal is to be a good risk manager. Be a good risk manager. The profile yesterday, normal variation, neutral day with another excess low. So we continue to put in excess on the lows on the daily and on the the regular trading hour session profiles. Dips are being bought again, at least for now, with the information we have since Monday. Dips are being bought again. Just saying. I'm just saying. All right. Here is crude oil. So crude oil got a little bit cheap down there around that 71.50, 71.60 level, pretty close to that 71.20 level. Technically, that was looking like support, and now we've got some new information. And with I'm kind of surprised it is where it is with everything that's going on in the Middle East. Tensions seem to be continuing to rise there. Volume slowed yesterday on an attempted move to the downside. It did not do a very good job. It couldn't take out Monday's low. We added 4,300 in open interest yesterday, and that's probably some new positioning here. Take a look at this on the 30-minute chart. So the profile from yesterday, in essence, was kind of a P shape, right? Which would indicate short covering, which would remove open interest. But we added open interest. So this was more about maybe some short covering, meeting some new longs coming into this market. And so far, these new longs are continuing to get paid. We're seeing the market opening with overnight inventory to the long side. Those weaker hands are already getting nervous and getting out of some of those longs. We do have the VWAP pointed higher. We're looking at higher lows and potentially higher highs. And is this market ready to turn around and head higher? There are some weaknesses in structure above that we could certainly go and repair. Again, we've opened with a gap. If we pull down and we can't close that gap, which might take us basically right to VWAP, which would not be a gap close where it sits now, that could be a decent opportunity for an execution. At the very least, it allows us to limit risk. Gold is in a strange mood, it seems. It's surprisingly quiet. It was a very quiet session yesterday. Inside day, volume slowed, open interest dropped by about 4,800. Market just seems to be waiting for new information, as a lot of these markets all already are and have been. Last week's low, weekly kickoff low, that zone down there seems pretty supportive. We did look into it last night, found some buyers there. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. So here's weekly kickoff low, 24.25. Just kind of moved to it yesterday and just kind of hung around above it, looked below it last night, back above it, higher or low, lower high. I'm looking for this market to pick a direction at some point. It looks like it was a pretty tough trading day yesterday. The regular trading hour session was inside Monday's regular trading hour session. It's kind of a tough trading day in gold yesterday, with the fact that the market kind of centered or based around weekly kickoff low, went just far enough to take out everybody's stops and then came back above it. I'm liking the fact that the market is rejecting below that for possible opportunities to the long side. The profile yesterday was a normal variation day. Where we opened today above the value area from yesterday, from Monday. If we continue to accept price up here, I could see buyers coming in and continuing this push to the upside. But again, nobody knows for sure. Just trying to help with a little bit of context. As always, make sure you take a deep breath and be prepared for the trading day. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. And as always, please pray for peace every day.
I hear you. Each and every day. All right, so we're going to take a little break here. Don't go away. We got Fast Markets coming up with Andre, Hoag, MP, Deanna, and Nick for a tick. We'll be right back. All right, let's get our best foot forward in the gates and have a wonderful day.
I see what you did there.
Give me a
Eddie.
hug. Give me a hug.
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
See what you did there, Eddie. All right, everybody. Welcome to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. The lovely lady in the middle is D. To the right is Hoag. You guys just saw them, Hoag and Eddie, on opening call this morning. Let's start. D, how are you doing today?
I'm doing all right. Yeah, we did the London session this morning. I ended up taking one little copper trade that didn't really go anywhere, but that was much later in the London session. And yeah, since then, just not much. So yeah, all good. I might be focusing on YM today. We'll see how things go, because it is Wednesday, and
Yes.
You know I love the inventories report.
I wasn't gonna say it. I wasn't gonna say it. I was gonna leave that till around about 1 hour. We got the opening bell coming in here hot, John. Hoag, what are we looking for in the opening range trade when this bell rings? Last trade in the S&P is 53.28. We are now open. Hoag, what are we looking for?
Well, we are opening, looking like in range and in value in the in the Nasdaq, above value in the S&Ps. Probably not going to be looking for any opening range trades. The opening ranges have been so large. We've already got a 17 handle opening range in the Nasdaq, and $6 in the S&Ps. We've got overnight inventory to the long side. We're up against yesterday's highs. Nasdaq's up against the 200 session moving average, which is coming in on this chart at 18,463. 18,463. I'm looking at levels here. 18,463. 18,462 is one of my guy Vince's levels.
Yeah,
breaking out above that now. Huge opening range, 50 handle, 51 handle opening range in the Nasdaq. Just took out the high of it and fell back right inside of it.
Yep, I'm seeing
right
that
up against
now.
Yesterday's high, session high yesterday in the Nasdaq, 18,483.
Yep,
and a quarter. Looking above it now, we've taken out the overnight high. We've not taken out the overnight high yet in the S&Ps. Nasdaq looking very buoyant this morning.
Indeed. S&Ps are not.
I'm going to go ahead and buy it. I'm going to buy the S&Ps.
Okay, sounds good with me.
Long 2, 53.30.75. Just to spice things up a little bit.
I like it. 53.
Get the NASDAQ really running to the upside here. Or, well, sort of. Not really running to the upside, but I'm hoping that the S&P is going to follow.
Nick in the chat.
Nick.
We're missing you, buddy. So did
Yeah,
Yellen
small.
cut my fiber cable?
Oh, no.
Question this morning.
Who was digging? Who didn't call the people before they started digging, Nick, for a tick? What's it called, like 311
Take
or
off
something?
one up against the high of the overnight session here.
Nice.
Out of one.
Go ahead, John.
Out of one of them, and we'll see what happens against the overnight high here.
Mm-hmm.
Nasdaq's coming off that high a little bit now. S&P is finding resistance at the overnight high there. That's why I took one of them off. I don't want to lose on this second one. So I am going to let it flop around here. Just all right, I'm out of it. So I realized I'm up $31.
All right.
I wanted to come back into that opening range. So that's what happened, and we are out. Had a little resistance up against that overnight high in the S&Ps, which is why I got out of one of them. And it really kind of fell back down to that opening range. So now I'm thinking.
The Dow is selling off. Dow is selling off here while the Nasdaq and S&Ps try to make a run to the upside, like Hoag just said. Nasdaq retreat a bit. Let's see if we can push higher again here. You flat there, John?
Oh yeah, I'm flat.
Flat. All right, taking a look at crude. Last trade, $74.55. High of the day, $75.12. And Q going to try to make another run. Go ahead.
On my chart, it's trying to bounce from VWAP, though. Overnight VWAP.
Crude?
Yeah. I'll selling off here. Last trade, the Dow, 39,373.
Yeah.
Dow.
As usual, the S&P and the Nasdaq have left the opening range at the dead ass low, and the Dow is the opening range is the dead ass high. And in different directions.
Dow just does what Dow does.
Lovely.
Yes, it does.
Welcome to the wild world of trading.
Yes, it is. This trading thing can be tricky.
Johnny, I do owe you one of these. Carl said, cue the music.
Okay.
$31.
Thanks, Carl. Thanks,
Apparently, I
Eddie.
look scary close up. Thanks, dude. I bet you look great close up.
Oh man, already? Who's starting?
What's going
I
on?
Come
don't
on.
know. It's
Who's
just
starting
I'm not going
already?
to read the chat. There we go. We're done.
Sheesh.
No more
Who's
chat for
starting?
D today.
Leave
Keep
her
it positive,
alone.
guys. Keep it positive.
Come on, man. We don't do that
Why
here.
you have to stare at my face today?
Nobody
Do that all
mess.
day.
Nobody mess with D.
It's
Get
all
somewhere
right.
else.
I like to mess with them. No problem.
Take that garbage somewhere
Where's my
else.
virtual bear spray? Chew.
Yep, we're missing Nick for a tick. Someone cut his.
Yeah.
All right, we're pushing higher here. NASDAQ, S&Ps.
Yeah.
These 18,500s, what can we do with them in the NASDAQ? I got my Top Step daily levels. You see them pinned to the top of the chat right here, right now. I've got some room for them on my screen. Make sure you do as well. Or you can put Hoag's levels on your Top Step X charts by going to the indicators, pull up the Top Step daily levels, and slap those right on your charts in real time.
So I have average daily high in ES around 53.46 half. If they ignore that, then we could have a potential for a sustained auction higher. But that's kind of my first orientation point to see what they want to do, because right now we've had a pretty good run up overnight.
Mm-hmm.
And if this is going to continue, they really need to ignore that ADR high for a proper day in one direction.
And that level was again 54 half? Or
Yeah.
I'm sorry, 45 half?
Sorry, for 46 half.
46 half.
Yeah.
All right. Got that written down?
Yep. We are currently in 53.34 last trade in the S&Ps. Takes you into zone 5 for the time being. Zone 5. Up against resistance, brought to you by Coach Vince. Resistance 53.36. S&Ps are seeing a 71% long tilt bias in the S&Ps right here, right now. Right up against the highs. About 2 points off the highs. We have 70% long as we continue to push higher here. Gold, 69% long. Pretty tame open, all things considered, where we've been on the previous Monday and Tuesday this week. It's just been wild. D, what are your thoughts on how wild these markets have been?
Well, I said it during the London session already on Monday that there's something odd happening, because I was kind of flipping through and, obviously I look at the NQ, I look at ES, and suddenly I see all these gaps in NQ, and I'm like, since when does NQ ladder look that gappy?
Yes.
So I said, something is up, guys. Like, be very careful. So that was the first thought. And here we are. The weirdness continues. It sort of feels like COVID, but we don't really have a catalyst yet that would justify this sort of weirdness in the markets and, such thin liquidity. It's almost like somebody decided to pull all of the orders out of NQ. They're like, no more. No.
Yes. Turned off the algos.
So I'm careful. I'm definitely on the fence. The gold has been very muted. So if we had something that's really brewing, wouldn't commodities react a little bit more? Obviously, crude reacted, but it's been doing that overnight and for the London session for a while now. And then we come to its main session and it sort of locks down again. So it's interesting to see that overnight markets have been moving more in some of the commodities than they do during the actual active trading hours. So that's also weird. They do go through cycles, so it's not like, oh, we've never seen this again. I have seen this happen again, but usually, like I said, it's some kind of a catalyst that everybody knows about.
Right.
I think Jack mentioned it as well. If we have some such turbulence in the markets, if you ask somebody who's not in trading out on the street, they would know about it. That's what's causing the turbulence. But this, is it, threat of recession? Is it the elections? Is it Biden quitting? Is it like there's a whole bunch of stuff that could be playing into this?
Mhm.
And we don't know. So we don't know. Yes, the numbers are not great that came out last week,
Mhm.
but at the same time, are they that bad? Like, does it really warrant semi-apocalypse?
Great
No.
question. Great question,
I
dude.
actually heard my favorite take yet on it, which is basically overnight the markets had to go from pricing in like a 0% chance of a soft landing to a 20% chance, and
Mhm.
unwinding all those trades. It's just a whole bunch of
That makes
things that
sense.
all at once they had to change their expectations.
That makes sense. Is that because of the Japan developments? Like, what are your
It's
thoughts there?
So it's the Japan developments. It's the short volatility trades getting blown up. The correlations increasing with the dispersion trade kind of blowing up. It's a bunch of low volatility trades suddenly becoming less certain, right? Like
Mm,
if things are smooth sailing and we all expect it, and suddenly there's a larger chance that it's not, something like that can happen.
yeah, yeah. Right then, let's start fast markets for the Asian session. Let's all join the code now.
Yes, absolutely.
Changing
Yeah,
programming.
shorting vol
We're
works
all
until it doesn't,
becoming night
Jack.
owls.
That's right. All right. Well, we did see that S&P. Wow. We went from a long bias of 72% in the ES to now to a short bias, or 50-50. Hoag has been a
Right, well, it's not.
pretty tame open, considering what we saw yesterday on the close. The close was very, very weird.
Weird.
Talking about the spread's very thin, very volatile. And what Dee was talking about. Here we are, pretty quiet open here, John.
Yeah. We got pretty close to that average session range that Dee was talking about. We got within
Yeah,
a couple of
it's
points of
average
that.
daily range. So
Average
average
daily-
session
the
range
average
is going to
daily
be
range.
higher up. It's going to be higher up because we've just started the session. So it starts the
Right.
calculation at the beginning of the regular trading hours. And then if I want to see it, I have to go down to like a very low time frame because it's like a dot, and then it starts to print as more data comes in. Yeah, but average session range is all the way up at like 54.17. But the ADR high, which is the first level of resistance, that's at the 46.5 level.
Okay. Yeah, that came across right with that 100 session moving average at 344. And that pretty much put in the high, at least for now. Still, I think, looking for a pullback with which to buy this thing, but maybe not.
Mm.
What's the Dow doing? Dow is.
Oh, it did sell off.
Dow's
And then buy
attempting to bounce off
Yep.
VWAP still.
Yeah.
It hasn't really moved.
Took out the high of the opening range.
It's all right. We'll stay patient. Even opening range trade. Didn't really want to go one way or another. We just see an upside bias there, John. But now we're trading beneath 18,500. Last trade 490s, 488s now trade in the NQ. Didn't really get the push. Thought we were gonna get there. S&P's last trade 38s. Maybe 38.
Nasdaq's above that 200 session moving average. It comes in at 463.
463.
Which is basically the TPO value high from Friday, which put in our high yesterday. Value area low from Friday, put in our high yesterday. Same thing in the S&Ps. We're really wrestling with those levels right now. The S&P is finding 200 session moving averages resistant. The Nasdaq is already above it. That may end up being support. Your 54.17 average session range is coming in as a gap low, according to Vince, one of my guys, Vince, on our levels.
It's nice confluence.
So that could be a tasty upside target, couldn't it?
Now we're talking. Now we're talking.
Right, I'm just doing like a feeler trade in Dow, just one long to see whether this VWAP can hold in a combine. I'm not going to trade live. So 394.51.
39, 451s, 451s. Okay. See if ES can push higher here. Up against the highs, about 2 points off the highs. Last trade, 53.41. YM, 78% long tilt bias on the tilt, I should say.
Man, I had a nice little low volume note I was looking for it to buy it at. It did not get there.
What price?
31 and a half.
Oh, okay. Yep. All right. We'll see if we keep pushing here. It's a bit quiet. It's okay. The market could use a breather after what we've seen the last 8-9 trading sessions. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. But I haven't taken a look at the calendar just yet to see what's on tap for the day. Maybe I should have done that already. But luckily, I got my man Eddie in the house. Eddie, what do we got on tap for today for the eco calendar?
Ooh-ha! In 39 minutes and 45 seconds, 44 seconds, 43 seconds, I'm going to give you the 5 minutes. 5 minutes remaining. And we've got our crude number out. Boy, I'm excited about this one. Crude oil inventories, they're looking at around 850,000. Previous was negative 3,436,000. So there is a big difference there. Gasoline production, heating stockpiles, all that good stuff. 12 o'clock, high noon, 10-year note auction. That might be a biggie there. That might be our biggest number of the day here. So let's keep an eye on that. And also, later on in the afternoon, consumer credit. And do we have somebody speaking today, or was that tomorrow, John?
No, it's tomorrow. Barkin.
I got maybe 11 o'clock Central. I got Collins speaking, perhaps.
Do you perhaps?
That might be something new.
Yeah,
Collins there.
I don't know.
Wait, Eddie, did you say? Eddie, did you say in 39 minutes you're gonna give us the 5-minute warning? Is that how you get?
Yes. Yes. I'm just being difficult and creative.
I love it. I love it. There you got it, folks. In 39 minutes, we'll give a 5-minute warning to the 9:30 number.
And in 12 minutes, I'll give the 25-minute warning to the 5-minute warning.
I love that. I'm going to use that joke.
The S&P just hit that average daily range to the tick.
Nice.
Well, that takes it out. Do you just buy it?
I mean, I'm starting to think we do that when the house account comes. When MP gets in for the house account, we're just targeting prices, and we're getting pretty accurate with our targets. Might as well get in on it, right? Where do you get in?
I mean, just buy it there.
Yeah, it's tricky, but starting to lean that way. Hey, 73% long and the tilt here for the ES. 68%. Also, in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you see the hashtag Fast Markets. Hit us up on Twitter, X, call it what you want. Use the hashtag Fast Markets. Send us performance dashboard stats, your command station setups, funny memes, you guys and your swag, funny trader certificates. Anything you think would be cool for you want to share it with the community here in the world here at Topstep TV.
Yeah.
So hit us up at Topstep. Use the hashtag Fast Markets. We'll turn that around to you guys in a couple hours. But back to the market.
We had that bird dancing yesterday, and that bird is now a star here at Topstep. What was that bird's name?
Yeah.
That bird's name.
The bird's name was Sweet Pea. Sweet Pea, the dancing Topstep bird.
I saw someone in the chat complaining about the DJ here. Well, Sweet Pea really likes the DJ here, so if Sweet Pea likes the DJ is going to stay.
DJ stays.
All right, we're going to try push higher here. And they just popped in new highs real quick in the S&Ps, like John was saying, right to average daily rate a high. John, what price did we just hit? What level did we just hit in the S&Ps?
It was D's average daily range.
Here we go.
46.5. We just took one tick above it just now. Been trying to look for low volume nodes to try and get back into longs here, and it's trying to keep me out. Which you got to stay patient when that happens. If it's trying to keep you out, you'll find something later.
It's a bit spiky.
Yeah, still very illiquid, these markets. Hey, I was looking for like size in the S&Ps earlier, Andre.
Yeah.
There's 2,600 on the bid, all the way down at 52.55, and
Wow,
1,000
okay.
on the bid at 52.30.
Okay.
Way down there.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't
We
see
did-
anything as far as size on the upside. I'm taking a look now, but nothing as far as big size on the upside.
Or if you remember, John, and I'm sure you do, we saw that 4,600 lot trade on the offer at 53.10 yesterday. 4,600 lot on the offer. Biggest size I've seen in some time on an offer. All right, we're starting to push here.
Mm-hmm.
Well above the 50s now in the NASDAQ. Last trade, 18,554. D, are you flat right now? It says you got no position on the board. Let's just update.
I just still have that Dow feeler trade long.
Okay. Can you
49451.
451 long?
Mm-hmm.
All right, long one from 454.
I'm starting to feel FOMO, so now I just have to relax.
Self-awareness, John.
Breathe.
Well, what's it feel like? What's FOMO? What's FOMO feel like for John Hoagland? How'd you know that you had it going? You watched the market. You feel like chasing. You felt like jumping in, going to market.
Yeah, like I got to just buy this now, otherwise I'm going to miss the whole thing. That's FOMO, right?
Nice job.
Just do it. Don't worry about it. It's going to go.
There's Coach Vince.
And
FOMO is real.
it's currently not going.
Good job. It's real.
So less FOMO.
See, that's the thing, man. When I start feeling FOMO, I should trade the opposite way.
Okay. Inching higher, but sellers do come in every time. Feels like we're gonna go. And good job, Hoag, staying out of that.
Oh God. Yeah, that would have been a wreck right there, right?
Oh boy.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
There he is. The lumberjack in the house.
I'm a lumberjack and I don't care.
Yes, looking good.
I just grabbed the
saw
two
you
things that were in my closet.
Good.
I saw you on a package of brawny
Yeah,
Right?
real man.
paper towels.
Real man
Brawny.
right there.
Come on, everybody had a
I
shirt.
really
like that. I love
have
my.
this one. This is the stupid NASA shirt I bought on my way through Houston on a layover that I thought would be funny to wear someday, even though it feels like a burlap sack, fabric wise.
Oof. Cheap quality.
Yeah, cheap.
Oh,
I'm not a rocket scientist, is what it says, Andre. And then
Well,
underneath it goes, "Oh wait." No, it goes, "It's not rocket science," and then it goes, "Oh wait, yes it is."
oh, love
I thought the
their
level
humor.
of stupidity for something that's such a smart group was just so fitting.
I get the joke.
Where are we
All right,
at?
we
Speaking
are
of smart group, where's this group at? What are we doing?
pretty quite open right now. Pretty quite open. D's long one guy in the YM. Hoag took a trade to the upside in NQ, or I'm sorry, ES. Wouldn't want to go, but did scratch out a couple bucks. Was just Hoag was just feeling some FOMO. So step back from the market. It was a wise play because the market turned against him. But pretty quiet right now.
I'm looking for just low volume nodes to try and buy this thing, and it hasn't been getting to the levels I'm looking at.
Speaking of,
Are we looking at
levels,
daily levels at the top of your screen, guys?
Yeah, D, what's the
Which we now also
average-
have in Topstep X. Daily levels.
the average daily range and average session range to the upside in the NASDAQ?
Yeah, let me have a look.
hey, JD,
Got an
Okay,
update
so
from
NASDAQ.
got an
There
update
he
from
is.
Mickey here.
Yeah.
So first, Mickey came in earlier saying if we breach the opening range to the upside, we're going to target 560, which we hit almost to the tick. I think 558.5 was the high. Now, since we rejected right off of that, we're looking for some backfill to the floor, which has shifted up to 475 to 497 area. Downside target. If we break back above 560, we're looking for a target of 640, a rotation higher target of 640, back above 560.
All right, so JD,
That's
just
interesting because my average daily range high is actually 562.
both. Okay, wow. All right, so you guys are both
All
seeing
right,
this.
what were those, Dre? Did you write those down?
475. We're gonna JD. We're gonna try to test 475 to the downside.
Yep, we already hit we already hit 560 target, so that might be off the board as another shorting opportunity. Since we hit it, likely if we get back up there again, we're looking for a breach and then a target of 640 to the upside. Yes. Downside, we're looking for some backfill to the floor, which is between 475 and 497 right now. Latest update from Mickey.
All right, guys.
But
Mickey's,
if we reach 560, I have ASR high all the way up at 918. So if it ignores the 560, that's that's where those. The ranges are.
All right, here's the 475s coming down, though. Well,
475. We got a check mark of 475. Looking at the Topstep daily levels. And else really coinciding with that.
Topstep daily levels. You got the 475s. That's kind of
you got the middle of the range.
Yeah, it is.
You got the 83s. John, you wanted to get long, right? You wanted to get long?
Yeah.
Okay, glad you didn't. That's why, guys, sometimes you got to let the FOMO, dilute the power of FOMO, just paper trade it. 5 out of 75.
When I feel like that, I should trade the opposite of what I think. And that's what happened.
Well, he wants to see what the reaction is at 475. We JD, come in one more time. If we breach 475, what's the downside target?
The target was to do some backfill down between 475 to 497, which we're getting right now. We got a low in at
maybe dip a toe.
472.5. We've also got what is our?
Yeah, I like it, MP.
We're long for 5 from 481.
We've also got yesterday's high. Yeah, we've also got yesterday's high right here at 483. So 3 levels of confluence right here.
All right. 83, 75s. Okay.
62. What's our price? 62 overnight high. No. Yeah, 62s might be the risk there, MP.
Thanks, buddy. That's working out. That's why we stay on top of it.
What price are we long from?
81. 62.
Nice entry. Good trade so far.
Yep.
I gotta figure out my execution game's a little weak. I had 75s in there a couple times on a join bid. Then I hit a market order.
Might be see profit, take profit a little bit here, MP. Nothing wrong with that.
All right, there's 2,500.
Like that? Wow. I like it. Mickey. Shout out to Mickey.
We can always come back and retest, right?
100%. 100%. I like banking a little profits.
I really like that trade.
Ring-a-dang.
The 100 session moving average, we broke out above it. It was coming in at 463. 461 was the TPO value high from Friday, which put in our high from yesterday. I really liked that long there. That was a good long.
Okay. We got 25 points out of it. So, 25 handle moves.
Yes.
But now it's down here back in the evens. It's back down here at the 95s. Back down here at the 90s. It's back down here at the
Just got another update from Mickey. If we breach the floor, 475 floor, then our next downside target is 299.
What? 299. Whoa. Look out below.
Wow.
I about didn't even write that down just because it was so far down there, and then I realized volatility. Then I realized volatility right now.
Yeah, it's all within the day's range. All within the day's range. And in fact, that wouldn't even be full value rotation, which would be at 163. That's value low. So if we continue to fall, there's room.
Well, here's another test of the 75s. He said if it breaches what?
475s. 475. Downside target 299. Wow.
Okay, guys. JD will update you on Mickey. Mickey's he's hot right now. So we're kind of like staying close to his stuff. Johnny and Deanna, what are you guys seeing around here? And then Eddie and Hoagland Heroes, I guess.
Love it. That's the name of my favorite television show back in the day, Michael. Hoag's Heroes. All right. Oh yeah, what do you got? We're just flopping around right now.
Well, I'm still of the idea that we should be looking for longs as long as we hold above these 200 session moving averages. 53.44. So I'm looking for my guys here. 53.42 is yesterday's high. Vince has that as a support level. If we get above it, we're above it. We're yeah. See, now we're running.
We're running.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so
I've got.
we had 483s. That was the Hoagland's levels on Topstep levels on your
Right.
indicators. On your indicators on Topstep X, guys, you only find this where we're going to be putting coaches levels, those that are hot. Mickey, that right now, folks like that will start putting their levels into our charts. We have the tilt into Topstep X. We're going to be taking the tilt off of the very top. You won't get that anymore. We're going to get the levels. You won't get that anymore. That'll be all within the platform. Everything's going within the platform because we want to be talking to every individual and be speaking the same language, playing the exact same remote control, call it PlayStation or Xbox. We want to be on the same one, helping each other out, how to do X, Y, and Z. But that was a great bounce. But the point of the story is John, you had a 483, yesterday's high right there that it sat on. Mickey had a 75. You had an 83. And that was, you can look at my 5 minute.
There's a lot of confluence there.
Yeah.
I love that trade. I wanted to stay in that sucker.
Here and here. Now, John, you wanted to be long up there, and you let FOMO dissipate for the most part. Thank God you did, because you would have got stopped out. But what's interesting about this, and I want to make it kind of an educational point here, is we sold off really hard. You wanted to be long, and now it's firming up and everything like that. I always get in these points where it's like, did it just get out all the weak ones, all the ones that were impatient, all the ones that were like looking to get there before the move? Like here's so far, it hasn't broken out to the upside yet. The move that you were looking for, right? Not there yet, but it's about ready to break out to the upside if it does.
Yeah. I've been kind of cheap looking for opportunities for price to get back to low volume nodes on the day session only. Because when it's directional, those tend to be nice levels of support. It goes quick through there quickly. Buyers move it quickly through there. They're going to protect that level, but it just hasn't given me as deep of levels that I'm looking for. So it's really stopped short of a lot of those low volume nodes. It's trying to keep me out, and that's what's creating the FOMO. And that's why I'm trying to just stay calm. I know we'll find another opportunity as the day goes on here. The last thing I want to do is buy the dead ass high.
Yeah. Really quickly on to the levels part. Please put the indicators for micros. John, are the levels that you share 18,483 yesterday's high? Does that work for micros as well? NASDAQ is the level. You guys have very top of your screen, daily levels. Click on that. You see NASDAQ. You'll see there are no levels for micros. We're not going to I don't want to build out. And John, you can answer.
They're very similar. They're so similar. So I had the same question today from somebody during the London session. They're like, "Oh, but it's not on micros," and then kind of crying emoji. And I was like, "It's pretty much the same prices. Just
it's
put
pretty
the
much the same
mini
price.
chart." Yeah, it's like it tracks it tick for tick these days. We have market makers that are ensuring liquidity in micros, and probably now even more so looking at the Dow 1NQ and stuff. So, I don't see that as a problem. Just put the chart of the mini on one side and then trade your micros as you would normally. Like, it's really not that big of a deal in my eyes. But
there you go. Because Richard Coe, is it Coe? I trade micros, but I use levels of minis. Guys, it's the same. Anyway, you micro traders, you guys are you're more zony than ever. You're like, you do not go on a specific level. You go on a buy one. I'm long from 84. It's a scale in, scale out type of product, in my opinion.
Yeah, so, the micros are led by the minis. Right. The high may not be exact, but every level that you look at in futures trading is a zone. There is nothing precise in trading. I see no difference in looking at the NASDAQ while you're trading the micros.
So there's our answer to that.
That was in on hit my target. So this is just
there's our answer to that.
807.
Beautiful.
Oh, nice. Okay, great. JD, we do need to fix this though. We will get this question till the dawn of time, and we have to keep educating people on why they're the same. So maybe we'll label the NASDAQ 100 on the daily levels. Also, NQU4 / M or whatever MNQU4, and then we also put the same levels into the top step levels. Does that sound good? I don't know if he's on, but
all right. Let's see if we test these 475s again here in the NQ. Again, we're testing 475s. We breached 475. We're looking for a downside target. We tried popping it higher. We could not stay up.
Okay, here's your 475s coming down to. It was just up there. We were just talking about John. Yeah, catching those. Right now, it's no trade, right?
Yeah, I think let's see if we breach the 475s.
Would 75s be a sell then, or no?
Oof. Well, we have to. I guess we wait and see. I think is what Mickey's kind of alluding to. We got to wait and see. If we do breach it, targeting 299's downside. 299.
Yeah, no, we asked Mickey. Can we trade through that, or is that just like an orientation thing now? Now that we bounce from it.
Upside target breaking through 560 is a 640 target. We're moving lower now, so the ceiling has shifted up. More realistic target. Just sent this in 2 minutes ago. Next new target 386 to 327, 327 to 386. Call it. So that's a sort of a 60-point target range.
Okay.
Here's another
right
one.
Now.
That means shifting from.
That's overnight view up around 390.
Yes, it is.
And value high from yesterday, so that would be a good area for a bounce. Something I would use.
Sweet.
Mickey's rocking it. I got 2 guys on vacation.
Yep. So just a second ago, got another update. He's looking for a new test of the floor target at 386 if we breach this current floor. So below 482, looking for 386.
386. Okay, cool.
Below 482. So breach of 482. So where's the short get played into that then? Or we? Well, I mean, it did. We would have gotten the 75s. We would have gotten the 75s and taken 9 handles, whatever. 66s was low, so 10 handles ish of heat to be back right up here.
Yeah.
We're basically ranging right now, so it might be more of a breakout. It might be more of a breakout play than anything than looking for a specific spot to short into that target zone down below. It might be more of a breakout play.
We're adapting.
Well, the 75s held up again.
Held again, MP.
Held again. Yeah,
they did.
Each time you could have risked 10 handles of the 75s, and you would have been just fine for at least a 40 handle. No, at least a 30 handle each time play. 3 to 1, 3 to 1.
We're seeing is that's the 200 session moving average on the 30-minute chart. We broke above it, came back to it. Support.
Yeah, I see it.
Yep.
Hey, John, are you seeing a weak high forming here in the NASDAQ? Simon's asking.
A little bit. Yeah. It's not a high excess high.
Weak high. Eddie, what do you mean by what's weak high mean, Eddie? That means it's failing to push higher?
Take a look at it, NASDAQ. You got these wicks up top. It doesn't seem like it's making any decent move.
It's kind of like equal highs. That would be the easiest way to explain it. Equal highs. That's referred to as the poor high in market profile.
Excellent.
Thank you, D.
We're seeing this pretty well right now.
Thank you, D.
Okay, so a little heads up. So those folks that do get on here and they're like, hey, you guys don't tell me how to trade. You don't show how me to trade. I'm going to just do this.
We're talking about our own trades. We're talking about our own trades.
Yeah.
We're talking about our trade. No, nobody's even saying that right now. I didn't even read that. I'm just kind of like doing Mickey on this trade right here. And if you were a guy who just started yesterday, you could be like, hey, this Mickey guy, I want him. Okay, they're talking about a level of 75s. All right, I'm going to buy it with him. Okay, let's just say 75s took less than 10 points heat on the very first one and went up to 55. That's a 7 to 1, right? Yeah. 70 points to your 10. Okay. After it did that, you could have gotten out 3 to 1, 4 to 1, 5 to 1, 6 to 1, 7. You could have been an idiot multiple times from Sunday and still made money. Okay? Because you'll only risk 10 handles. And 10 handles is $200. Now, the next time it came down there, you only risked 10 points, and you would have had a 3 to 1, a 4 to 1, 4 to 1 right now. So you got these are big moves, only risking 10 cents, $10, or $100, or $1,000 to make $4,000 or I can't work backwards from that, but you get the point. 10 times whatever you're, or 4 times whatever you're risking, 3 times whatever you're risking. Yeah. So here it is again. This is 50 to 1 or 5 to 1 right now at the 20s, and we were at the 30s, or roughly. Let's just say, you get my point, 4 to 1. That being said, you can jump in here, you can dabble, you can try to understand, and then when you get smoked and it goes right through it like it would have for us, we can all talk about it and learn as well. So there's a lot of learning lessons here that you can do along the way here at TopstepTV. That's really what we're trying to make this about. That's also why we're doing the house account, not doing individual trades here, but we're all talking about it. So this is building the plane in the air type of thing, trying to benefit everyone, including the house account.
The range. See if we can push it higher here. In the NQ. D, are you still in the YM trade?
It reached target, so I'm up
Nice.
807. So that was pretty drama free.
Nice trade.
Well, I like to see.
Yeah, I've been liking the YM recently.
Excellent. MP started in the YM pit, right, Michael?
I know.
MP was young Michael was a YM trader. There it is.
That slim kid with the blue and white jacket.
Just loving life.
Eddie, do you remember the first time you saw MP in the pit? Couldn't grow a beard, very skinny, farm boy, wide-eyed, bushy
that's what it
tail.
was. I mean, I didn't know before I didn't know him. It was like, yeah, that's a kid from Nebraska. Oh, really? Right. I mean, you give him credit for
shucks, Eddie.
backing up and moving to Chicago.
Why isn't he trading cattle?
Why is he trading cattle? Is right.
New York City. I know. Gone to the big city. Wanted to give it a run.
MP, had you come to Chicago before? Or did you just say screw it? Oh, you had? Okay.
I went there for a Jimmy Buffett concert. We went into town. We went into Chicago. And then we were like 18. We had no money, so we found the cheapest hotel. It was in Boys Town. It's called Boys Town. And we shared the room together, and there's mirrors in there. It was not the type of room that you would want to go to have a comfortable night sleeping, but it was like $20.
Never heard this story.
That was at the age of 18.
Welcome to the city. Did your parents know you went, or did you hide it from them?
I think right at 18, I wasn't checking in with them.
You were not checking on them. Very good, very good. And the rest is history, folks. YM pit trader, CEO and founder, taking prop trading firms global, breaking down all the barriers to entry. All right, we are in this range right here, upper end of this range, 18,535. Upper end of this range ish. Let me push higher here. MP, write a damn book about it. Your life. He ain't writing a book. He ain't writing a book, folks. I
don't know how that would go over.
He ain't sitting down at a computer and writing.
I got a whole chapter that's just Saturday at Lollapalooza. I know that.
He ain't writing a book.
I'm writing a book. You write a book,
Johnny. Yeah, you write a book. No, Johnny. Speaking of book, is there any traction on you with your? I should write a book, and then I go, I would love to back that book. How do we get that going?
I'm selling my memoirs to Parker Brothers. They're going to make a game out of it.
So I've started
last night,
just collecting memories.
There you go.
Hey, that's how you got to do it.
Yep. And if I'm going to do it, it's going to be a winter project.
We'll just collect the memories. We'll give it to a ghostwriter. We'll do a little combine. Trading a write a book combine. Here's all John's notes. Write us something that John thumbs ups.
Write us something that'll sell.
Write us something that'll sell.
It's a good thing to say on air with the ghostwriters. Yeah, if we have a break here, we have a few news stories to cover. First, MP, we have some shirt love for you. From Bemidji.
There you go.
Love it. Nailed it.
We
I'll take
got to
it.
I like the
animate
look.
this somehow.
I like the look today, MP.
It's a great look. I wear a lot
What's
of
that called? Blue eye? Is it blue? Blue or what's
Babe
that
the
ox
Blue
called?
Ox.
Yeah, an ox.
Save the blue
Bunyan's
ox.
ox. Yes.
If you're
Mike
in
Bunyan.
Bemidji, give us a holler. Ho, you mentioned earlier mortgage refinancing has gone up as the mortgage rates have dropped. Right here, we can see it bottomed out in about December of last year. Sorry, I'm reading this correctly. It bottomed out twice, and now it's up as the rates are presumably coming in soon. Housing market has been locked up for a long time with nobody willing to sell. We'll see if that does the trick. And we've done a lot of market news, but some uplifting news. Northwestern Medicine performed the second awake kidney transplant procedure.
Whoa.
You can now get your kidney
Ooh.
transplant while awake. This man,
Yikes.
Harry Stackhouse, got a kidney from his daughter, says he did not feel it at all.
Oof. I'd rather be asleep.
What'd they do? Feed it to him?
Well, the reason is if you need a kidney transplant,
Probably
you
a
are
epidural or something, right?
Yes. That's some sort of
Yeah.
spinal injection. And
Yeah, it's gonna be.
if you are
They
sick
did
enough
that with
that
my
you
dad
need,
for the hip replacement.
Ooh,
So
nice.
he couldn't go under because he had a lot of trouble, and yeah, so they pretty much just put an epidural in and replaced his hip. So yeah,
It's wild,
Drive through.
but
While you're sitting there talking to him.
I'm good.
and
not
I guess in other good news, by the way, they do that awake because if you need a kidney transplant, you are sick enough that anesthesia is not an easy thing. And
Gotcha.
lastly, Eddie sent us this. Delicate, authentic, charismatic Dolce & Gabbana launches a €99 dog perfume.
Oh boy, D.
What?
D.
Yeah.
No,
D.
no,
D. Come on,
no.
D. That's a good deal. You got 9 dogs.
D,
I mean,
let's
that's
send D a
$11
bottle.
Pooch.
Let's send D a
Hey,
bottle.
let's send a bottle to D. D on us. You got a bottle coming your way, right, Jack?
We need a review. Yeah,
She
we
might
got her
need
a
3
bottle.
with all her dogs.
I'll be on the lookout. Yeah, okay.
We
Yeah,
we
they're gonna
will.
be-
We
they're
are
gonna be
sending
running
you.
away.
We are sending you a present.
Yes. We got 9. Yep.
100%. We're doing it. Yeah.
D&G perfume, amazing.
You can
I've
tell
already
us.
got it. I've already got it in the cart. I'm already
You
looking
can
it
tell
up.
us if
I'll do it.
Yeah, do it just to one of your dogs and see if they all just follow that dog around and just
Ooh.
like lay on it and.
Yeah, they're
and
probably
just-
gonna run away from it. So
well, then we'll find out really quick if Dolce's pulling a fast one on us.
So good.
Just slap a price on it nowadays. That's all it is. Just slap a price on it.
€99.
A big
Hey,
price.
yeah, that's crazy.
Amazing.
Danielle already
But
goes,
some of
charge it to my
dog
card.
Shampoos are
so we're
pretty
gonna send it.
expensive. I'm just thinking because the one that I use for them is like a tiny bottle of like 250 mils, and that's like £12, which is around what 13,
Oh, and you actually use
14
perfume
bucks.
for your dog?
Wait a minute.
Not a perfume shampoo because I have
Oh.
a couple that love to roll and stuff every single walk,
Yeah.
so they get baths like 4 or 5 times
I-
a week because of that.
Really quickly, guys, we're down here at the 75s again.
Yeah, we are.
475. You knock on the door enough times, does it just break through?
It's
Or
gonna
does it
go
hold up?
through, yeah.
Would you do a house
think
account
it
play
breaks through.
anywhere?
I wouldn't go long. Too many visits.
Yeah, I
right, we
wouldn't
got
go
short.
long either. No.
Great, we got short then.
Jen, when you say too many visits,
Target 386,
down
MP.
for
Target
us.
386. Go ahead, Eddie. Sorry.
Mhm.
Do we get it, Michael? Do we get it?
There we go.
Yeah, we're short 5 from 80.
Hell
78.
yes. Hell yes, Michael.
Nicely done.
It's
Get
good.
in there, dog. That's my dog right there, dude.
Just decisive, Michael. Decisive execution this morning.
Well, it came down here and knocked on the door enough times.
We're 78.
Well,
I'm
man.
short
Jen,
5.
We're
when you
just
say
gonna
too
keep-
many visits. What's that mean?
Yeah,
You
good
get
call.
to a,
You've hit that
like
price
a
a lot of
support
times.
level. Yeah, you get to a support level and it visits it 2, 3, 4, 5 times. You're not getting buyers up against it. You're probably using up the buyers that are holding it up. And if you do, then it goes the opposite direction. It keeps
400s,
going.
MP. 400s.
I know,
Yeah,
Andre,
like
I
to
had
use
a-
it.
Right?
hold on real quick.
Yeah,
I had a
he's
working order
looking.
down there because I have auto brackets.
good.
So it filled it. We're up 5,000.
What price?
Nice. Good job.
We sold 78s and covered 58s.
Perfect. Mickey had the Mickey had that floor at 482. Below there was the target of 386. So it was excellent execution.
Yeah, so the thing
Yeah.
about retesting a
Cool.
level, I like to use an analogy of chopping a tree. So the more times that you smack into a tree, at some point it's going to fall, right? So it's the same thing with orders. The more time price kind of knocks on a level where there are orders, every time you take some of those out and it keeps coming back to it, eventually it's just going to run through it. So that whole idea that, support is stronger each time it gets revisited. No, quite the opposite, at least in my experience.
I
Eddie,
used to do a
you
visual
need-
like this.
Eddie, your
Like,
timber
If
right after that.
if these were
Yeah.
if this were the buyers at a
Got
support
it, fall
level,
in here.
every
Exactly.
time it
Hoag.
visits it, it
Yeah,
takes
look
some
what John's
off.
doing. Yep,
Yeah.
look at what
Yeah.
John's
And
doing.
then it comes back and visits it again, it takes some of those buyers off. Visits it again, it takes some more of those buyers off.
Perfect
Visits
example.
it again, and then pretty soon they're all gone and the market tanks.
Yep. That is why when I was like, hey guys, if it hits on, we always talk about it, if it knocks on the door, if it hits the wall enough times, it'll break through. You saw the range, you saw how whippy the ranges were, hitting the tops, hitting the bottoms, hitting the tops, and we're talking hitting. It wasn't hanging out in the middle too much. It kept hitting tops, hitting bottoms. And that was, if you go to my charts, that was from here to here.
Right back to
I'm
75.
sharing here.
Does this
Question,
become?
Eddie.
Yeah, what'd you say, Eddie?
No, Eddie asked the question. What does he
Let's
mean
hear
by
to hear.
Yeah, too many knocks on the door? Eddie asked Hoag what too many knocks on the door meant. Now you're showing him.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then smash.
Bang.
All right, so we're back here to the 75s. Let's pay attention to this real quick on the 75s. We have been doing a dance and work around 75s, but it also has been doing work all the way up here, the 540s. Because this range we've been talking about, the 75s down here, you could have played it a couple times. That was at 4-1, 3-1, 6-1, whatever I was talking about earlier, just risking small amount of money. Then down here is when it fell through.
Mm-hmm.
Now it quickly came back and retested the 75s. What is the thought process here? Guys in the chat, we also want to hear from you. What is the thought process here? Is it looking to go right back into that range, D, that we were in earlier? Or was that extension,
I would be looking
John?
at a supply. So right now, if we take the idea that nobody is there anymore, then it's going to retest it all the way where it came from. So let me drag out the NQ chart. So it came from 516, right? So
Yep.
that's where I would expect it to go. But it depends on the time frame and depends on the product. NQ is pretty slippy, so I wouldn't be surprised if it just runs through everything, touches the ADR at like 560 again, smashes through it, and then comes back. Because for now, we're still in range. Like, we haven't actually left the initial balance yet.
Okay.
We still have
Back to
7
the
minutes
75s.
before the initial balance is set. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see it back at 515.
Some of the comments here in chat, Douglas talking about building structure, shaking the weak longs.
Okay.
Hashlinger says, wait a minute, is my idea.
Okay.
Shiner says, retest before down. You're getting some participation. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Right back to these 75s, man. The number is 18,475 is the point of interest right here, right now.
I'm thinking it's still long because that's what the kind of the bigger picture is saying. I'm looking for it to come back to VWAP.
Okay.
Hold on. Come back to VWAP. You want to be long?
Yeah, down to VWAP. Down to VWAP.
Down to VWAP.
To
So
look
you're looking for a
long.
short?
No, not well.
down to
I mean, you
VWAP
could
alone.
do that. Yeah,
Got it.
but that short that you took, because I'm thinking that the structures to the upside, that was great. See money, take money. That was a great trade. It broke a support level. We cleaned out all those stops. You caught it. You bought some of those stops on your exit. That was a great trade. See money, take money when you're opposite the bigger picture.
Yeah, again, this is just want to be clear. This is the house account that I just heard you guys all talking 75s. And I know, John, you say if it hits it enough times, we break through.
Example.
As an executor, I got a decision I guess I need to make on my end is what does that mean now that I'm seeing order, the order flow and the dome, the ladder. what I like to call it, how it moves. So that being said, though, we're still at this area right now where it has either bounced to the upside pretty viciously, or we just saw it sell off really harshly.
Oh, we just lose Deanna.
Yeah, this is a pretty good bounce.
With my camera.
We were talking Dolce & Gabbana dog perfume. NP had one eye in the market. Before you know it.
Multitasking.
Sold right in that sucker.
Some more comments here. Big Sook says, looking for a long off the VWAP at 18.4 even.
Yep.
And Dude Working says, if we can't claim yesterday's high, we're going to go lower in the NASDAQ.
Okay, cool.
Duly noted.
If this is my house, if this is my personal account, which I retired last Friday and it's off the account, it's fully closed. I had it open for 20 years. I would be thinking short right now. And I'm going to share that, but I'm not making my decisions right now. I would be thinking I'd want to be short right now.
Yeah, see money, take money. Hoop says, Marcus State, you do well, and see money, take money.
Yeah.
I agree. I'm not sure. We are like Mickey has given us downside target of 386. We still got to breach 475. We did breach 475 there. Buyers did step in. So see money, take money for the time being. But like we said, we still have 5 hours left in the session. So we will eventually get there. But right now,
5 minutes remaining.
It's not. There's the 5-minute warning, Eddie. 5 minutes.
There it is. Finally, I've been waiting for that. SLB.
Took 39 minutes to get us to the 5-minute warning.
Here comes Tempest.
Crude traders, yes, coming up.
Yes, D's favorite number of the week coming up in 5 minutes. Yeah, no one enjoys this number more than D.
You want to squeeze
it? No, I find it funny because they're so wrong. They're so wrong all the time.
They have been lately, like silly.
Yeah. Look, JD, if you're there, come on in, JD.
Let's hammer out these hot streaks real quick.
Yeah, hey, real quick. So how's the flow going between you and Mickey? How's the flow going between you and Mickey right now? Going well? Open lines of communication, just free and easy, or?
Oh yeah, we're on Discord. He's sitting at his desk at his day job right now. He works for a fairly large banking institution. I won't out him or anything, but so his time is sort of restricted. But when he's in there, he is in there 100%, and he is hot right now. Yeah,
great stuff from Mickey.
Keep him coming, JD. Yeah. Keep him coming, JD. You guys got a good flow going.
Goldman, Goldman has all these orders that are sitting here at 75, like a shitload of buy orders. So, 75 is, I think, is a good level.
He alluded to what he did last time he was on with us, or last week when he was on for Power Players. He sort of told us what he did, but he didn't name the institution that he did it for. Anyway, he found a loophole. That's why he's able to trade with Topstep. But anyway, let's take a look at those hot streaks from yesterday. Oh yeah, all right. Funded trader hot streaks. All right. We have a bunch of our hot streakers back that were out yesterday. Hot streakers. I'll make sure not to use that one too often. All right. Fan is back. Mr. Consistent Fan pocketed another $206 trading the NASDAQ yesterday. 206 is a very common number for Fan. It's pretty much what he's averaging over his last 29 trading days. 29 days worth $6,061. Virgil still hanging around. Virgil picked up $10 yesterday to extend his streak to 29 days. Todd still playing small ball too. $21 for Todd. $21 in profits yesterday, trading the micro Dow. Nothing wrong with that though. Brick by brick, right? Todd is now sitting on 26-day hot streak. Matthew had a nice day trading the S&P yesterday. $392 in profits trading the S&P. Now on a hot streak, he's now our hot streak P&L leader. 23 days worth $7,500. Nice job, Matthew. Then we have Brian, $99 trading the micro NASDAQ yesterday. Brian is now on a 22-day hot streak worth close to $1,500.
Do it.
All right. Live funded P&Ls. We're going to rip through these real quick.
Oh, it came down to VWAP, just so we were all. Yeah. What, Deanna? What are you looking at down here? Guys in the chat, what are you looking at?
But value high and VWAP can be in a good area for a bounce. If we continue to go through it and then we hold below it, then it's a special situation, play value acceptance. And at that point, the targets can be extended down to 180 at least. But yeah, this could be a good long if we can hold
JD,
above it.
JD, thank you. JD, what did your team say on levels? 78% short. Lots of folks short right here.
So our downside target was Mickey had 386 to 327 as a floor, below that 299. So
We can break that. 299. Okay, buyers did step in a VWAP, like D said. It was about a 30-point bounce right there. A new candle form right here. We got the EIA number 2, Eddie. We got a lot of things going on right here right now.
Coming
at
in right
Topstep
now,
TV. Fast markets.
Yes. Crude oil inventory is coming in at a negative 3,728,000. You're looking at negative 1.8, coming in at negative 3.7. Sort of like what the previous was, negative 3.4. So once again, an intern putting up bad numbers. What do we do? Not much.
JD, thanks, Eddie. JD, what's that number again? Because Hoagland on Topstep levels on my chart, Hoagland has a level at 379 and 385. What were your levels?
floor at 386 to 327. So sort of a 60-point floor range there. Then below that, the extreme low at 299.
99 average touch. Okay, cool.
Wow, interesting. Looking at my charts, like this is where he talked about it being right here, which Hoag has 2 levels, all the way to right here, which Hoag has a level. So this area, boom, and that's trading. Eddie, you got to do that.
Ready? Ready? Here goes.
Boom! Now that is big time trading.
He said trading.
He's rolling in his grave.
All right. Hey, JD, we got anything else? I think we're not done, are we, JD?
Let's finish up those P&Ls from yesterday. Here are yesterday's best live funded P&Ls.
Hot.
All right. Pavel spread some love around. $8,400 trading the NASDAQ, micro NASDAQ, ES, and micro ES. Nice day for Pavel. Tariq up 80. Yep. Tariq up $8,200 trading the Dow. Brian. Oh, I was waiting for another one. All right. Number 4 on the leaderboard. Almost $4,100 trading the ES. Rips is back. Rips carved up the NASDAQ for $3,500. Rips has been on quite a bit the last couple weeks, making a big comeback. And Nick Fortick down there. Nick pocketed nearly $2,800 trading the S&P and the NASDAQ yesterday.
Yeah!
All right.
JD. Hey, guys, let's jump back real quick. Hold on. It's trading 75s up here again. It's right by it. Now, when it knocks on the door this many times, where's my charts? When it knocks on the door this many times to the upside now, what does that mean? I'm just kind of throwing it out there. I don't know what it means.
I don't know.
Knocked on the door a bunch of times now on the upside. Here's your 75.
Well, for me, this would be reversal at value high and VWAP, which is a good confluence to have. And then you just target the high of the day, which is where I have my ADR high around 560. So that would be one way to do it. But I mean, it is chopping in a range. So if we take that as a hypothesis, then going longs and shorts off of that range until it's broken might not be a bad idea.
So looking at this, would then there be a cheap short in here that you would say, or
not here because this is the middle of the range. So cheap trade for me would be up at 560 for short, and cheap long will be around 400.
Yeah, I see that.
399.
You look at the 5-minute D.
This is the 5-minute, yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Cheap short at 500, maybe. All right, Billy. Long T. All right. Thanks, guys. We got a lot of great participation. We have pruned the herd, so only the best is trading with Topstep TV right now. So good stuff.
JD, we good? We good to go? All right, we got Nick for a tick.
You want to take a look at some payouts?
100%. Let me guess. Hold on. $660,000 MP. Higher or lower? Like you probably know. Actually, you might know.
Higher. No, I don't. I
You
don't.
haven't looked at it? 660. D higher or lower? $660,000.
It's Wednesday. I'm gonna say higher.
Higher. Two taking the overs.
Higher.
Anyone else?
Hoag's got over 660.
Lower.
Eddie's got lower.
Eddie. The hires have it. Look at
Wow.
that number.
Oh, there you go.
10.
There you go.
433 payouts. Almost
I
$700,000.
will just jump out of this window.
Oh,
$1,642 average payout yesterday. Nice job. I've also got yesterday's top payouts. Look at this. Earl 35,000. Junkie 15,000. Junkie 15,300. That's Yunkie's second payout this week. Back-to-back days of payouts. Total of $29,000 for Yunkie so far this week. Stephen T over 14,000. Pulled that out of 4 XFAs. Carl almost 13,000. Also pulled out of 4 XFAs. And Johnny $11,610 from a pair of XFAs. Real money, folks.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, buddy.
GD. Damn, 710,000.
All right, so I pulled off those 75s by 30 handles.
Yeah, market's a little indecisive right now. Not even indecisive. We're in the range. 75s happen to be in the middle of the range right now. Like D said, cheap long around 400s, 406s I got VWAP at. Cheap shorts up around the 560 area. High of the day, 558. Crude going to make another attempt for the $75 level. Last trade, $74.80. The EIA number did next to nothing for crude. Gold, last trade, 24.41. High of the day, 24.47. Last week, we were well into the $2,500 level. We've retreated since. Dow chopping around last trade. 39,472. 472 last trade. High of the day, 619. So about 140 points off the highs there. We're just going to chop around. Market's taking a breather. All things considered, this is a slow day, even though there has been opportunity. But compared to Monday and Tuesday, market is just consolidating and taking a breath. We got 75% long in gold right now, looking at the tilt.
It's good to see a little bit of the liquidity to come back into the market.
Man, how about that close yesterday,
definitely.
Hoag? That close yesterday got weird.
Yeah, it was. It was spooky.
It was, man.
didn't the move happen like after the close as well? Was that
Yeah,
yesterday?
it continued after the close. Yeah.
Yeah.
It fell out, right?
Yeah.
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 Yep. That's right. Yeah, I think see money, take money, see profit, take profit. Kind of the name of the game right now.
Go, John, 75. Came up and hit it a few times. We just, when you were ducked out and came back in, we were just finishing up talking about what it means now when it hits it on the high side. It went through it, hit it on the floor a few times, handful, 3, 4, before it busted through and sold off all the way to the VWAP, which would have been a play. We should have been here. I don't think you were
timing is
here when
everything.
that
I
happened.
stepped away and it went there.
You went there. Now it's back up here. It would have hit this 1, 2, 3. This will be the 4th time. Is there any world where you would say 4th time's a charm? Let's
We
go
said it
with
for
the
the
momentum
downside.
of
Well,
what's
I
that?
mean,
No, then I'd say
in
the
a
upside.
world,
Right.
in a world where your level is visited 16 times, is the level still worth it? Probably not.
Exactly.
It's a little bit used up right now.
Yeah.
To me, it's more a matter of trade location in light of the fact that we're still chopping around inside initial balance and we're in C period already. So if this was a momentum trade, then I would be with you, MP, just play through it. But if it's a range-bound day, there's not much edge to be had in the middle of the range, which is very close to it. That's the only thought process that I have here.
Okay.
And Dow is kind of a similar
Yes, it is.
situation. It's just in the middle, just above value.
Yes.
Slight bullish sentiment.
Hey, shout out to our coach, Robert Cooney. Such a rock star, firing off answers to questions, support tips for chat. Kudos to you, RC. More straight from me from JK. Chat. Shout out to Robert. Great job.
We have questions in here. For you guys, what is it? Amy, do numbers of combines, activation fees bought each day surpass the payouts? Somebody else goes, can this sustain if the payouts keep going up? The daily payouts numbers are rising daily. Are you guys forward looking enough to have your business model sustained? But we've been doing this since 2010. 2010. Every year, every day, every month, every year.
Who was that? Amy, someone? I don't know whether you've heard, but we've got live traders.
Yeah. So we got live traders. I do not spend $10 million a month on ads, which I know a certain company that's struggling right now was paying. They killed themselves to death, paid all their influencers millions, bought info commercials on airplanes. I've heard that. And I know that because I was at the golf course. I go, hey, Topstep, blah, blah, blah. Hey, I saw an info commercial when I was on my way to Europe. I'm like, what airline? No, I go, what company? You guys know the company. They're the one that does everything, whatever, whatever. And it was on a flight to Europe. I'm like, info commercials on the flight?
Yeah, they got your attention.
And then they bought every influencer that has a Lambo that they sit on and all that kind of stuff. So we don't do that. We have zero ad spend. Zero. I just killed all of our ad spend, tell you the truth. We had a $20,000 a month for the last 3 months, 20,000, 60 grand we spent on payout policy. So easy. It fits in this ad. Of course, what do you think we were doing? We were jabbing at what's happening out there. We've always tried to innovate our model the best we can. We take people live. When those traders that are trading really well, we call them up live. We don't do all that, try to deny or make you video and all that kind of stuff, your stuff. So all that being said, we've been doing this for 14 years. We have 150 employees, 90 of them are support reps. The only thing we do poorly on right now is the response time to support. And that will change. And we do this all for you guys, and we also love trading and being around traders. So that's also why we started Topstep TV. So that being said, we have a great team that are under it. Let them cook.
That was a B-level rant right there. I'm not gonna lie, MP. You've
I kind of was out of breath.
I'm working on something akin to a hurricane scale with categories
Yes.
for Michael Rants.
That was an F2, or that was an F2 right there. Whatever. That was a category 2.
We have zones.
That's mild flooding.
Zones.
Yeah, that's a tropical storm right there. That was. We need Hurricane Michael to come in hot. Let's go scorched earth. No, you're right, MP. You are right. It's sustained. Yes.
I want perfume.
Perfume is here.
It arrived.
You guys are cracking me up today, man.
That was fast.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Same day delivery, Amazon.
I want perfume.
They do.
All right.
They do. It's in some big cities. They have you can get it within the hours, right?
I know. Yeah. I've got it here. Yeah, I live like dead smack in South London, Battersea.
Oh, nice.
It's like just outside of Zone 1, and we have it here. Like you literally order something like around 11, and it's already there by 3, 4. And sometimes
Amazing.
I forget, and I'm like, what's this? And I'm like, oh yes, of course, same day delivery. Yeah, I'm gonna miss that when I move to West Sussex, out in the sticks.
Yes, the stakes.
Guys, we're back up here at the 70s.
Yeah, we are.
So
Crude making new highs.
now
Thanks, Hoop.
1, 2, 3, 4 times in a 5-minute bar. 4 times, 5 times, call it 4 or 5. 75s. Would you get long right here? We could play the paper trade game,
We can play the paper trade game.
or we could take it. Chat, would you get long right here? Put a pull in here real quick. If it stays above the 75s, would you get long with this above the 75s, or would you look to get short?
See, I wouldn't purely because it's in the middle of the range, and
Yeah.
doing that on a range-bound day, it's just you don't have an edge. We want like Hoag always says, we need asymmetric opportunities, and God knows I got chopped up in crude oil trying to do things like that, so I stopped.
We'll do a
So,
poll,
yeah.
guys. Yeah.
We
Yeah.
missed
busted
our
the
good
trade.
trade location. So now it just adds risk.
What? Really quickly,
Yeah, because
why?
where does
Okay,
your stop go? Where does the
That's the
stop go?
question.
That's the only
That's the
question.
question.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 50
Can we
handles
limit
lower. You're
risk?
right.
Yeah.
I see. I
Because
But
do.
even if it
I'm more
goes, it doesn't matter because
Yeah.
our risk reward is not there because of the large stop size. That wouldn't be necessary.
All right, so here's the range. I was saying we were in this range right here, this one prior, and then we jumped down into this one, and we kept banging on the floor and the ceiling. This used to be the floor, then it became a ceiling, and now right after that, after your 75s hit the wall, hit it enough times, it's kind of great to talk through when it hits something enough times it breaks through. Educational day.
Mm-hmm.
Educational.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, we missed our good trade location. I stepped away for 5 minutes, and that's when it happened. That VWAP.
So we had a
touch
50-50.
was it.
50-50 in the poll. Long short.
Yeah,
Now, if we would have got
That's
long
about right,
75,
right?
25.
That's your odds when you're right in the middle of the range. It's 50-50 whether you're going to make or lose money.
Hmm.
There you go. Maybe I wasn't looking at it from the range. I was looking at it from if it hits a certain thing so many times.
No,
But all this is good because I'm trying
that's
to just
situational awareness. That still stands. That still
100%.
stands. So next time, if you are in a trade already and you have such a reference, you can look at it as a part of the OODA loops, so DA loops.
There you go. Yeah.
And then just use it for situational awareness to stay in a trade. But there's situational awareness whilst you're already in a trade, and then there's trade location and increased risk that would come with such a trade location in the middle, at least for me. So I'm trying to, because range bound days were terrible for me for many years, and then slowly I kind of started noticing that I was always getting involved in the middle. So I was like, okay, that needs to change. And it takes a lot of patience because you effectively need to wait for the edges of the ranges to come in. And it's annoying because you see things happening in the middle and you're like, I want to be in, but the risk, it just, yeah.
Was the advent of profile something that helped you kind of recognize better trade locations on the extreme?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah. I mean, for me, profile was a complete game changer for range bound days because you can see it, especially if you have extensions of the initial balance on both sides. Those are easy days as long as one side doesn't kick off into some mad trend due to some catalyst. But if you have extensions on both sides, those are actually the easy days for me because you just look to snipe off the top or off the bottom. And I use a 1 minute chart with equi volume candles on Ninja for that. So, you just wait for that stop run and then a reversal back into the range. And that's your entry. Very, very low risk trade with all the risk reward to the upside or downside, depends on what side you're in on.
Cheap trades all day
That's
long.
the kind of trade that Dolby and I did like a few weeks back on crude oil on the house account. That's exactly what we were doing. So,
Andre, house account, come on.
I
Come
got
on, guys.
563s. Yeah, 560. That'd be the cheap trade. We need confirmation one way or another. We need confirmation one way or another right now.
It's headed for the cheap high in the NASDAQ.
If we break these 475s, we got a 640 price target. If we push higher,
your team. JD, what's Mickey say? We're up here on the high side. Deanna, you said 560.
Yep, we said earlier above 560. Above 560, target 640 to the upside.
Yep, we got a
we are
breakthrough
ranging right now.
Nice breakout.
We're ranging.
Above 560 is 640 to the upside. So 560s could be another ceiling that we want to hold hold on to.
yeah.
We got a breakthrough.
Could hold on.
Seems to be a magnet around 475 right now.
So I would want to see a stop run first. So I put a line at 560. Yeah. So pop above the high and then big volume coming back down into the range. That would signify a failure of the breakout.
Failed upside auction.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we're in patience mode right now. Let's see how it reacts. See how the sellers came in there.
560s is value area high. Coach Vince. Andre, I need you pulling this. Coach Vince.
I'm telling you. I just said 560s. 560. We got to break through 560s. Then we're targeting 640s. Until we do that, there's no trade. Until we break through 470. Until we break through 400s, then we're targeting 386. If we break through 386, we're targeting 299. Nothing has happened yet. We're simply just being patient and observing.
No, 560s is up here.
We're trading 530s right now. 520s now. Let's be patient.
I am patient. I'm more or less looking at it from there's no level. Why is there no levels up here? Top step levels, but they, or maybe it's a Hoag.
I don't know. I mean,
Hoag, you don't have any levels up here.
It's Hoag
up until
only.
9.
I think
Yeah.
Hoag's levels are
Right.
in
Okay.
the top step indicator right now.
Yes.
S&P's here.
So
There is one level above. It's 19,022, and that's weekly kickoff high.
Yeah, that's far away.
Far away.
18,560.
Today.
I'm not impatient. We're talking this out. If it trades up to 18,560, what does this mean? I have no clue right now. I'm asking questions because you guys are saying if it goes 560s, then it goes to 640s. Well, if it goes to 560s,
The way I'm looking at it right now, because I use my orientation levels like the ADR high, which is where I have the 560 number from. So as long as that number is reactive, it represents kind of the high, the extreme of the days range that we've been in for the last 10 days. So in order to go higher, we actually need to break through that and hold. Until that happens, I will be trying shorts. I would be trying shorts if I was an NQ trader,
Thank
but
you.
it's the same. It's the same thing across the board. It's the same
560s.
approach.
Until it breaks through, you're looking for shorts. Does that mean it's a cheap short? You did say it was a cheap short way back there. This is why it's
but
not
because it's
impatient, guys.
NQ,
This is not being
it's looking at
reactive
through-
when it gets to a certain level.
Yeah.
I'm not being
82
reactive.
82% long crude right now.
Yeah, just to say for a second here, it is a cheap short. It is a poor high, however. So there's probably a lot of
it will run through.
there's probably a lot of other shorts that are up there. And if it runs through, the first thing we're going to do is hit all their stops. What D is saying, if it runs through, we want it to stay up there or continue quickly in that direction for a potential long above that level. Right, D?
Yep, that's right. But if it doesn't stay, if it doesn't hang upside, we're going to see a very quick move in the opposite direction and a failed breakout, and ergo failed auction. So,
Really high.
But that comes with volume behind it. So we can't have like flimsy sort of going up to it, creeping up. No, it needs to pop it very quickly, and then to have all the volumes from the stops that just got run over to come in and then push us to the other side. That's what the failed auction is all about. It's not a slow, crawly move that sort of meanders around. That's a rotational day then. That's something completely different in my eyes. But we need that run through, especially because it's NQ. It likes to run levels, and sometimes by about 50 points. So this is why I don't enjoy it. It's like, great, you've just ran through my ADR high by 50 points. It's like, now what do I do with it? Yes, it's reversing, but
Okay, so this is why I'm asking. So everybody in here is talking about impatience, or Andre wants this, or Michael wants this. Stop. Dan D said it perfectly. All I'm trying to do is not be impatient. It just wants to get the group all together around a thought process. So when the 60s come up here, if it comes up here, we have somewhat of an idea of what to do. Please think a little bit bigger and wider and quit being so whatever. Dan D, thank you very much. That's exactly what we're trying to do. We work as a team, and we're working at a team like, hey, if this happens, what are we going to do? And it could be like 100 handles off the market. We still want to be somewhat around that. So then when it comes up to that, even though we were bullshitting on the way up there, we actually know what we're going to do, roughly.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to be talking it through as the price level is happening. You want to know what to do when it happens ahead of that, right? So that's the whole point of the process.
Agree.
Preparation.
If we can team trade here on Topstep TV, and Dan D, thank you, because that was you jumping in with the chat in here and letting people know this is what you're thinking too. This is all great. If we get really good at team trading, that's when the Topstep Trading League, which is still there, still something we plan on doing in 2025. It'll be put within the Topstep X whole platform. Another reason why you should probably go there is because then you get good at team trading, and guess what? You might be having or being on your own team at some point. And then you can start to work like this. Now, some people may be the lone wolf, which is totally fine. But wouldn't it be awesome to also have options in your life?
And Marie in the chat, what do you guys think about think about the long on that fade back into accumulation this morning, like 18,460-ish, 460. Yeah, 475 has been the big level of interest. So yeah, the cheap shorts, man.
Coach Paul chimed in, 18,558.50. He says it's the second level resistance close. If we close it at 10 Central, risk 20 with a target of 18,760. Thanks, Coach Paul.
18,760.
Andre, when they say that, I can't process that, so I'm going to need you to summarize that to help.
I
need
got
help.
you. I got you. We got to break out of this
Thank you.
range. I got you. We got to break out of this range. There's no trade to be had right now, according to our plan,
My
according to our
biggest
level.
thing is, yeah,
There's no
the reason why I'm
trade.
talking is like I don't want to be one of these in my role where I execute and I'm like short, and you're like, what are you doing? I'm like, I thought this. So I want to be very clear on what it is. So then, and we should have been long. I'm like, well, that's a really bad mistake.
You think you're being mean to me in the chat, Michael?
This is it's like playing basketball. Like, dude, hit the back door. I hate you. Staring at the girls. Come on.
I think you're being mean. Tell him, chat. Tell him.
Come on, man. That's not
That's
fair.
so funny.
80% long crude, 79% long YM, 50-50 NQ, 50-50 ES. New highs here in the crude. But yes, we got to break out. Bullying Andre, you're bullying me. I'm man. No.
Where's that? We do have an image of like leave Andre alone. You guys have it somewhere, right?
Yeah, I agree. Leave Andre alone. I agree. Yeah, there it is. Look at that. Done. Yes. All right. Yeah. All right. We're still stuck in this range. Like D said, we need confirmation one way or another. We got nothing. We got nothing right here, right now. We got nada. That's okay. 2 trades, 2 winners. Up 51 hundo in the house account. How are we looking there on peak? My eyes are failing me.
Yeah, we're doing well. Yesterday would have been nice. We would have been up 4,000, 3,000, 4,000 if, again, I messed up yesterday. I thought it was a 5 lot. Deanna, I don't know if you saw. Thought it was a 5 lot. I had a clip size. Always, long story short, is a 1 lot. Perfect fill. Ran like however many points enough to put it in the thousands on a 1 lot.
All good. Yeah. It was a scratch day.
And it was a scratch day. We ended up the day down $13 because we had a loser right before that. That would have got us well healthy out of the hole.
It's much better than minus round,
Okay. All right, markets are very, very just behaving themselves right now. The markets are just best behavior.
Yeah, I can't look at Nasdaq. It's starting to give me anxiety, so I'm going to move that.
Yeah. We got 84% long.
The nervous intro candle. It just kills me. I'm an old woman.
Well, this is what markets do. It was crazy for 3 straight days. It was seeking balance. It was seeking sanity. It seems to have somewhat, to a degree, reached that area of sanity and balance. So, the blood is coming back into the dome a little bit here. We're seeing a little bit more on the bid and offer in the Nasdaq. As things slow down, things are
it was still very
normalized.
gappy this morning. It was still
it's pretty gappy still, but it is getting a little bit better.
We might be pushing here. This might be it. This might be.
I got somebody asking, "Is this normal for August? This is my first August trading," and I was like, "No, this is definitely not normal."
We are getting I'm starting to think the longer I'm trading and more participants. I mean, I'm going back 20 years, 25 years. There used to be really cyclical seasonal cycles, and summer was always really, really slow. But then as Topstep, we always kind of watch our active traders and how they come in. I'm like, when we're in meetings, I always think I'm really cool. I'm like January, like, well, summer slows down, and then everybody goes back, comes back to school, and then fall picks up. For all the people that are kind of like, well, is there so? It's kind of my fun way, but now is like our numbers and think the volume in the industry, CME, look at CME volume's not slowing on anything anywhere, or people participants. So I don't even know if there's an off time. Now, because everything's mobile too. That's another thing, John. I guess you could look at it too. There's more mobile people than there ever was. So you can be in the Hamptons. We always used to say, people go this summer in the Hamptons, and that come August, their kids go back to school end of August, September, and then they're back. Markets pick up. Well, now you can.
Yeah, I think that changed during COVID though, with remote working, because before there were a lot of institutions that didn't allow any sort of remote trading out of fear of insider trading, but during COVID they had to create some adjustments and stuff, and then people started saying, well, why are you so mistrusting? And then they started putting in new infrastructure, and then now most of the banks, like I have a lot of friends who still work for Barclays Capital, and they work from home like 3 days out of the 5. Like nobody even comes into the London office anymore. It's crazy to see. Yeah. So I think there's a lot of that. You're definitely right. A lot of people are trading from elsewhere remotely.
There's a lot of people entering the markets trading. If you think about the FanDuel and DraftKings folks, just think about action seekers, risk seekers.
They changed the game.
They changed the game. They're from the moment the market closes, or even right now. But like there's people betting. That's follow me on FanDuel and DraftKings and all this type of betting, sports betting, MGM, all that kind of stuff. But then during the day, those same folks, we have a lot of people self-employed, gig economy, workers, driving Ubers, everything like that, and they have a mobile. And then there's no games on, but there's also this other game called trading that's really, really interesting, in that you can control the athlete of the marketplace yourself and the things that you do within it. And then your downside risk is controlled, and now you have an opportunity that you don't have to risk your kid's college fund with a prop firm. It's just like it's a combo of all that. And it's just the action, risk-seeking demographic is growing, in my opinion, especially after the meme stocks of 2020 and all these people coming into, I got a Robinhood account, I'm up 10,000, I'm in Bitcoin, blah, blah, blah. So everybody's just feeling it.
Everyone's a day trader.
And I just think that just a big flood that goes into these two spaces, these industries. That's my take.
I agree.
I like it. And also, what happened? Remember the summertime? Remember the summertime? It was always just like buy oil, like crude just rally. Everything's changing. Something's changed. This summer has not been.
Crude oil is so weird.
It is,
but at least it's climbed up over the 182 average session range for the session. But what's been happening recently, though, all of the nice trending moves are happening either overnight, usually during Asia, and then by the time that I wake up, there's like 2 or 3 candles and then nothing, and then again NYMEX reasonably muted on a lot of the days. So I'm like, okay, so I don't have my main product anymore. This is great.
Right.
So I've been kind of playing around with YM, just trying to seek that liquidity that is not super crazy.
Are these 75s to play on a pullback? On a 75, Deanna, now that we're coming back, would these 75s be an interesting long, low risk, or a cheap long? Or I'm just saying this, I don't know. I'm asking questions.
Well, I'm just going to say that I'm not good with range bound in the middles. To me, this is still the middle of the range. So for me, it would be a no, but you're more of a scalper than I am.
Well, it's not me. I'm just asking you guys what you guys. If you say scalp, we're trying not to risk more than 30 handles, 30 points.
Yeah. So for me, I would need to risk a lot more than that. So at least 45, maybe 65, because of where the structure is. That's what the structure dictates currently, and I don't like that. That's way too much risk. So from that point, just purely from the risk perspective, it's a no from me.
It's a no for me too, dog.
Is that American Idol? Is that American Idol right there? We stole that show from you guys, D.
Yeah.
We saw
Randy Jackson.
Yeah, Simon Cowell. I actually met Simon Cowell. He's a pretty cool dude. Like when he's not being mean to others. But then again, I was a session musician that got hired to do something, and he was in like this sort of a lobby area, and he was smoking. So people were like, Simon, please don't smoke. Like, you're not allowed to smoke inside. It's like, yeah, who says so? I could buy you. And then he was like, like smiling. It was a joke. It wasn't like serious. He wasn't actually saying that. But yeah, it was quite funny. And then he bought everybody lunch, coffees, everything, whatever you wanted. So he was super generous to everyone.
And cigarettes.
So yeah, he
And he could smoke in the lobby.
While he kept smoking, I love it.
He said he could smoke in the lobby.
Yeah. But to be fair, he could probably buy that building. It's like, come on, it's his show, it's his production. Just wants to smoke, let him smoke.
Yes.
I mean, the smoke cop can come and stop me. I mean, if there's a rule, then there's a fine. If there's a fine, then they can go give me a ticket, unless you're being a public.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, so we're back
I'm sure
now.
He can afford it.
Up around here, MP.
Can you guys look at my charts real quick? So I have this I'm just horrible at drawing, but the point of the story is these are all the wicks that have been from 58 to 40. Every time it's come to the 58s to 18,558 all the way down to 18,540, which is only 18 points.
So what's that thing
it
on the
has
top?
Sold off. It has sold off hard. Now, is this a running start? Does this get a running start to the upside?
We're
That's kind of the question. But
it might.
It might be, But for now, it could also be a failed breakout. So this is where situational awareness comes in.
Again, if we can bust out of these, we're looking for a 640 target. Let's give it a shot here, MP.
Bust out of these, a 640 target.
That's the target. That was the target as of an hour. That was the target as of an hour ago. Things have changed. Well, hopefully we can tap into Mickey again.
The 560 bust out, right?
Yes. Maybe JD can.
Because right now, would this be considered a cheap short?
Technically,
if you want to,
not just yet, but yes, we're getting there.
Yep. Could be.
I'm just mindful of the stop runs that NQ likes to do, and we still haven't quite tagged the ADR high, which is kind of in the 60s. It's a zone. I would like to see a pop of the initial balance and then a failure of the auction, because on most days NQ does extend the initial balance, and right now we haven't done that yet. So purely from a statistical point of view, we need to wait for that to happen first, especially because we're so close to the top.
The NASDAQ also about 65% of the time leaves one extreme of the initial balance as one extreme of the day.
Is that from Edgeful?
No, actually, I went back and looked. On my profile.
And now we can look at Edgeful.
Yeah, now we can look at Edgeful, right? Yep.
Yeah.
I looked at 30 days, and that's about where it was. The NASDAQ has the highest probability of leaving one extreme of the initial balance as one extreme of the day.
All right, we are in a range.
Yeah.
Okay, so
there's no doubt about that.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 7 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. 7 times it's come up here in the 40s, peaked its head above the 40s, and sold off. If we want to play the game of if it keeps banging on it and it breaks through,
you can run a stop run. You can run a stop run through it. That's a fun trade.
Yeah, that's what Deanna. I think when you're talking about the 560s, and Andre, I'm just kind of 560s to the 640s. You got everybody that on that sell-off. The sell-off back here that got us all the way to the VWAP. There could be stops that got back in here that get stopped right around. Is that what you're talking about, Deanna? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. So that's where the 560s could have that runner. Now we're above the 540s. I feel like.
So here's Edgeful. Initial breakout. Last 6 months during the cash session, 77% of the time it only breaks it to one side.
Yeah, see, that's a lot, isn't it?
Pretty high. It's a lot. It's nearly 80%.
So how do we interpret that? When it breaks out, it'll continue that direction?
Well, for example, if you were not necessarily. So if you were to play a failed auction, you can do so, but don't expect that it's going to run through to the other side. So you have to find a target somewhere inside the initial balance if you are running a failed auction. But if you are looking for a breakout and a run, then you might have a chance for a trending day. However, again, there's another piece of statistical data that trending days only really occur about 30 to 35% of the time. From some of my research, NASDAQ actually does it 35. Some of the other markets as low as 20%. They almost never trend. Most of the days are range bound. But NASDAQ has some, trending days, so it's a bit higher. So yeah, for me, if I were to look for a failed auction on this data, I would not be looking for a move that goes all the way through and then back into value through to the other side. No, I would probably finish it up either in the middle. Maybe session VWAP can be used for that purpose, or the nearest demand level on a 5-minute chart, which is 456.
456.
So
Yes.
I wouldn't be running it to the other side as a full rotational day for a neutral day type.
Okay. Well, VWAP does continue to uptake here. I got VWAP at 420. I see what you're thinking.
Big Ben, not another L80 pattern. You guys.
L80, yeah. The L80, man. That's not going away anytime soon, man.
Yeah. So I had a question earlier, and I think it's always good to get insider information as long as you don't go to jail or you use it to profit in the markets. Blockchain asked, comments on why Topstep halted the affiliate program. We halted the affiliate program is because we're going a direction where we need to rely on whoever is a true partner, whatever they say, we can get behind. We can't get behind, and I'm not going to ever get behind anybody that we don't fully get into bed with, so to speak. Only exclusive to Topstep. Only allows us to audit them to make sure all they're saying the right words. They'll update the right stuff. They'll speak about us the right way. They won't say things are guaranteed or things are easy. All that stuff's out the window. Apex, you can have them. Guess what? I know you're spending millions on those guys. They go to you and they come to us for free. So thank you for that. We're riding your coattails. My Funded Futures, you're doing the same thing. You're buying all these affiliates. Congratulations, guys. It will work well for you. It will work well for you, but they will come to Topstep. Therefore, we don't have an ad spend. We're working on true partners. Therefore, you'll see like Rips is on here. He's a very close partner. Working out agreements with all these guys. Topstep only. You can't float everybody else. You can't jump around. Hey, and now I'm a so-and-so guy because Topstep, they're the past. No, you're teaching people. We want people to be guiding people. If you're an influencer, that means you're leading a community. We want you guiding them in the right way. We also don't want to be aligned with anything that anybody says that we don't agree with, because that also puts a bullets or crosshairs on us. And we also really want to work towards being a leader in the space, example-wise, in the regulatory's eyes, of working with the right people, of not whoring ourselves out, so to speak, money-wise and cheap-wise and FOMO-wise and 20,000 account-wise and all that kind of stuff. So we're trying to do all these things, which means we're going to start unhitching the wagon. We cut off 1,000 or so affiliates. We're down to like 50. The 50 will get filtered down to the best ones we have, and those are the ones that are responding and working with us. If I email an employee or team member, we don't call them employees, a team member, they get back to me right away. If that's repetitive, we don't work with them. They're off the team. Same thing with partners. If you're an affiliate out there, you're not even an affiliate with us, you're actually a partner with us. If you're not responding to us, if you're not doing all this, then we just don't want to work with you. It's just like that easy. If you're like, hey, that was an income for me, well, then you should have taken, greater pride in working with those that try to work with you, because we've reached out to people and they won't follow up with us, and then we cut them off. And that's we give them fair notice, and we still pay them for all their stuff and all that. But it's a true working relationship. In the very beginning, we got as many of folks that said, hey, I want to be an affiliate. And those people would say, I want to be an affiliate over here and over here and over here and over here and over here. You guys see them. And now those days are over. We don't want to be a part of it. We're signing athletes now, big-time athletes. We got a couple of them that we're talking to. One of them's pretty much inked up, going to the Olympics in 2026. True regimen of routine, discipline, and all that kind of stuff that they believe in. And they believe in motivating people and helping them get to their goals, going for the gold, going for the first place gold. X Games, call it Olympics. Topstep Funded is the gold. So we're working with these people because it's showing that it's aspirational, it's motivational, and it's showing that an average person can become a professional skier and also professional trader on the side. So we're going to do that kind of stuff rather than Tommy in his mom's basement flips on his webcam. Those days are over. we're going to be narrowing it down and working with the pro ball type of people that move the direction that we're moving. So that's the long-winded answer.
Bam.
Yeah.
Bam. Tommy? Wait, who? Wait, Tommy's where, Michael?
Repeat that again. Say that again.
Where's Tommy?
There's a lot of them.
Yeah,
They're in
it's a
the
lot of
dorm rooms, their parents' basements, or their
A lot of
garages
Tommies.
with their cars behind them. Yeah.
A lot
Andy
of
says
Tommies
that-
out there.
Andy says that CPAP machine is working on your lungs, MP.
Yeah.
Last night I didn't sleep with it. I feel shortness of breath today.
All right, we got some seller stuff in here. Seller stuff in here. Coming up to these 475s again. That cheap trade, man. Damn. Cheap trade, what's up? That was not in the trading plan, but we did recognize that we are in a range. That was now they're rating your slow squeeze, Michael. They're rating.
It is plain.
Was it cheap enough?
Yeah, that's the question. Yeah, it is a
Enough.
question. I mean, hindsight's easy.
Yep.
No, I think we have to look. It is respecting these ranges.
75.
I haven't seen
Yeah.
it.
Oh, big
Yes, look at it on a 30-minute chart.
Complete barcoding.
Wow. That is
Yeah.
like textbook range bound, crushing it today, money.
Yep.
Crushing it today, money.
Bottom to the top, top to the bottom, bottom to the top,
Bottom
Mhm.
top to the bottom.
So strange how you can find some information when you zoom out a little bit. This is just a 30-minute chart. That's all it is. So, all of us are kind of locked into 1 minute, 5 minutes, and then you zoom out and you're like, okay. Interesting. And then
I
you
try
can,
to keep mine on the 30-minute
find,
most of the time.
yeah. So do I usually, but yeah,
Just because it lines up with the
Can we-
profiles.
it does. Yeah, very nicely.
Just so I can help my marketing team, brand ambassador team. Oh yeah, we're moving to brand ambassador. I just should have summed it all up. No more affiliate. Affiliate's like transactional. Thanks for giving us a transaction. We want a brand ambassador and or partner. So it depends on where you're at with that one. So that's the end of that story. But I talked about X Games and all that. Anybody here watch the X Games? Just do it in a poll. Do you like the X Games? Because we're going to talk to them about sponsorship. Because we like to be around extreme athletes. Everybody goes for the X Games Gold and X Games, Topstep X. I don't know. There's a lot of synergies of just fun little marketing long tail stuff.
I don't even know what X Games is.
Or maybe a US thing only.
That's a no. That's a no from Deanna.
Well,
That's
really?
It's no, just like extreme sports, X Games extreme sports.
Let's see.
Not
Yeah.
your usual run of the mill.
Okay.
The skateboarders, the snowboarders, the skiings, the bikes.
Right.
I was an ex-gamer.
Okay.
Skateboarding.
Hoag.
Wow.
Hold on, you were in
Sponsored
it?
skateboarder.
You just
It was before
You
the
were in the
X
X
Games,
Games?
but
Okay.
no, it was before the X Games. But I did do some competitions in like southern Wisconsin, northern Illinois. I was pretty good at it. I was actually sponsored. They used to
Nice.
give me free skateboards.
We gotta
The
find
Oh,
out.
closest
wow.
I came to that was when I was a kid. I was a gymnast from like 5 till 9, and then 9 years of age, I got scouted to be in the Yugoslavian Olympic team.
Really?
Unfortunately,
Oh,
by the
wow.
time that I was supposed to be, by the time that I was supposed to be in the Olympics, it was supposed to be 1996 when I was 16, and the country fell apart. So
Oh,
no
let's do
Olympics
it.
for me. So yeah, it was kind of like always a dream of mine. And then I found music, and did that for 20 years, and now I'm a trader. So yeah.
you watched the Olympics, D.
I do, yeah.
I watched
Still
the
love
Hey,
gymnastics.
And P, we're at these
We're
47s again, or 47s. Yeah.
We're at the 75s again. Okay, now
Yeah.
this is just so it's a great conversation today because it's sticking at levels that we don't have to bring up
Really
new
is.
levels. Right? Yeah.
It really is.
Okay, so
We
it's at
are,
the 70. This morning it responded 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know, a lot at this level.
Yeah.
We caught it to the long side, then we caught it to the down to the short side, right at 75. Now as it came back, my little painter thing, as it came back right around here, it then screamed higher and it started filling in back where it was this from the open. That ceiling held up, which is the 540s to the 60s, the 540s and 60s. We were just talking about it being a possible cheap short and or short run, which a short run then is taking it higher because all the shorts are getting run. Yeah. Short stop run, whatever you want to call it.
Yep. Squeeze, whatever. Yep.
So the cheap short would have played out. He probably would have, if you said, hey, anything above the 60 something, because then Deanna, it could have kept running higher.
Mm-hmm.
So you would have been protected there.
VWAP
And now we're at
go
the
higher.
now we're around the 75s. What do we?
VWAP's
What do you
increased
do?
by about VWAP's increased by about 30 points here in the last hour or so.
Okay,
If it means anything to you.
that's helpful.
Yep.
So that's pressure to the upside.
Well, pressure to the upside.
But that's just
price
because
remain
of
higher.
That's just because of volume, because we have to know what VWAP represents. It's a smooth average with volume inside it. So if we're just printing volume in barcode, of course it's going to rise because that is the level. It's going to get closer and closer to the current price the more that we stay in the same area, right?
Yep.
So I don't know how much VWAP can be helpful in this situation. Maybe as a target, that's always a good thing.
Okay.
But
all right. Well, we're still
be-
in this range. A shout out to all the range traders today. Hopefully, you guys are killing it with this range. We are watching quietly, surely but quietly. Crude just continues to just drift higher. Last trade $75.57. We were having some trouble getting above $75. This last try, we've gotten above $75, and we're 57 cents higher. High of the day, $75.65. We're gonna keep an eye on this range right here. More sellers stepping in here. I'm gonna throw it to JD for stats number 2. We got about 38 minutes left here in fast market. So I'm going to throw it to JD. JD, hit me.
Let's burn through these yesterday's best XFA P&Ls real quick. Here we go.
Sir.
More big numbers coming out of the XFAs. Every trader here profited more than $20,000 yesterday. Can you believe that? I think that might be a first. First we have Jason. Jason picked up over 28 grand trading the NASDAQ, Nikkei, and S&P. James with $24,614 trading the NASDAQ. Hamza trading gold and the NASDAQ for just over $24,000 in profits. Praveen with $23,500 trading the S&P. And Thomas with $20,700 trading the NASDAQ and the S&P. Huge numbers coming out of those XFAs. All right, here is the bottom half of the leaderboard. In 6th place, we have Drayton. Drayton made about $1,000 yesterday and down-ticked from 5th place down to 6th. Next up is Edward in 7th place. Edward lost about $8,000 trading across 5 XFAs, held on to 7th place for another day. Nick for a tick. There he is, 8th place. Right. Nick made money in his live funded account yesterday, but lost about 15 grand trading in his 5 XFAs, but he's still hanging tough in 8th place today. Then we have Marco. Marco profited just over 7 grand across 6 funded level accounts. That's 1 live account, 5 XFAs to move into 9th place. He was in 12th place yesterday. And Yiwei rounds out the top 10. After fees and commissions, Yiwei lost $1, one single dollar. That's one Cicero clam. Good enough to hold on to 10th place for another day, though. We've got their account type label now. Jack put up a nice column for us, so we know if they're trading in an XFA or a live account. That's brand new for today. All right, here is the top of the leaderboard. Eddie.
Things look bad. It looks like you're not going to make it, and you got to get mean. I mean, plumb mad dog mean. Because if you lose your head and you give up, then you neither live nor win. That's just the way it is.
Yep. Pete loves it. He loves it.
He keeps getting better at it.
He loves it. And Pete loves this shit. He loves it.
Oh, we got it. There we go. Oh, got it.
Wow, look at that number.
All right. Let's start at the bottom there. Liam took a $3,300 drawdown in his live funded account, slipped from 4th down to 5th place. Liam trading in a single live funded account. Brian P., he was on our live funded P&L list a little while ago, also trading in just a single live funded account. He made $4,100 yesterday, jumped from back into 4th place. He was in 6th place yesterday. Justin lost close to $16,000 across 5 XFAs, still able to hold on to third place. Rafa dropped $5,000 in his live funded account. Rafa is now in second place after Chung's huge day on Monday. Chung made $160,000 on Monday, followed it up with another $17,000 yesterday. He's getting closer to that payout status. Maybe he was listening to us yesterday and scaled back a bit. Anyway, Chung is trading in 1 live account and 5 XFAs. This is now his second day in the top spot on the leaderboard. A couple of quick shout outs. So 4 of our top 5 traders at Topstep are trading in the live funded account, and 3 of those 4 are trading in single live accounts, no XFAs. What does that tell you?
Real trading. No XFAs.
Real trading.
No, that's what's up. Yeah, real trading, real accounts, real P&Ls, real Topstep.
That's
real. That's another reason why we went away from some of these affiliates, because they don't trade real. There's your final cap to that one. And they are real transparent, and they do screenshots of real stuff that happened one time.
Look at your NASA shirt. I love that thing. It's cool. Thanks, JD. Thank you, JD.
Not living your dying, Dre.
What if you were an astronaut, Michael? Topstep wouldn't be here.
That's that's on my bucket list. Who here has a bucket list to be in space? Some people are like, no, I wouldn't want it. I'm like, what?
I love it, man. Look at this. This is my guy right here. He is feeling it today, man. You are getting A+, Michael, grade A MP today, folks. Prime MP. This is good stuff. MP?
Just have the succession plan in place before you do that.
Throw my name in there.
My wife would probably enjoy it. Hey, go on. Just make sure life insurance is updated.
All right, coming into these 440s here. 18,440.
Some of us are in space
long
every
Crude.
night.
So, fun email that just came through. I thought you guys were joking about the dog perfume.
No,
respond to Tim.
I just got the email from Tim. Yeah, so can you just confirm your address, because we're gonna send you that dog perfume.
You're gonna review it for us.
A quick update on that is that it is only available for pre-order right now in the UK, but we're gonna pre-order it for you, Deanna.
Thank you. Thanks, babes.
It comes with a collar. Get hype.
Yeah, who are you gonna do? Who's your favorite show pony, so to speak, dog? That you're gonna be like, this is my number one. You get the collar, you get the perfume, and everybody else can wish they were you.
Oh, that's Astrid Mimi. So yeah,
Mimi.
Astrid Mimi. Yeah.
Yep.
Mimi, that's actually a name of my mom, Mimi, called her Marianne, but everybody calls her Mimi for some reason. So when we had the pups, she was the smallest, and we already named her Astrid. And then my mom was like, oh, can you please name her by me as well? So now her name is Astrid Mimi, and she responds to both of those names equally. But she's very cute. Mm-hmm. She's pretty resilient, because she was a runt. She's no longer a runt. She ate herself to number 3 spot in weight. Oh. And she's a feisty little thing, but pretty agreeable, very cuddly, always needs to be on your lap and stuff. So I'm gonna use her as the tester.
Right, Mimi, if you're listening, you got a collar coming your way shortly in a little bit.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm wondering if the scent is dog butt.
Fox poo.
I mean, they dig that scent, right? I mean, you'd want something that's attractive. It smells like dog butt.
Yeah.
I can imagine.
Did I ever tell you guys my dad's story about why dogs sniff each other's butts? We probably won't want to do it here, but one of these days I'll tell you.
Can't wait.
Here on Fast Markets, where else are you going to get a conversation like that? Why dogs smell each other?
We should keep a list of all the things we can't say here, but we'll say at a Topstep meetup when we get everybody together in Vegas.
I like that.
Here are all the things we haven't been able to say on air, and you're going to get it.
Stick around.
Maybe the audience. Maybe the audience.
Yeah.
And when we do a meetup, they come to us and be like, "Oh, tell us this one, tell us that one." Well done. All right.
Yeah, most programs that I worked at were quite, let's just say, non-PC.
It's Different beast. Those are those prop firms. All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw it to my main man, Eddie, right now. We got some housekeeping to do around here on Fast Markets. Click like, click subscribe. A little light on the likes today. I'm having a lot of fun today. So I clicked like earlier. Yeah. I'll throw it to my man, Eddie. Eddie, what do we got for the plugs?
Plugs. We got plugs. Every day on Topstep TV. Senior performance coach, 35-plus year trader John the Hoag Hoagland will be sharing his key levels now with Topstep X. And all those years of experience from Hoag and our other Topstep performance coaches is built into a charting indicator that gives you an extra layer of confluence for any trading strategy. Now, to find this, what you got to do, as you got my chart up there? Yes, you got my chart up there. I've got this one already hooked in. But what you want to do is you want to come up here to indicators. Indicators and strategies. Ooh, sexy. Click on that. And what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to type in top. And there it is, real quick. You don't have to go top step, but there it is. Top step daily levels. Click on that, and that's going to add it to that specific chart. Okay? If you want to add it to another chart, you can see they're just on this one. If I want to go to Crude, I'm going to go to Crude here, open it up, indicator, top step. So you can put just top. There's the levels. Oh, look at that. Isn't that pretty? Oh, that's just gorgeous. All right, there you go. There's your indicators for that. So hopefully that helps. I know that some of you were asking about it in chat earlier. Also, check this out. Everybody gather in. Everybody get closer. This is going to be cool. Topstep TV is introducing two new segments. All right. Starting August 12th, catch At the Buzzer with Coach Jay Monday through Friday from 3:15 to 4:15 here on YouTube. All right. He's moving from the Discord to the YouTube channel. Starting August 11th, catch Globex Kickoff with Nick for a Tick on Sundays starting at 4:45 p.m. Central Time. All right, so I'm going to remind you, I'm going to tell you again, and we're going to remind you about this, but we're moving on up on bringing you more content for your trading knowledge. Also, if you can, Trustpilot. If you like what we're doing here, okay, if you like Topstep TV, what we're showing you, the platforms, and what we're giving you, please take a moment to leave us a review on Trustpilot. I'm going to drop the link in for about 10 minutes. If you got time, please let us know if you like what we're doing here, and we appreciate it. So that is all the plugs I've got right now, Andre. I'm going to get that link
Say it one more time.
the chat.
Say it one more time about Jay. Coach Jay. Coach Jay, guys, rocks. Very, very good.
Buzzer. At the buzzer.
At the buzzer. Right. This is going to start August 12th.
Yes.
Okay. Coach Jay, Monday through Friday from 3:15 to 4:15. So right when we're done here from Topstep TV, you can go do a potty break, do whatever you got to do, come back 3:15, bada bing, bada bang, and you'll have Coach Jay for an hour. That's pretty cool. And we love Coach Jay here. He works very hard, and he's earned the spot where he is today.
Yeah, sure, Coach Jay at the buzzer. At the buzzer, when earnings season is hitting, he's going to be talking earnings. He's going to be recapping the trades. He's going to go not only talking about NASDAQ and ES and YM and Crude and gold. He'll be talking about hogs. He'll be talking about cattle. Anywhere where there was those big moving, big opportunities. So he's going to spray to all fields and just talk about recap the day, preview the following day coming up. Again, when earnings season is rocking and rolling, he's going to be all about earnings. So, yeah, really excited for At the Buzzer. Shout out to Coach Jay. Taking some much-deserved rest time off this week. Just getting ready. Fired up next week. Love it. Yes, Topstep TV expanding programming. We got Dean here, taking over London. We're going to keep growing that London thing, too. And
you know, also
Coach Jay out of New York. We're going global, baby.
The range, you heard about Hoagland's Heroes. Eddie, what are you calling your team? You have a name?
Horns of Plenty.
What is it?
Horns of Plenty.
Horns of Plenty. Horns? Oh, Horns. Eddie Horns. Got it. Yeah.
Heavy horn, yeah.
I took me a second, too.
What?
Took me a second, too. Took me a second.
The E-Money team would be good. But, okay, the horns, horns of plenty. Okay, the Hogan's here. These, and then JD, what's Team JD or whatever your name, naming your team. We're going to keep, and you guys are hearing Mickey. Mickey, you've heard Mickey, blah, 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 this morning. You're going to start hearing more names. And we're recruiting, we're listening, we're evaluating, we're watching, we're doing all that. And these guys will reach out, and other folks will be reaching out to certain folks and ask if they'd like to be a part of their level team. Level team is simply discuss the markets, what levels are you seeing, and then the coach of that team, call it Hoagland, John Hoagland for Hoag's Heroes team, says, hey, I got so-and-so and so-and-so saying this about that. And then that will be part of the conversations we have in here. That will also be influencers in the house account trade decisions. That being said, you could be one of those people. You could be more than just getting funded. You can do that. And we'll be taking care of those folks as well along the way that prove to be pretty damn valuable, which we're finding a good handful, and that handful is growing. So that being said, tryouts begins.
Tryouts begin. TV's
I
levels.
did a little
are
scalp
higher.
on little
do they
scalp
contact
on YM during that, so up another 120,
Yes.
so up 923 in this combine.
923, almost $1,000 day. That's great.
Yeah.
What is it?
YM.
What are we doing, Andre? What are we doing to get the folks that are interested in sharing love? You got to be a funded trader.
I saw that.
That's something
Funded
that's
trader.
a prerequisite.
Yeah, we'll reach. That's. I think JD's heading that. We'll get you in touch with JD. JD, what do you, JD? If you're there, I don't know if you're still on VMix or not. If someone wants to give us their levels and share their levels with us, JD, what is the process we should go through? We have to vet them. We have to see if they're a funded trader. We can't just let anyone just come in and just start spitting levels. But yeah, JD, if you're there, what are your thoughts on how we bring in bring people that want to give their levels?
So right now we've been cherry picking from a list that we have, and we've been reaching out to people. But eventually we're gonna get a form together and let people start reaching out to us to see if they want to participate. But that's still a little bit in the future. Right now we're still reaching out to people that we feel would add value to TopstepTV. Again, that'll eventually shift to people reaching out to us, and we'll vet them and bring them on as appropriate. But for now, yeah, we're just reaching out to people.
So yeah, here's a good question. Is XFA a funded trader or only live considered?
A funded trader
Yes,
is a funded trader. Yeah.
Correct.
If you pass the trading combine, you are a funded trader. You'll get paid out the same. You get all. We just manage our risk, and we manage the true professionals that we deem are ready to trade live. Go to live, but everybody's still a proven, I can manage risk, or I've completed the objective. So that whole level is still funded. So yeah, good question. So all of them.
Good question, D. Thanks, JD. Hey, and SSS in the chat, I'm looking at you. Want those levels, SSS? You keeping them? You're
Is there an email that you want them emailing? Is there and JD? When are you having all this information that you're going to be sharing?
SSS.
We'll come back with more information on how traders can contact us if they feel like contributing or if they're interested in contributing. We don't have that set up right now, though, but once we have it up and running, we will start sharing that with people.
SSS keeps him very guarded, very close to the chest, close to the vest.
Who just in here talked about the VIP? I just saw you.
Someone liked the VIP. Got my free $100,000 account I saw.
Yeah, who was that?
Someone liked it. Thanks.
Oh, yeah, quick update. We now have 19 traders have now, from the Topstep VIP club, 19 out of 150 have now passed through the trading combine to earn an XFA account. So just a quick update on the Topstep VIP challenge.
What else other stats do we got? How many teams do we have? What are the teams' name? Who are the coaches? 19 of 150 is more than 10%.
Yes, it is. They're in the VIP room right now, MP. The champagne room.
Yep, we're gonna have a whole lot more information to share about the Topstep VIP traders early next week for sure.
And it's just
early next week, guys. Tune in early next week. VIP will be giving you updates, consistent updates. JD, is that you bringing those?
Sure is. I'll be bringing those in live daily for everybody.
Mm-hmm. Ursa, you like that trader math? That was quick. 12.6.
That was nice. That was nice. You that was pretty good.
You just got to take 150 and just be like, well, 10% of that, just drop a zero. There's 15.
My man, dude. He is clicking today, folks. We are getting prime MP today. Hope you guys enjoy. If you guys like what I'm hearing, because I like what I'm hearing, click like, click subscribe. I think we have some hashtag fast markets coming out shortly. I hear we have a lot. We have some good stuff to show. But really quick, I saw someone say KV. KV gives some really good levels in the chat. Speaking of KV, KV's going to be on today. So let's go over the schedule, what we got coming out today on TopstepTV. Here's about 18 minutes left on Fast Markets. So after this, we got power players come out with Robert, Gabe, and Armando. Shoulder tap, Jack and Ben. Group coaching, JD and David Green. Stay tuned for that segment. David Green and JD are going to go over how the MOC process actually works. Yes, how the MOC process actually works. We've no more questions and how it, they're getting these numbers, rolling throughout the day, coming into the close. It's not just they announced it at 2:50 Central Time. They just execute. That's not the case. Tune in for that group coaching with JD and David Green. Then we got road to patience with KV. Check out. We'll see how he gets his levels. See what levels he has to provide for us in Power Hour. Speaking of Power Hour, Andre, David Green, Coach Dakota, and Hoag in the house. Of course, Dakota and Nick for a tick in slow markets. And let's not forget the London opening call with D right here, right now. Thank you for that. All right, starting to see some sellers come in here. You got it, Flyer Jim.
Yeah, this is probably zero close now.
Yep. Yes, it is. See if we can break through. So we have to break through the 386s, lower end of the range here in the NQ.
Okay, so we're back down here. Do you think this holds now, or is this one of these that finally?
No.
Did you guys also know the 75s? Do you guys also know the 75s held up yet again, as far as a retest of the upside? If you look at my chart, 75s, 83s, whatever you want to call it, right here.
Yeah, I don't know. My eyes are just uncomfortable looking at middle ranges on a day like this. It's weird.
Mine too.
I just can't see that as a risk limiter. Yeah, because I'm just like, there's an originating high up there.
Well, here's the thing. 7 out of 10 times this trade will work according to Edgeville, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This would be the 8th or 9th try, this lower end right here, based on the 5-minute starting back at pretty much the open, last 2 hours or so.
All right, help me out down here. What are we looking at?
See if it holds.
Well, if we're going to stay range bound, I mean, it just hit low of value for today, which was 437. But there's still some considerable risk on that trade.
Yeah, that's the only thing. We're not quite at the bottom yet. Like, we are 39 handles away from the low. That's the trouble with big ranges.
Well, I guess with house account MP, we don't. Yes, it is market generated information, right? We are seeing what the range is and look at the 5-minute, right? Lower in the range, in the 420s.
But here's another thought. So how many trades have we already done on the house account?
2.
2. Okay. And how many do we normally do in a day when we're profitable?
We've done 5 around there. I don't know. We don't have that as far as like stat off the top.
Why do you ask, D?
Right.
But I mean, it's opportunity to me. It's like opportunity.
Keep trading, yeah, because when you keep trading and yet the day is maybe not for over trading and doing a million trades, we could just leave it at 2 trades and call it a day, right? Because it's like we've done some good trades. You're great at executing. And it's like,
we're letting our loss limits get to 10. We should be letting our profitable
but we already have profits. So you can only take what the day gives you. And right now, yes, we have Euro close, but we're heading into lunchtime. when things are bound to dry up? Like, do we want to keep a trade through that? Do we think that it's going to be, a good idea to trade so close to lunchtime on a day when we're just range bound? I don't know. To me, I would be looking to do more trades if we have more opportunities for like a directional move that can just push it in one direction and it goes. But today it's all just like tug of war, up, down, up, down. And lunchtime, things might go dead, And then if we lose, it's going to be like,
And
oh,
we're
we should pay
pissed.
some back.
And we're pissed.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we'll talk off. MP
Probably
will talk
not
today.
MP wants to hear.
No, it's okay. It's a good conversation.
It's to me, today's a range bound day, so there's opportunity in ranges. We recognize the range.
Yeah, but time of day, time of day is a consideration, is a concern.
Yeah. Yeah, now the timing. Now you're starting to get in a different time of the day, sure. But then we have a couple trades that, when I was talking about the 60s up there and things like that, there was plays up there we didn't take.
Mm-hmm.
Now we'll let account go to 10,000, lose daily loss, but we're at 5,100 on an up day, and we're ultra conservative. All of a sudden,
we are losing VWAP now in the NASDAQ.
We are
right at the low of the session. We just extended the VIP.
Yeah, Mickey said something down here, John.
386 is targeting 386s. If we can get through 386, 299 downside target 299.
That's correct.
Well, the 86
just gave up VWAP in the S&Ps as well. Remember, we have all that liquidity down below 52.55. Let's see if it's still there.
John, your level right here are the 83s. Why'd you have these levels? I don't have it off the top of my head. Andre, the levels.
Value high from yesterday. Now we could give a value area special situation play as well.
Failed auction as well, and back into a range.
Failed auction. Haven't taken out the low in the S&Ps
it's a line in the
yet.
stand,
There it is. There it is. Yeah, we just gave up VWAP, so this could be a decent short, as long as we stay below the initial balance.
All right, if we can pull back to 86 as MP, maybe we take the short. We take the short if we pull back to 86.
Initial balance in the
and again, I'm just going to say time of day. I'm just going to say time of day. Lunchtime coming. Do we want to be running a directional trade into a lower liquidity on already a low liquidity day, on an off chance that it might catch a runner when we've been barcoding for most of the day? So that's just my take.
We've been barcoding for most of the day. And now all of a sudden, are we expecting this directional day to happen? I get you.
I mean, this would probably be good for Power Hour or something, where we have the push from bonds closing and MOC and everything. So that could be a Power Hour trade. But lunchtime, I would be very skeptical of this move.
So given all that, if we would have taken the what was Mickey's and Hoag's? Hoag's was 80. Hoag, you explain it. You know Mickey's and you know yours. The market came down to that, and right when it touched those, it slipped all the way down to. But it's firming back up, Tut.
Yeah.
I gotta look at my levels.
Mickey had 386. I remember that number.
386. 386. Yes, 386.
Yeah.
We broke out. We broke 299.
300.
Oh.
Yeah, 299.
385 was last week's low.
Okay.
We're being too reactive. This is after the fact trading.
Yeah, but to me, this doesn't have enough information. We're just popping into value and still undecided. Like, does this hold below the initial balance and into value? That's the real question here. If it does, yeah, there's a trade there. If it doesn't, then we'll be in trouble because it's just going to ping back.
The only reason I like it to the short side is because we gave up VWAP. I mean, we held VWAP all night long, and now we just gave it up. Now we're coming back into value. We've got all that liquidity down below, which, by the way, is still there, 52.55. There's 2,600 on the bid down there in the S&Ps. So note to ourselves, next time we have an opportunity, like when VWAP is holding, we're range bound. Once it gives it up, sometimes that's the buyers just kind of giving up on it. And it certainly looks like that's the case now.
Damn. You're pushing this sucker lower. All right. 386s broke through that. 386s were that was nothing. They did not put much of a fight at 386 at all. So basically, 7 time was a charm. 7 time was a charm to actually break out of the range. You can see that coming good on you.
Right, 7, 8. It was actually roughly 8.
More. 8 time was a charm. So. You can't stay in range forever.
To the 440s, to the.
That's what I'm looking at. Yeah.
1, 2. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Start at 8:30 Central.
It had to hit this one 8 times, roughly the high side, the 540s to the 560s. Yep. It had to hit the downside about 8 times if we count all these 5 minutes. This is a 5-minute chart to get this sell off now.
And it happened. Sure did. All right,
they are what they thought they were.
We let them off the hook. If we can pull back to these 86s, MP, maybe we want to take a, like D said, time of day, range bound, all that. We're just gonna catch a directional move this time right here.
D saying the directional move is a lower probability to happen going into this time of day, which I would agree.
Yeah, I would agree too.
Considering it's respected the range, John, yeah, because I want to hear your thoughts. Mine's is respected the range-bound trading so textbook today that now that you're going to go in a low liquidity time period and think that it's going to
look for directional moves off the back of that. Slightly.
Yeah.
I mean, it could happen, right? Anything can happen.
Anything could happen. Yeah. That's a good way to look at it, D.
Yeah, exactly.
So D's reminding us, guys, and that's why it's good at team trading, what time of the day it is. You're like, well, why does that matter? Well, window of opportunities, liquidity-wise, starts to shrink. Now, power hour does pick back up. So, guys, the last hour of the day, tune back in all day long. Always keep us in your ear. The first market, we call it fast markets, typically fast, because it moves and there's a lot of participants or liquidity or whatever you want to call it. D, good call, great team member, updating us about the time while we're staring at the charts. Hogan, what do you think then when it comes to right back here at the 370s, 80s, where you and Mickey were looking at?
Yeah, I mean, you got VWAP in the S&Ps at 26, 27 approximately. You got VWAP at 417, 418 in the NASDAQ. With time of day, the possibility of continuation is a little bit less, but as long as we stay below that 405 level, the IB low in the NASDAQ, I'm looking for continuation or looking for shorts. As long as we stay below that level, we've got a few minutes here to wait for the next 30-minute bar to open, and if the next 30-minute bar opens below that level, then we're leaving excess above price, which kind of gives me more of an indication that price could continue to move to the downside. So, time of day, yes, it is something to think about. If we do, come back inside the initial balance and open the next 30-minute bar, that is going to be a nice, long, tasty, failed downside auction that could lead us back to the upside. My concern is maybe, depending on what platform you're looking at, we've got value high, TPO value high of yesterday in the NASDAQ of 18,429. I'm going to put this up here so we can see it. TPO 429. We looked into it this morning and we left. We opened above it. Now we're kind of coming back inside of it. So we accept value from yesterday. That could take us all the way back down to value low, which takes us down to 18,181. 18,181. So, again, a lot of it depends on where we open this next 30-minute bar. If we open this next 30-minute bar back above the IB low, which is, again, 405, then this could end up being a nice, tasty, long, failed downside auction. But if we open below that and we start leaving single TPOs, that kind of tells us that the buyers have kind of given up and sellers have taken over. So a lot of it is, wait and see what happens at 11 o'clock, see where this opens up. we're already kind of leaking back towards the initial balance low in the S&Ps, which is 53,
Yeah.
23 quarter. So that is, that's indicating a potential failed downside auction. And then the move is back to the upside.
There's the 86s.
85, 385s, 379s. We're right there. We ripped right through them. Now we're up at the 390s.
Right back. Right
John,
back
everything
up.
you were saying is saying what? Summarize it all very, very quickly.
So if we were to open the next 30-minute bar down at this level, that's going to leave single TPOs.
What level?
Here it is. So here in the NASDAQ, we're already kind of rejecting this down here. So if we open the next 30-minute bar D above 405, which is the IB low, then there's a possibility of a failed downside auction and a push back to the upside.
So back into the range.
Back into the range.
All right.
We
well,
open
Next bar. Last second, Jack. I don't want to go.
If we open below 400, then there's a chance of a further directional move. So it's got to be a situational awareness thing.
Yeah, and that all happens in 6 minutes, right? 30-minute bar.
Right. Yep. 525. Yeah.
All right.
Keep an eye out, guys.
That will happen in 30 seconds. Speed round. We got to get this done. Series 3 always comes.
MP.
I wrote this question too, so who knows if it's completely right. But here we go. The ultimate counterparty for each buyer and each seller of a futures contract is A, the CFTC, B, the trader on the opposite side of the transaction, C, the clearinghouse, or D, the exchange.
Kitty cat.
It's going to be C, right?
You guys are saying C?
Yeah.
This is a speed
exchanges
round.
Exchanges bring the data for the price and I don't even, the clearinghouse is the order, they match you up. They guarantee both sides.
They basically act as counterparty default risk protection, correct?
Yeah.
So
they have every trade.
The CFTC patrols the neighborhood. So
patrols the neighborhood.
Regulatory body, yes. Coppers of the finance.
What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you?
He's right.
He is right. It's just the way he says it, D. He's 100% right. It's just his aw shucks. It's 100% right. He patrols the neighborhood.
So,
patrolling the neighborhood.
Is it? You see, people will remember that because somebody says, "Oh, it's a regulatory body for the future." It's like, no, it patrols the neighborhood. Like I remember that many times over the dry description that we usually have.
The NFA hosts the block party. The clearinghouse. Let's see the answer. It is clearinghouse.
Oh my
god! Right. You guys are great, man. That was a good one.
Yeah.
You guys... All right, MP. So what do you want to start here? We came up with this on the last second. We got about 1 minute left here on fast markets.
I thought about it last night, and I really enjoy this, and I want to try it out. It's glass half full thing. We do it in a company meeting, and everybody can do it in here. It's a really good positive thing. It's basically say what you appreciate. At the very end of fast markets, I kind of want to be like, hey, I appreciate working with you, Deanna, on just recognizing the time of the trading day. And so far, thus far, it's not directional trade. It's going back into the range. So you got that one that you're throwing out there. I appreciate us all working together. So it's called like, what do you appreciate? It could be anything. And like we do it in the company meeting, 100 and some people are in the meeting. We go, hey, at the very end of it, guys, what do you appreciate? Gives you 1 second to reflect on one thing that you appreciate in your life. And if you forget about doing that, then you're not smelling the roses. So that being said, let's try to keep a glass half full, positive type of vibe going. What do you appreciate? Throw it in chat. So I'll start. D, I do appreciate just recognizing the time. I don't think I was looking at that and we were looking at the charts. That was a really good veteran trader move. So I appreciate you jumping into that. Round the horn.
Who's next?
You go, D.
You.
All right. I appreciate the fact that I can do this every day and that I get to share my experience with everyone because that's what makes my day. And I get, the chance to banter with all of you guys, which is something that I really missed during COVID when, the offices were all shut. So yeah, I just love being here, love sharing my experience with everyone, and love helping traders. So I'm very appreciative.
Go ahead, Hoag.
I appreciate my God, my family, and the fact that I get to do this every day. I really appreciate the fact that I get to hang out with traders and talk trading every day. And again, God, family, and fun.
Football. Oh, yes, fun.
Football.
I appreciate the chat today. The chat today was super positive.
Super
Good
awesome.
levels in there. Super appreciative, super supportive of other traders. I saw no bickering, no fighting. You guys are all, this is what we're all about, positivity. We're all in this together. We're all trying to, this thing's crazy, right? Well, what we're doing here, this is crazy if you think about what we're trying to do. We're trying to forecast what these markets are going to do in the next seconds, minutes, hours. The chat was super supportive, super positive. Without you guys, this wouldn't be possible. So super appreciative of that. Working with these cats right here on screen doesn't get any better. The people behind the scenes does not get any better. With that being said, we got power players coming up. I'm super appreciative for power players coming up next. Let's go. Let's go.
Andre.
Let's go. Yes,
Andre,
Michael.
I appreciate the lockout button. Guys, really quickly, we do this after each session when we're up.
Get them.
Go to my screen. If you're up on the day, or if you're struggling during the day and you don't want to hit your loss limit and you feel that's just going to be inevitable, then you should lock it up. If you're up on the day, then it's called lock it up. It's kind of a fun thing. It's a manual lockout feature. We're up 5,100 on the house account. It's not my account. This is a house account combined effort of everybody's thoughts and opinions, even in chat, and the level providers and Hoag's Heroes and Horns Plenty and all that kind of good stuff. I'm locking it up. So then I do not look ever over here and try to do this, try to trade my own thoughts in a house account. That's why I killed my personal
you lock
account.
it up.
We are all house. I'm locking it up, John. You lock it up. Locked up.
You lock it up. You lock it up. Awesome. Good day.
Locked up. Yeah, that was fun. That was a blast, guys. We got more coming. It's jam-packed day. We got more coming out. Don't forget, we got power coming up. We got power players in the house. I see the guests in the green room right here, right now. Nice office. Jets fan. All right, we'll get to them. Power players coming up next. Let's go. That was a lot of fun.
Topstep was created from an idea born out of the trading pits in Chicago. The idea that we could provide traders education, access, experience, and capital to use in the markets. A decade later, with tens of thousands of traders in over 100 different countries, we know exactly what our traders want. That gave us another idea, to build a platform specifically for our traders and their unique needs.
Wait, a trading platform and an evaluation company in one? Does that exist?
Well, it does now.
Introducing Topstep X, the first of its kind trading platform built by and for futures traders, creating the first end-to-end ultimate trading experience. Topstep X is purpose-built for your unique needs, using over a decade of insights, customer feedback, and experience. Featuring integrated licensed trading view charts, our proprietary trading indicator, the Tilt, a built-in trade copier, our own dedicated data feed direct from the CME, and even a live stream of TopstepTV. And get this, with our extra fast connection, once you sign up, you are trading within 30 seconds. No connection instructions needed. It's web-based, so you can use it on your Mac or PC, with a dedicated mobile app for iOS and Android coming very soon. We haven't just built a trading platform. Topstep X is a fully immersive trading environment, and it will continue to evolve with new features, becoming your go-to source for trade execution and funding, education, community, support, and even entertainment. Oh yeah, never pay any commissions on Topstep X. That's right, Topstep X is the only platform in the futures industry that has no commissions. Experience the future today.
And welcome back. As JD says, you made it. Just after 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time. The man in the middle is our featured power player for today. His name is Armando. He is a Topstep funded trader. And my co-person on the other end, there are two people over. That's Gabe. Y'all know Gabe. He's going to be helping out. We'll be doing the driving of the segment. We're going to talk through a bunch of stuff, go through some stats for Armando. We're going to hear about his journey, hear about his trading, and anything else he would like to share with us and share with the community. So without further ado, Armando, welcome to the show, my friend.
Hi. Hey, Robert. Hi, Gabe. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Absolutely. We're definitely, please.
I'm a huge
sir.
fan of Topstep. Just wanted to put that out there first and foremost. Big fan of the company and the opportunities that it provides us. I'm sure you have thousands of listeners that feel the same way. So just wanted to put that out there.
We appreciate that, man. Happy to have you.
Yeah, when you come to think about it, right? Like, so the opportunity that Topstep provides, where else can you learn how to trade, which has an extremely long learning curve, right? And an expensive one at that. Where are you going to be able to learn that? Like with like a reverse, like normally we have leverage we use leverage in the markets, but this is like a reverse leverage, right? So if I take a loss or if I'm trading in an account and I make a mistake or my strategy is not working out, right? I'm basically the losses of whatever that failed edge is a fraction of the cost of what it would be in a real money account, right? So not having that hanging over you has allowed me at least to learn in a better way and in a more free environment.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Absolutely, hit the nail right in the head. That's what we started when back in 12 years ago. Experiential learning, as Michael Batak says. You go in there. He lost the story of the $30,000 accounts. I said, wait a minute, there's got to be a better way. We need to be able to do something, and that's what you do. You do your practice. You do the combines, and it's been going that way for 12 years. Technically about 14, but then it turned to Topstep about 12 years ago. So we get a birthday. 12. Wow. It started 14 years ago, but the first couple of years were just kind of getting going. Topstep itself, Topstep, 12 years. Yeah, just had a birthday. We got some good stuff coming up for the birthday. You are a trader for over, Armando has been a Topstep trader for over 6 years, and you are now funded. Tell us a little bit about your journey from not trading to trading, a little about your background, and then I'll see what Gabe has to say about that.
Yeah, sure. So my first exposure to markets was just out of school. My first job was working for Bloomberg. So I started off on their analytics desk, which, in hindsight, this all kind of like molded me and made me, the trader that I am today. So being on the analytics desk helped me in a lot of ways. Just, knowing, seeing how different hedge fund managers and so forth, how they went and the different statistics that they would be looking for. So that was it. That was a great initial exposure. From there, I only spent about, I want to say 6 to 8 months there, and I was at Bloomberg for a total of, I think, 8.5 years. From there, I worked on their trade desk. So here we were primarily responsible for order execution and connectivity. So that gave me kind of where the rubber meets the road, where the trade, how these traders were executing and what they were executing. And although I could not make out really what they were doing, it was enough to light. It was the spark that lit it, right? So from there, I just began a quest of learning more about the markets and trading in general. So that was once I left Bloomberg after about 8 years, and on and off while I was there, I had some mild trading experience, right? Nothing too serious, and it was primarily in equities, right? So after that, I figured as I was trading equities, I realized that I can't really make a living trading these equities the way I was doing it. So, like trading Apple for a 20 cents to 30 cents game, I was like, this doesn't seem like what the guys that I was watching at Bloomberg doing. Like, I just didn't understand it. So that kind of curbed my interest in it. But soon after, I discovered futures. And from there, I learned, wow, so okay, so they have this product futures, and this allows me to trade and to see that I can actually make a living trading. And so that's kind of like how it started and how I got into it. And I had 5 or 6 years of just losing, super enthusiastic. Fortunately, I had a business at the time, and I've always had a side business apart from trading, right? Because how else was I going to fund my life? Certainly wasn't funding it from trading at that point. At that point, I realized after I stopped. Well, I was losing for a lot of years, but my enthusiasm was always there. And so I just kind of kept grinding it. Obviously, I would save up some money to have an account, to create an account. I would get an account, and then I would kind of blow that. And then a couple of years after that, I found Topstep, and like I said earlier, so once I wasn't trading my capital, like I don't think I was learning anything truly because I was so stressed out about making money. But once I found Topstep, I think that's when. So I always like to bookmark my beginning of trading at that point because I think that's when I really started to learn.
Makes it easier. You don't have to worry about losing your own funds like that. Gabe, what are your thoughts? You see the stats?
Yeah, I was actually going to ask Armando a question. Do you actually? I followed a similar path, so I can relate to a lot of what you were saying in terms of just your journey and balancing a source of income on the side to kind of alleviate some of the stress that comes in from wanting to. And it's not a bad idea to have I love the dream of being able to replace a full-time income with trading, but most people aren't at that point right out the gate. It takes a lot of time, as you said, to develop the skill set. So do you feel like your experience would have been longer in terms of the pain of suffering through learning if you didn't have a job funding the rest of your life at that moment? Or do you feel like what's that mindset look like when you have a job versus when you don't have a job and there's no other money coming in, to where all the pressure is on you for actually making money in the markets? What's kind of your take on that, or any thoughts?
Yeah, so that's an interesting question, right? Because I think that, it would be, again, it comes down to learning, right? Like so first off, not to float off on a tangent, but let me just say this. So it's so difficult. Like lessons in the market always come after the fact, right? So we'll have a trade, we'll see the conditions, and we'll figure out why the trade didn't work, right? So we learned that lesson. So it might be another month or two before those same conditions present themselves again, where you can apply that lesson that was learned, right? So just having a realistic understanding of the time component that it takes to learn these things. So like we can be, it's very easy for us to be hard on ourselves, right? For not being successful. But before we even get there, we need to ask, well, hey, am I giving myself the best chance to learn this stuff, right?
Right.
So I think that if once you remove the component that it is your money and the fact that you might be losing your money, if you can remove that, then you open yourself up to a world of curiosity, right? So you think, well, hey, what discipline am I going to use for trading? Am I going to be, am I going to primarily use Elliott Wave? Am I interested in using strictly market profile? Am I a chart pattern trader? It allows you to ask these questions where if you're there and you're bleeding money, like, I don't care. Market profile, Elliott, who, I don't care. I just want to see a green I just want to see end the day in the green, right? So
Right.
I think that if removing that stress of that the money adds to it is really the benefit in Top Step. I'm gonna sound like a commercial here in a moment, so I'll try to get back. I'm gonna try to get
Yeah,
back
no, it's
to
all good.
understanding. But
It's
yeah.
all good. We
So
appreciate it.
after that, so I was fortunate enough. Like I studied pretty much every discipline. I studied Elliott wave, obviously market profile, Tom DeMark. I've done every chart pattern. I love chart patterns, but it was only when it was only when, like, for lack of a better term, that the money didn't matter, that I was able to start learning, and that was like so then I feel that was the beginning to consistent profitability.
Yeah, it's a good thing, a good way to put it, where, once you do have your own money in your account, it is a different animal. It really is. I started the same way. This is your story, but I started with my own money also prior to Topstep and before any type of prop. I didn't know about it. And the same, just like everybody else that starts out, you just lose a lot of money, and it's a very expensive lesson. Now that you have this, you can at least learn without it costing a fortune. And then as you get better and go through the testing, now you can have some real funds to play with. And it's, I do think it makes a big difference as well.
Yeah.
Well, you're trading
agree.
XF. Gabe, you want to add on to that before I jump?
Yeah, I mean, I can relate to the MP, and I think that a lot of us in chat and just in general in the world of trading, the trial by fire in a live account. When you start to enter the markets privately in just a personal brokerage account, it tends to kind of blow up on you pretty quickly if you don't really have a plan, don't have any real trade management strategies or edge. Obviously, risk management coming into that. I blew over 15,000 of my savings throughout my younger years of really exploring the markets. I would have loved to have known about Topstep at that time of my life, Ethan, just because it would have allowed me to avoid at least just that substantial amount of funds would have probably been fractionalized in terms of my loss during that time of trading and learning how to do this successfully. So
we all seem to go through that. Armando, did you have any trades on today? You have 5 XFAs, 3 of them. You built up 5-figure balances in 5 figures on 3 of them. And excuse me, you have 6,500. Let me correct that. 6,500 on them, on 3 of them, and then you built up 5 figures on the others, which is amazing. And in the green room, we called right beforehand, we were talking about a monster day yesterday. Why don't you tell us about that? Tell us about your trading style and what you see, what you look for, and how your trading goes, please.
Yeah, sure. So so yesterday I had a phenomenal day. It's like, some days you're trading in the market, it's like you can do no wrong, right? And then some days it's the complete opposite. It's like nothing you do works. But yesterday was a really good day. I think I had close to 31,000 across all the XFAs in profit. So definitely happy about that. And so, and as far as coming into today, so typically when I have a good day, the following day it's what I call, with my buddies who I chat with, I call it PWE. So I call it post win euphoria, right? So the day after you do really, really well is probably you're at most risk. So realizing that, learning that over the years, the day after I have a really good performance, the day after I am what I call I'll enjoy the win, right? And so I'll size down, and I tend to only want to trade the best of the best setups, because trading is a business, right? And if you have my case in point, right? So my business yesterday produced $31,000 in profit, right? So do I really need to go in and attack the market the next day, knowing the pattern that exists following outsized performance days, right? So these are like little hacks, I think, that have helped me maintain consistent profitability since I've I turned that corner. And so I'm not sure if I answered your question there. I think I kind of floated off, went off on a little bit of a tangent, but yeah. So yesterday was a really good day, and then this morning I had, my intention was to not. I was not going to trade anything big, and I wasn't going to be aggressive. But what you see there is just the setup worked. The setup presented itself, and with the VIX over 20, these outsized ranges. I mean, it's common to see. My anchor chart's my primary chart's a 15-minute chart. We're seeing 20-point 15-minute candles. There's a lot of there are a lot of points to be had, and so it just so happened to be. I think that what you're seeing in my accounts today, those setups typically produce in terms of profit. Those will probably be like $700 or $800 trades with the VIX over 20. Each account, and you can see so 3 XFA accounts, and each of them have about $3,600 in profit. That's all the same setup, and the way it was executed. So yeah, so that's kind of I took that one trade. And another thing that I do is if I have a winning you'll see on my trade report many times I end the day on a P&L high. And it's not really that I'm not planning it that way. Is once I've taken the risk, once I've managed the trade to profitability, I've done my job. My job is done for the day. Whether that's a $5,000 gain or a $500 gain is another thing. But at that point, I consider that I did my job. My responsibilities are handled. And I can kind of step back, and I don't have to be as aggressive in trading. I don't want to constantly be in a trade. My trade style kind of reflects that. So the way I execute is I'm a chart pattern trader, and I'm using market profile for structure, and then order flow at the time of entry. So if I get into a position, I am taking it from one level to the next level. At that level, I am scaling 50% of whatever I have on. And typically these levels are 5 to 7 points away. If it's more than 5 points, I'm taking my first scale at 5 points. But I will not take a trade that doesn't have the potential for a first 5-point scale.
So the ES for those listening, it's the ES that you're trading.
So if it was NASDAQ, it'd be a different, probably be 20 points, right? But
right.
So after I get that first points, that first 5-point scale, I'm looking at my next. I'm looking based on the chart, my analysis. Where's the trade going to run into trouble, right? Where are the opposing forces going to show up and kind of trying to turn things? So couple points ahead of that, I'm looking to scale more. Once that happens, I'm sliding to break even plus 1 tick to cover the commission. And then I am not touching it. It's either going to stop out at break even plus a tick or a target that I deem after the day has developed. So right now, I on my stuff, on my work, I have 5308 on ES. I have 5308 to 5310 as an area that should provide some support with resistance on the way coming up. Wow. And I missed it because I was on this call, but so I wanted to get in long there. So say I was long 5310 right now, right? I would have already had my 2 scales. I would have been at break even, and now I would be targeting. Looking around, what's our range for today? We're at 58 points. What do my highs look like? Based on the structure. Let's go look at market profile, right? Did we get a nice good taper on the profile up there? What was the volume like at the highs? What I'm looking for is an argument whether, hey, can I realistically sit in this and wait for range expansion? If not, then where's my target? So then based on this, so say I don't think that we're going to expand the range very much. We've already rallied 60 plus points, most of that in in overnight. So I'd probably be targeting somewhere near those highs, 53, 45 to 50. And as we approach, I mean, if we're approaching that area and we're gunning strong, maybe I might try to put it a few points above today's high. If not there, then there's a channel resistance line that's coming in right now at about 53.60. I'd probably be targeting that. Today's high of the day is 59. So that'd be 10 above the high of the day. I think that's realistic if we get some range expansion up there. But yeah, just to get back to the point is I think one of my strengths is in not fiddling with it. Once I get those first two scales, I'm not touching it. Just gonna let it work. Whether it stops out, I'll accept what I have in my account, whatever's on the screen and it's open, it's unrealized, it's not mine. If it works out, great. But if it doesn't, I'm okay with that too because I already have booked profits. And one of the things that's helped me with it is it's helped tremendously with overtrading, right? So if I'm in a position and I'm kind of locked up in there and it's working in my favor, I don't have to do anything. Why would I even think about doing something else, right? Our job here is to analyze, put a trade on, manage the risk, close it out, and rinse and repeat. So if all those four criteria are met, right, I don't want to keep going back in. So, yeah, it helps a lot.
You simplify. It sounds like what Gabe does too. It's a simplification of trading. Just you break it down, get your targets, as you said, put your entry on, manage your risk, and let it fly. Gabe, is that true?
Yeah. I mean, most importantly, I think the conversation just stays around managing risk effectively. I think first and foremost, that's the most important thing. Being able to give yourself the room to have a few trades, but knowing, as Armando's saying, knowing when to call it, what's my out, what's the trigger for being done on a positive side and also a negative side.
What do you use, Gabe? How do you call it for the day? Is it systematic or?
I am trying to actually get more systematic. I think that emotions still get the best of me some days. And, last week being on vacation, trading my fresh XFA, letting my environment, my decisions within that environment, and then obviously just the inability to walk away when all I had was the charts and, some coconut water and the beach in front of me. So, but yeah, emotions get the best of us, I think, but being more systematic with it, being more robotic, right? That should be your goal, to be able to remove that emotional side, having a trigger. Systematically, I think having a personal daily loss limit in Topstep X is really helpful. Being able to have an auto liquidation at a point that is more realistic than going all the way to max loss. Now, granted, obviously, our program is designed to prevent you from doing that, having a daily loss limit, but even reducing that from there, and then spreading multiple trade opportunities, depending on how many you're looking to take. But typically, if what I'm trying to do now is starting off with full risk on the first trade. If I lose the first trade, dropping down to half the risk of that original position, and then still from there, giving myself the ability to have 4, possibly 5, trading opportunities before I call it quits. That's my goal, is to have a little bit more of a systematic approach to getting out for the day.
Yes, that's that. And thanks for sharing that. That's really helpful. I think that's one of the areas where I'm working on where I know that I can improve is so I'm really good about one and done, right? So I'm really good about, hey, I feel that in the morning I'm freshest. I'm probably going to be able to do my best trading, and once I hit that first trade, I'm pretty good about stopping. However, if that trade doesn't work, right, and I have one loss, and my rule set is after 2 losses, I have consecutive back-to-back losses. Obviously, I'm not seeing the ball correctly, and my rule set is that I then need to take a break. meaning I have to get up, stand up, and step away from the screens, kind of reassess. That has proved to be one of the biggest challenges. Ex-athlete, I'm very competitive, and it's hard to walk away with a loss. But one of the things that I'm learning is that just like unrealized gains, that loss is not realized. It's not even a loss. It's more of a temporary setback. But knowing something and internalizing it and having it be a part of your your function, how you function, it is difficult. It can prove to be challenging.
Sounds like you've identified some areas that you, I don't just want to say struggle, but you're looking for the improvements on with, as you just said, they're just being hard to walk away, even if you have those losses, and just take a step back, regroup, and come at it. I do want to take a rundown on just a couple of the stats that I have here. I love looking through these things, and you can comment if you'd like. I'm looking at your XFA here, $22,790, winning days, 100%, and I'll get the number of days under the screen. I'll get the number of days there. Winning trade percentage, 59%, roughly 60%. Average daily P&L, $4,200. And your risk reward is 3.7 to 1. So what I'm seeing in the stats is exactly what you've been saying. You're going to find your spot, get into your trade, it starts going your direction. You have that even there stop locked in, and then it does what it does. And it seems like you're doing quite the job here. It's incredibly impressive.
Yeah, those are killer stats, man. Great work so far.
Thanks, man. Thanks. No, I was talking to my wife this morning about it, and hi, Shannon. And I said, I wonder how I stack up like against, because that's the only, it's one of the ways you can improve, right? Being around a bunch of other good traders and seeing how I'm so curious about how like I'd love to know how you do it, Gabe. Tim, I'd love to know how you do it. Like I'm endlessly curious about, because there's so many different ways to trade, right? And there's so many different guys being creative with it, and really that can really show you, that can really teach me and teach us all really different ways and ways to improve. So I'd like to see myself compared to other traders to kind of poach some good ideas, like the things that they're doing, like what can I learn from them and add to what I'm doing to improve it, and vice versa, right? Love to share my stuff, and maybe that can help others.
I like that. I like that a lot, Armando. I think it's good to have a gauge to play kind of devil's advocate a little bit on that. I think it's really good that we have an opportunity, especially in an environment like TopstepTV, where you have multiple personalities, multiple just strategies, ways of executing their plan, and you get to hear a lot of those, various ways. And the thing about it is, though, is knowing, being able to have a filter, right? So allowing some things to float through in and out your ears, essentially, and knowing what should I actually bring into my strategy, or maybe go back test in a practice account just to explore some other avenues. But knowing that you don't need to necessarily apply everything that you're hearing, because you will at some point if you continue to bombard yourself with a lot of new information. Knowing what's important and just not allowing yourself to get kind of analysis paralysis from all those different strategies and opinions and all the data that you're getting on a show like
man,
this.
that's a well said, Gabe. Those are really great points. You said something there too, also that really stood out to me is analysis paralysis. I was chatting with a trader buddy of mine, and he's reading two conflicting reports, right? So essentially two traders' outlooks, right? They conflicted with each other.
Yeah.
I tend to not read anyone, so my process has been the same way. I analyze the charts. I come up with 3 long ideas, 3 short ideas for the next day, and I always allow myself what I call a dynamic trade, right? One that develops on the fly. Those setups. I'd probably say that on average, I am trading at least one of them every day. but it's in the process of what I call massaging the charts, right? Just going through the numbers over and over again. So I'm looking at it from weekly, hourly, all the different time frames, and then developing my plan of attack. But my point is that sometimes you can read so many different, or you can look at so many different opinions or outlooks and lose your own. It's hard enough to have one outlook and stick to it, right? But most guys are saying, hey, I had the plan, but I had a problem sticking with it, right? It takes a lot of concentration, a lot of effort to develop that plan and then to stick with it. But if you're reading five other opinions, right? So you got 3 bulls and 2 bears, and then you're on the fence about direction for the day. Direction is 90% of it. I don't care what time frame you're looking at. If you're reading all these different opinions, right, over the course of a year or two, does that help you develop and believe in yourself, in your ability to look at the chart and develop a concise plan that's easy enough to follow in the heat of the battle, right? I don't think that reading a bunch of guys is going to help you with that. I think that sooner or later you have to buckle down, you have to take ownership over what you're doing. Win or lose, you have to stick with that. And then eventually, like we're discussing now, right? So now, hey, what are you doing? Like, okay, so obviously we know what we're selling off right now is, I don't care how good your support is right now. No line on your chart is being respected. So if you're going out there and you're buying support with a limit order, good luck, right? You're going to get blown out. So if you have a support, so then how are you doing it, right? So how are you buying that support? Because after the fact, it looks like it held, but in the heat of the battle, man, we have 10-point candles. Like, how are you managing that risk? So these are just, you can ask, and I love to ask and get kind of pick other traders' brains as to how they're doing it. But in terms of a plan, I need to honor and stick with my own work. It's the only way that I've learned or that I've found success. And how do you feel about that, Gabe? What are your thoughts on it? How do you see it?
Yeah, I mean, time in the charts is, I think, the most important, right? I mean, it's years. Sometimes it doesn't take years, right? I'm using my story for an example. I've been around the charts for 10 years. Over those 10 years, there's been seasons where I've been very cold. There's been seasons where I've been, hot. But the reality of it is that all of the effort and time that you're spending in the charts is still valuable and I think productive. Obviously, you want to reflect on that journey too, so that you can pick up on patterns and things to become more aware of as you progress forward. But time in the charts is, I'd much rather spend 2 hours in charts trying to pick up on patterns and training. I mean, our brains are built for pattern recognition. So visual, data over, just rinse and repeated over the course of time is going to leave a print in your mind. You're going to see things you've seen before, and you're going to be able to operate and actually execute on your plan better than you would by just taking opinions from others or signals from others blindly. And then on top of that, not knowing how to effectively manage risk. I think it's better to do, to go just dig in, dig deep and just hone in your craft.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more. I mean, go ahead. I'm sorry, Tim.
The ES just did pretty much what you had mentioned, Armando, where you drew these lines on your chart, and if you're trying to buy off a support, you're just getting smoked, and it's dropping down now, down to 5307, 5306, 5307 again. It's bouncing around. As you were talking, it was around 5320, and you were saying, yeah, if you're going to draw a line and try to buy off support, it might not be a good day for you. And so it was great. It was exactly what you said. It's support lines 5316, 5310, 5308. And it just went right through them. So spot on. I hope the chat listened to that and was just like, well, I better not take this long. One more question for you.
I wanted to touch it. Earlier, if I had not been on the call, so look, this is a great example, right? My level was like 5308 to 5310, kind of like that 2-point zone. So if we're looking at, say, just look at a 5-minute chart, right? We have at just exactly noon, we have that big red spike down, right? And that one kind of made a low at 5,300. If you had bought 5310, you're smoked right there, right? So how would you do it? So one of the ways that I found is, you have fair value gaps and things of that nature. Well, first you want to see if you get a reaction there, right? Is anybody home? Knocking on the door. Is anyone home? And what I found is many times it's better to buy support or sell resistances on the pass through. So what do I mean by that? So I'd be buying this after it went through 5310 on whatever load. And again, this is in real time, you're kind of gauging and making the assessment. But then we come back through that said number. That's when I want to buy it. So I want to buy it when kind of like that momentum is with me, right? We're going up. I have other traders that agree that there's value here at this price and they're buying it, as opposed to fighting the guys who are selling it coming down and me just planting my flag there. So just small nuances like that. I'd love to hear how other guys do. What is your take on it? How would gun to your head? You have to buy this 5310. How would you do it? So that's why I love chatting with traders and sharing stuff, because you just never know. And there are so many guys out there, smart, sharp guys and girls who are doing this stuff. And one of the best resources you have are the very traders in the Discord chat.
Yeah. Armando, I got a question from somebody in chat for you that I think is just kind of coming back to one of your prior topics that we were talking about. Is how do you plan your charts? So are you a top-down analysis? I know you said you go through a lot of various time frames. Do you have like like mine is, for instance, I use 3, right? So I'm a daily for bias, 15-minute or an hour typically for structure, and then fine-tuning entries in the 5-minute or the 1 minute at the lowest, trying to stay in that regard. But do you have a specific methodology for your charting process?
Yeah. So specific. Yes. So it's nothing new, right? Just top down. I'm usually starting off at the weekly. Now a lot of the higher time frame stuff. So like on Saturday, I do all the majors, and I do those are monthly, weekly, daily. So I just want to kind of see where kind of the whole world is, right? And so from there, on a nightly basis, I'm starting off at the weekly, and then the weekly, because it's a weekly chart, right? I'm just looking at where is the developing candle, and what is its relation to the prior week's candle, right? So it's easily assessed in a minute or two. From there, moving over to the daily, from the daily, and that's where. So I'm a chart pattern trader, right? And I use a lot of trend lines, right? A lot of channels. But there's another lesson that I've learned over here. Like if I'm drawing a trend channel on a 15-minute basis and I'm basing my trades off of that periodicity, I'm not going to find very much success. Different tools have different efficacy based on their time frame. So a trend line on a daily can be extremely powerful. I tell guys all the time, I joke around with them, like, you draw the right trend line, it'll pay your groceries for the month, right? But if you're but not on the smaller time frames. And I think that's where a lot of guys get trapped, and a lot of traders get trapped, is that they're drawing trend lines on 5 minutes and 15-minute time frames. So I like the trend lines for the daily or the big, the hour. So from a daily, I go to a 4-hour, right? And that's kind of, and I set up my trend lines, and I want to kind of see the structure. From there, after the 4-hour, I'm moving over to the profile. And then the same approach that I'm using when I assess the weekly candle is how I'm assessing the profile. So I want to see what's our relationship to the prior day's profile. How are our highs? How are our lows? How many anomalies do we have? Is there anything that stands out to me? Does the curve look right? One of the things that we love to see is B and P type formations, right? So do I have any of that? And then how does that fit in to what I just discovered at the daily, weekly level, and also the 4-hour level? And then from there, let's get really granular, right? Let's open that profile, start looking at it by each period, by each 30-minute period. And then let's go and let's look at the hourly chart on ES, and maybe even a 15-minute chart. And from there is where where my best ideas for the next day come from. Okay, so if this happens, I see we have this structure, and then it kind of like starts to make sense. Like, okay, yeah, it becomes really easy. It's like, so, okay, if we hit this level, then that means this. From this level, I'm a bull. If we can cross over this line and convert it, spend some time there, then I'd be bullish, and vice versa, bearish. So yeah, that's pretty much how I am doing it. I think, and Gabe, I'd love to have your thoughts on it. I think there's certainly a scientific component to technical analysis, but there's also like an artistic, like you can get really like creative with patterns, and I don't know if I'm getting a little foofy with it, but
no, there's some artists out there for sure that take passion and getting their charts loaded up with a bunch of stuff that they might not really need. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely, I think it is more of an art, not a science, right? Because if it was complete science, engineers would be having an absolute killer time in the markets. But in reality, it's not really, there's no perfect strategy. There's no perfect process. There's a lot of variables. So trying to simplify, I think a lot of it helps, especially while you're learning. So if you're finding yourself your charts are overwhelmed with, data points, a lot of different lines, and you're overwhelmed and, can't really execute on a process, then, maybe taking it back, starting a fresh chart and actually trying to keep things a little bit simpler. If you're finding yourself getting a little bit too artistic.
Interesting. So just pull out the eraser, erase everything, and start off from scratch. I like that.
With your explanation there, Armando, truly a top-down trader. When you started talking about the weekly, the daily, the 4-hour, the 1 hour, and then as you drill down a little further, you jumped into your market profile to get a little bit of a better edge on it. So that's truly a top-down approach. And you're what do they say? Walking the walk, and you walking the talk, talking the walk. That whole thing, right? You walk the walk. Whatever you're saying, you're doing. And I just looking right through this. We only have a couple minutes left. And I want to make sure I covered those stats that we were talking about. We had a lot of questions around it. You had it's 100% winning days, and then somebody says, yeah, maybe you traded 1 day. It's like no. You traded 7 days in that account. You're looking at it's kind of funny some of the responses you get. Yeah, 1 day is good. No. It's seven days. They are. Yeah, 2,400, 24, 19, 6,000, 3,000, 13,000. Your average winning day, that was that 4,100, 4,200, 4,198. Your best day was 13,000. Your worst day was $265. That's your worst day. Positive. So there you go. There's those stats for you, and you took a payout. So, congratulations on that. We do need to take one quick look at the markets because the ES has sold off as that 52.93-ish, that area. Yeah. The NQ has made new lows on the day also. We want to make sure we cover all of those for the traders that are actually listening, not necessarily watching as well. So it's been fabulous. And we got about 2 minutes left. I want to give you the floor for 2 to 3 minutes to talk about whatever you want, and then we'll move on to the next segment. So Armando, take it away, and we'll close you out, my friend.
So look, I know that those stats, I'm probably, I'll have a losing day. It's part of the business. That's normal. I'm gonna have a losing day. One of the things that I do is I'm a baseball coach. I coach baseball and softball, and so if anyone has any questions, I love to chop it up about markets. Hit me up in Discord. I'm in Discord or on Twitter, on X. I'm at Manny_trends, and yeah, we can just chop it up, and I can go over my stuff and see how you're doing it, and we can compare notes and hey, you know what? We have to battle against the algos and the institutions. Let's form a good team here and maybe let's start beating them up a little bit.
Yeah, that's a great thing. We have Power players question. Eddie, I just saw that coming through. I want to make sure we get to that. The Armando, your Discord, you're talking about the Topstep Discord. To be clear, I have your X profile we put in the chat. Okay, so we'll see you in Discord. And if Eddie is ready, he can come on and jump in with the power players question, because Armando, you are truly a power player here with Topstep. We'd love to have you on there.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
All right. Here we go. Fun question for you, Armando. Number 1 to 23, pick a number. We're going to ask you the question. You give us a short answer. And what do you got?
13.
13, lucky 13. All right. What's the most memorable trip or vacation you've ever taken?
10 days in Mexico with a bunch of friends, rented a villa. I don't remember very much of it. I don't think any of us do. But 10 days of drinking. So it was a blast.
Hey, okay. There you go.
There you go.
All right. Thank you for sharing that.
I probably should have said Prague, but no, that it was definitely.
Gabe was talking about his vacation last week. He said coconut water, and I don't know if I believe you.
It wasn't just coconut water, yeah.
I heavily doubt it, Gabe.
All right, Amanda, we're gonna wrap this show up. We have shoulder tap. Shoulder tap coming up next. And on shoulder tap, we have Ben. Jack is on there, and Ben is stepping in for Mick while Mick is out today. Armando, once again, we appreciate you. Gabe, always being fun on screen with you as well. We're going to sign off. Stick around, just a couple of minutes. Shoulder tap coming up next.
Thanks.
Hello, my favorite traders in the world and my favorite risk manager, Ben. This is Shoulder Tap, the segment in which we will delve into some trade reports and tap some shoulders and give some kudos. Ben, first off, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well, Jack. That's it's quite the compliment. Your favorite risk manager. That's that's a high honor. I know Mick is out with an illness right now. And we hope he gets better, but it might make him feel kind of crummy. Yeah, it's good. Doing well today. It's a hot one in Dallas today. We're triple digit heat, so trying to stay cool and really enjoyed watching our live traders in action today. A lot more positive than we've seen in recent days. So we always talk about the big P&Ls, but a little bit more breadth with the positive trading today in particular. So like seeing that, and yeah, we'll give some shout outs and then jump into some trading cards if you're ready to go.
Yep, very nice. It's cooler here in Chicago. I got the Trader Armor vest on, so let's do it. What we got?
Sweet. First of all, shout out to the TV crew. I listened in this morning a little bit, talking through and executing trades in the house account. House account's up a nice, cool $5,200. So really good work in that account. Dakota's up 419. Took a nice winning trade. Has been keeping it cool since then. We've had some of our live traders pair some gains from a bit earlier. Matthew K's stuck to his $8,000 winning day. Hopefully he keeps that locked in. Jaite is up $4,600. We're going to talk about him shortly. Shay gave back almost $7,000, up still $2,700 on the day. And then Rafa's given back about $3,000. He's up $7,300 on the day. So still some good P&Ls. Nice, like I said, kind of widespread green, more so than we've seen in recent history. So live traders are doing well today. And yeah, we can jump right into the trading cards. I think we've got a leftover. We want to circle back to Jacob F. If we can pull the trading card up for them.
Yeah, and as we get to Jacob F here, just want to know that 5 minutes ago you may have noticed that things might have moved for the 10-year auction, which we were talking about in chat there. With all the stuff going on and bonds, you always want to pay attention to those, especially the 10, 30-year auctions. So keep them on your calendar because they can make things volatile there. Group coaching, Jesse, is on right after this at 12:30 with David Green and JD. All right. We came back for you, Jacob.
Yeah, we sure did. So Jacob, he's someone that we called up to at the end of last week. Didn't get around to featuring his trading cards. So I want to give him a shout out because we like the trading that we saw. Obviously, we're calling him up to a live account. It's 150K account size, that XFA that was called up to live. Trading with us from Newport Richey, Florida. Equities trader, trading the ES and NQ. Averaging almost $800 a day as an average daily P&L. Now, get 94% winning days. That is on a sample size of 16 trading days. So not as much as we might normally like to see. Jack, I know we talk about that every time we do this segment. The relationship between your winning day percentage and how many days you've actually looked at, traded on. That can be skewed a little bit with a small number of trading days, but 16 is not bad. More so, it's about how you handle the losers. When you see really high winning percentages like that, the risk team wants to see management of the downside, not snowballing and falling off a cliff, when you finally do have a losing trade, series of losing trades, or a losing day. And Jacob is managing that rather well. So, minimizing the losing days. We like seeing that. Only a $114 loser for the worst day. And the best day being $2,600. That's well outpacing your worst losing day. There were a couple of days he was in the red, ended up digging himself out of that, which is also encouraging to see. But again, kind of a little susceptible to that DLL. I want to know that if he hits that DLL that we can recover from it. Didn't see that, but at the same time, if you're making money, if you're trading profitably, there's not whole lot else to talk about. So Jacob's definitely been doing that. Only trading about a 1-to-1 reward to risk ratio with 82% winning trades. So really impressive. A lot of days it's just one trade. He's picking a spot, putting on one trade, letting that work out, and taking home profits each time he's doing that. So really impressive. The little trading volume is something else that stands out. Like I said, sometimes one trade a day, and then the accuracy associated with that is awesome. So lots to rave about. One thing I am cautious about, would give some advice to Jacob about, is the transfer to live. He did take a max payout in the transfer to live, so we're moving a balance of roughly $3,000 to the live account. That's not a lot of wiggle room, but for someone that is not really even at the lowest intraday P&L that I saw, being about $1,500, really doesn't lose a whole lot and manages the downside when he is in the hole. So just trade small, build up a cushion to begin with, and then once we have a nice cushion in that account, we're off to the races, and looking forward to seeing what Jacob can do in a live environment. And continue trading profitably. Is there anything in particular that jumped out at you on this trade report, Jack?
Yes, there are a few things. And first, I want to say, Pip Shredder, I feel for you. It's always been risk to reward my whole life. We do reward to risk here mostly because it's the ratio of winners to losers. It's easier to say 2 to 1 or 3 to 1 than 1 to 2 or 1 to 3. So let's just call it, average winner to average loser. On this card, what's interesting, you mentioned the lowest losing day was 114. That's the only losing day out of 16. And that'll happen when you're winning 82% of your trades. I'm going to say, we have a lot of traders in the program. I don't know in the long term how sustainable 82% winning trades is on a 1-to-1 reward. But I do like that Jacob is really managing, as you mentioned, the downside. That only losing day was 114. And then, on one day, he was flat minus $1,500 and brought it back to up 188. What I really like is that usually when we see these, and you alluded to this a little bit, these incredibly high winning day percentages, it's paired with win a little bit each day and then always, lose the maximum. I forget off the top of my head. Someone in chat can help me. What was the name of our friend on the hot streaks list who had the 40 days or whatever, was making like $1 a trade and then eventually blew it out, lost more than the whole 40-day streak? That's not the case here. You're right. I think that I'll never criticize someone for taking payouts. I've taken 3 of those. Transferring $3,000 isn't a lot, but then again, they've never lost close to that. And I presume because they're only bringing over $3,000, they're not planning to risk that. And just look at this card. I trust Jacob on that. I don't see anything resembling any gambling here, which is rare because we all have times where we kind of maybe play a little fast and loose with it. But this looks really good.
Yeah, I would echo everything that you said, and taking those payouts consistently, another positive thing. I think we really need to wait a little bit and see. Sometimes we're as a risk team, we're evaluating accounts that they've made profits in 6, 7, 8 days in a row, and they just don't have any losing trades. There's so much to be learned about a trader and where they're at, maturity wise, psychologically, when the losses actually do come. So usually need to see how losses are managed before we consider calling someone up, even if they're on, some kind of crazy hot streak, 5 days in a row and they're up $20,000. We still need to see what the losing looks like, and prove to us that you can lose like a professional in the same way that you win like a professional. So just some food for thought. We can move on to the next card we have up. Mentioned earlier, we talk about him, Jaite. Jaite O is trading with us from Linwood, Washington. And I tell you, someone that I've wanted to do a deep dive on for some time, because very often they're appearing on the live trader updates that we put out, multiple times a day, talk about them on TopstepTV and highlight them, but haven't seen the account balance growing to the degree you might think when you see someone featured that often. So wanted to dig in, glad we got the opportunity to. It's Jaite's a live trader trading 100K live account with us. Average daily P&L minus 125. And it's interesting, you talked about the bond auction that we had just 13 minutes ago kick off. It's really, really important to understand what news events are coming up, what news events are going to impact your trades. We preach that over and over again here on this program. Jaite would be in a much better spot overall in this account were it not for CPI day on July 11th.
July 11th?
That's right. Had a what for Central Time Zone in the United States would be overnight session. Jaite is put on a 10 lot, held it for looks like about 12 hours, and the CPI number was released at 7:30 and was immediately hit for a $7,000 loss, which is 3.5 times the daily loss limit. So that is what slippage looks like. That is what hyper volatility in the seconds of a news release coming out that has that kind of magnitude, like a CPI release or FOMC release. So really got stung pretty bad on that. You see the best day overall is $8,500. So that's great in an account this size, but having that one losing day really sets you back. That's kind of that one step forward, 3 steps back that we don't like to see. So it's that one day is a big contributor to why Jaite's in roughly the same level of account balance that they were at the start of this account. But there's positives here too. Taking a $2,200 payout in the live account across the 23 days that they've been in the account, that's great. Up, down, or sideways, if you're able to take a payout, do it. Pay yourself as you go along. Otherwise, you're just playing a video game that is very stressful and takes up a lot of time. So definitely pay yourself, even if you're on a losing streak. We've talked about that a lot recently. And overall, 35% winning days and 35% winning trades. If we can improve that reward to risk ratio, right now it's at 1.6 to 1. It's got to come out somewhere on either side of that equation, whether it's the win rate going up or you're making more per one that you risk. However it works, improving one side of that equation will really help long-term profitability and get you back on the right track. Something I did notice that in the recent days that this account has been trading, the number of losing trades has increased and the hold times on those losing trades has decreased as well. I think that coincides very closely with the increase in volatility that we've seen in the equities in particular. This is an S&P 500 and NASDAQ trader. And when volatility kicks up like that, you really need to consider the position sizing that you have relative to what the potential move is. That volatility can, even if it's a good trade idea or good trade location, you got to give that trade some room to breathe. And I think given the contracts, per trade, we're seeing averaging 3 contracts a trade currently, you could drop that to 1, cut your size by 1/3, and, probably get yourself back on track, kind of get out of the more recent losing streak that we've seen from Jaite. All that being said, he's up a cool $4,600 today, which is fantastic. Like I said, lots of positives to take away here. Not in danger by any means, but in that kind of treading water zone that traders can definitely fall into. That can be a very frustrating place to be if your P&L, your account balance, I should say, is in the same place it was 20 days ago. So just need to roll with the punches. Market conditions change. We've seen that in the last week. Pretty radical market conditions changing, and so recognizing some of the things about your trading as well. At the bottom of the card, you'll see the best days consistently happen when the first trade is a winner, right? The best days that we see out of this trader are 1, 2, or 3 trades. Usually all of them are winners, and walks away on the day. So losing days are generally correlated with a little bit higher volume. So just a couple things, takeaways that I've noticed in dissecting this trading card, and hopefully, Jate, if you're listening, you can implement some of those changes, do a little self-reflection, just tweak the trading just enough so that you can get yourself back on track to profitability in the way that you've proven that you can be over time. So what are your thoughts on this, Jack?
Well, first off, ooh, doggy, we are pushing new lows in the ES and NQ right now. Saw Andre in there with the lookout below, so we'll keep an eye on that. So somebody was talking about like how we're being hindsight capital here by criticizing real traders in unpredictable markets. We're not really criticizing, but also this is about risk management. And there's some things that have nothing to do with the unpredictable market. Okay. So for instance, the thing that really stands out to me is if you ask, has nothing to do with unpredictable markets, right? This is a very pure club DLL card with 35% winning days on 23 trading days. So let's say that, I don't know, they have 13, 14, 15 losing days. After that many losing days, if your average losing day is nearly $500 lower than the daily loss limit for that size of account, something is going awry, okay? And even we mentioned the CPI thing, but sorry, we have a very angry toddler about this. Maybe you guys can't hear it. So even disregarding that day, every losing day is the daily loss limit here. And I'd say about 70, 80% of those losing days are beyond the loss limit because of slippage. Okay. Do not use the auto liquidation with size as your out for the trade. If you think, if you want to respect your loss limit, you got to cut it a little bit earlier than that. Especially if you're trading, I haven't even looked yet. I'm going to guess they're trading the NASDAQ mostly. I'm not wrong. Is that if you have, look at the NASDAQ ladder, right? I mean, it's kind of thin. If you take a 10 lot and it's auto liquidated by us, you're going to lose more than whatever you had your target at. So that has nothing to do with how you trade or critique or stuff like that. That's just something you can't do. It's not going to work. So that's what I'd say here. Positive, this person has shown the ability to make 4 times that loss limit when they do, which is necessary to keep them afloat right now. But the loss limit
absolutely.
is a limit. It's not like a recommendation for when you're losing, you have to go to it. Don't do that.
Yeah, and I don't want it to be perceived as, dogging on our traders. I mean, Jaite's in this live account for a reason. They're, proven profitability over a period of time. And like I said, there's a lot of positives to take away here. It's not necessarily hindsight trading or saying you should have done this, that, or the other thing. Like Jack's talking about, it's managing your downside. Ultimately, you're responsible for how much you can lose on an individual trade. And, understanding and viewing market conditions so that you can recognize when, wow, today's significantly different. We did 4 times the ATR in the NASDAQ on Monday or whenever that was, the massive sell-off. So just understand that and try and mitigate your downside is the only thing you can do, because clearly Jaite's proven that taking $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, $8,000 out of the market in a single day is within their capabilities. Just have to give yourself, a shot to actually do that by modifying position size or any number of different, variables in your trading. This is an imperfect practice. There's always room to get better. And that's what we expect out of our live traders at Topstep. We want you to continue to get better over time. Complacency is an easy way to lose your live account. So we can move on to our last trading card if you're ready, Jack.
Yeah, and as we move it, I'll continue this heater just a little bit further. Is it like if you look at the huge hedge funds or massive prop shops and stuff, because you hear a lot of like, it's hard, analyze your trade, show us that you make a ton of money. It's like they don't have the rock star trader at any of these huge hedge funds isn't in charge of managing risk. The risk management department is separate and meant to do that, to manage risk and basically save the risk takers from themselves, for lack of a better thing. So like sometimes it's helpful to take a look back and see like, okay, these are some actionable things that aren't going to work. With that, Michael P.
Yep. Let's give Michael a shout out. Someone that we decided to call up to live just yesterday. So trading with us from Mission, Texas in a 100K XFA. Really like the trading here. Average daily P&L $363. Willing to trade the Nasdaq and the micro Nasdaq. Another sign that they're conscious of the downside and the risks they're putting on an individual trade. 68% winning days and 47% winning trades is great. You pair that with the 2-to-1 reward to risk ratio, and that comes out to pretty high profitability. So 34 trading days to look back on in the XFA is really fantastic. Took 2 payouts in July, totaling $4,000, $2,000 per payout. So consistently paying himself, and really just great trading. 10 trades a day, a little bit on the higher side, but only 1 contract per trade average. And, taking really, really nice trades, really good location. And especially, I can't harp enough that relationship between the win rate and the reward to risk ratio is just dialed in. So I would say one thing that I picked up on looking at those trade reports, it jumps out at you when you look at those streaks, Jack. The losing days typically have a losing trade streak of 4 or greater baked in there. So what happens is, you get on a losing trade streak, and it can kind of snowball into that daily loss limit. So not abundantly friendly with the daily loss limit. Definitely not shy about hitting it either. So that's something relatively simple you could look at, implement potentially. If you say, I'm going to give myself the yellow light with 2 losses in a row, and if I have 4 losses in a row, I'm going to cut that off so that you can try to minimize your losing days, and then still you're in a position to capitalize on those best winning days. Because again, if you look at the winning days, you'll see those similarly several winning trades in a row, a nice long winning streak. So just about seeing the market well versus not seeing it well. And if you're not seeing it well, being mature enough to cut yourself off earlier to try and take smaller losses on the day. That's pretty much the only, small bit of, advice I could give. Obviously, look at your own trading data, look at, what you personally could do better or might want to do better, and implement changes like that. But don't want to tweak anything too much. Ultimately, we're seeing 34 trading days of these type of statistics. About time Michael moves into a live account, starts taking it out of the live markets.
First off, this is a different Michael P. I can see their name here. It is, these would not be MP's numbers, but yeah, you could tell these are really doable numbers. There's no like 82% winners or things like that. When I see, you mentioned the streaks, but when I see 47% winning trades, 68% winning days, it means they're definitely packing those losers into the losing days. So maybe a little bit of over trading there. I think that I can tell that they're, as you said, trading 1 or 2. We talked about like the over slippage in the last one. This person is not against hitting the loss limit, but there's not a lot of slippage beyond that. What else is going on here? Pretty consistent. This person's definitely not what we would call a home run hitter, and that's completely fine. It's a much more consistent card than some of the others that we have seen. Overall, if you're averaging $363 a day after 34 days, and I think you have it on there, the largest winning day. Do you have that on there? I'll find it real quick. I think it's only like, I think I saw a $3,500 day, maybe. Yeah, 3,500. That's not crazy, right? Like,
Yeah.
that to me, it talks to it being durable, possibly, right? As opposed to if we saw that they had like one $20,000 day and then crickets since then. So I think this is a good, promising card. Maybe avoid stacking them on when you're in the hole. That seems to be a theme here. But yeah, good trading, Michael.
Yeah, this one made me smile. We review, as a risk team, we review hundreds of XFA traders that meet certain criteria every single day. And sometimes you come across a card like this where there's a nice track record, good metrics. Everything points to yes. We're calling Michael up to live and looking forward to it. So shout out to you, Michael. And yeah, that's all we got for today.
All right. Well, with that, Ben, thank you very much. We went a little long because we got into it. Let me check to see what the market's doing. Oh, a little bounce back. We shan't collapse today, apparently. With that, we got JD and David Green coming up next for group coaching. You'll want to stick around for that. Ben, thanks again, man.
Of course. Have a good one, Jack.
All right. Have a good one. Shoulder tap yourself. Call yourself out on your own bullshit. And we'll be back tomorrow. We'll see you all right after the break. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Congratulations, you have made it to group coaching. It is 12:30 Central Time, 12:30 in the Chicago time hour. I'm JD behind the scenes. You're looking at David Green. David Green is here to take your questions. We got that form pin in the chat. We're going to answer as many of them as we can, but we do have a bit of an agenda. First, hi, David. How are you? Thanks for joining us today. What's new? Did you make any money on this move today?
Excellent. Thank you again for having me here, guys. I look forward to these Wednesdays. We'll be on Power Hour with Dakota in an hour. It's been look, anyone who tells you the trading's been easy for the last few days is plain out lying to you, okay? It has been very difficult. It's been a time to be a little more patient, a little more disciplined, waiting for bigger moves than I normally would. And just, listen, we don't have to be trading all the time. That's the number one thing. And I'd rather not be trading than being losing trades. So you just really had to be patient and disciplined with this market. Today was a very good day. We had some really good setups. We'll talk about them later. But I know we have a little agenda we want to get to today. But it's okay not to trade all the time, guys and girls. Just keep that in mind.
Yep. And if patience isn't your thing, at least scale down your trading size a little bit. That might help you out. Keep you in the game a little bit longer.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, like David and I both mentioned, we've got a bit of an agenda. We want to talk about something that's been popping up at the end of the day, every single day. So recently, we've started releasing those MOC imbalance numbers at 2:50 Central Time every day. And I know a lot of people are trying, or at least looking at those numbers closely that we announced, and they're possibly trying to build some strategy around it or trade around it, especially when those imbalances are really big. So we're going to start off the segment today by providing some clarity on what those numbers actually are, what they mean, when they start coming out, how traders are positioning themselves way before that final MOC number comes out, and of course, when those numbers start pairing off, how they pair off, or if they even pair off at all. But David is, I'll call him the expert. He's at least the expert in this room on it. He and Peter Tuckman have been watching those MOC orders for many, many years. I think they're probably the godfathers of the MOC trade. So I'm just going to turn it over to him. First question being, what time do these imbalance numbers start being collected? Who is collecting them? Well, you don't have to answer who is collecting them, but what time do they start being collected? When do they start being shared? There are signal services out there that provide this type of information for a fee many hours before we actually get it here on Topstep TV. So let's just talk about the process for a few minutes. Where are those numbers coming from, and what time do they start coming out?
All right. So there's three key times that we have to look for. The first imbalances are posted at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I'll just go Eastern because that's where I am. So 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 1 o'clock where you guys are. That's the first imbalance. And what the imbalance is, it is orders. It could be in several stocks. It could be in the indexes. Mostly it's usually in the indexes, in the SPY, and the usually just the SPY. To start out with, 2 o'clock is when, this is yesterday's chart, by the way, guys and girls, I'm showing you. So 2 o'clock is your first imbalance, okay? Yesterday, it ended up, I think there was $5 billion for sale. The last post that was at like 350, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes. So 2 o'clock is your first imbalance. 3 o'clock is the next imbalance, and then 350 is the last imbalance. So 2 o'clock, you can see here, we might have had a little bit to buy, and we had a little rally off that. 3 o'clock, it started to turn to the sell side, and in 350, it really turned to the sell side. There really is no way to position yourself ahead of this, and I'll tell you why. Because we could have a huge imbalance at 2 o'clock, we could have a huge imbalance at 3 o'clock, and then it all starts pairing off towards the end of the day. When it doesn't pair off towards the end of the day is when you're going to get these big, gigantic, oversized outside moves in the futures. So the way I position myself in these is, and I will never anticipate what's going to happen in these numbers, ever, ever, ever. At 2 o'clock, I'm not going to say, oh, there's a might be a buy and bounce, so I'm getting long. No. the best way I can tell everybody to trade these things is when they start coming out at 3 o'clock. Okay, here's 3 o'clock where we got the actual change, right? 3 o'clock. If you are not on the same side of this trade, do not trade, because these things can really just blow you out of the water. And there'll be no spot in here technically that's probably going to work. So what I try to do when I see these imbalances that are posted 3 o'clock, obviously there was a huge sell imbalance. I'm going to try to get on the same side of this trade. Okay. And usually it takes, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 minutes before you start seeing movement in these things. It's not exactly at 3 o'clock and 3:50. But when I see this starting to happen, 2:55, 3 o'clock, I'm either going to get on the same side of this trade and just have my stop order at the recent highs that it made, or I'm not going to make the trade at all. And here it was 350, guys and girls, okay? And it started going down before that, like 335. But 350, when we posted that, whatever it was, I think it was like $5 billion to sell, we still went down 100 points from there in the ESs. Well, it might not have been 100 point in the ES. I'm talking about the NQs. But we went down 40 points in the ESs, which is a gigantor move. So I'll look to
David,
get on
real
the same
quick.
And then
David,
usually, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. We're seeing an ES chart, TopstepX ES chart on your screen right now. That's what you're describing, right? That's what you're talking about?
Yeah, I'm looking at the ESs.
Okay.
We can look at the NQs.
Okay,
It's going to be the
perfect.
same exact chart. Which one would you rather me put up there? Does it matter?
No, ES is fine. ES is fine. Just want to stave off any confusion because we kept switching back between ES and NQ.
Did I say
no
NQ?
problem.
I might have.
No, we're still on ES here.
All right, good. We're staying with ES. Okay. So usually that last 10 minutes of the day, I try to get on the same side of the trade. And then what you're going to see happen most of the time, okay, is after they get this exhaustion gap down, right around 3:59, 4 o'clock, that's when you can either get out of your entire short and get long a little bit. That's what I look to do. You got to be very, very patient in these things. So the process is 2 o'clock, first imbalance comes out. 3 o'clock, the second imbalance comes out. 3:50, the last imbalance comes out. And for trading purposes, either get on the same side of that trade when you see this happening, or don't make the trade at all. And to me, anything over, usually if it's over 2 billion, that's significant. Anything less than that, you can get chopped up. We can be down a little, we can be up a little. But yesterday it happened to be 5 billion, which is gigantic. Very rarely do we see 5 billion either to buy or to sell. So that's why we saw this giant oversized move yesterday to the downside at 3:50 and at 3 o'clock. Again, there's no way to prepare for it other than when you see this happening, get on the same side of the trade, have a stop order if it goes against you. Get on the same side of the trade, have a stop order if it goes against you. Normally, okay, if I was trading the ESs and I saw something come down to my 200 EMA, right? After going down, we went down 53.20, 52.80, 36 points in the ESs. That's a gigantic move, right? I mean, the ATR is probably 10 or 15 bucks, but that prevented me from getting in on my 200 EMA like I normally would because it's the market on close imbalance. So I disregard any technicals I have on the way down if we're going down and any technicals I might have on the way up if we're going up. And in 9 out of 10 times, once they get that exhausted all the way down here, you'll get a nice 10, 15, 20 point bounce from that. Again, I'm only looking when it's really oversized, when we have 2, 3, 4, 5 billion. So maybe we'll see it again tonight. There's really no way to position yourself before that, okay, other than gambling. There really is no way. Where are we now? We're at like 141. So we should start to get the first imbalances around 2 o'clock in the futures, then around 3 o'clock, and then around 3:50. But if we look at the futures today, okay, after we had this little spike down, we've been in a nice trend to the downside just about all afternoon. Even we rallied off our big lows here. We just got up and hit the trend right around 52.92. Remember, I used my 9 and my 15 EMAs to enter into trend trades, okay? And since we hit this little trend, we've gone down like 15 points from there also. So very rarely does this happen in the futures, but when we see a nice trend set up, we try to stay with that trend. Obviously, the best place to have gotten in would have been all the way up here at 53.20. We went down 50 points from there. So as far as market on closes, just be very, very careful with it. Sometimes it can switch around very quickly on you. get on the same side of the trade or don't trade it at all. That's my strong advice for that. And if anyone has any questions about it.
Yeah. So as far as the orders pairing off, what time does that start? So when that final imbalance comes out at, go ahead.
At 2, and let's say there was, I don't know, $1 billion to buy at 2 o'clock. 3 o'clock they can come out again, and it could switch to $2 billion on the sell side because a lot more sellers come in. And then at 350 is when you'll get the last imbalance. And if nothing pairs off and we keep seeing that significant to the sell side or the buy side, that's the direction that the market's going to go in. So the 3 o'clock number, you can get a nice move up. The 350 number is really the one that I pay the most attention to, and I want to get on the same side of that trade. After 350, You're getting the move. You're getting, if you have a big imbalance after 350, you're getting that move, period. Because it won't pair off after that. You'll get a bounce eventually, but 350 is the last number we're going to see. So that's going to be the most important one as far as the overall direction of the market.
Okay. So just for clarification for everybody in the chat, if those imbalance orders are going to pair off, they will pair off before 350 Eastern Time, 250 Central Time. So that final imbalance number that you're seeing that we share at 250 Central Time, Eddie comes in and shares it. That is the ultimate imbalance. That is the dollar number of stock that needs to be bought or sold on the close that has not yet paired off.
100%.
Based on that, okay, gotcha.
Yep. So we look at 2, we look at 2, we look at 3, we look at 350.
Answer a quick question. Someone wants to know AM or PM. This is PM. We are trading the close of the market time. So 3:50 PM Eastern Time, 2:50 PM Central Time. All right. So more questions coming in.
Okay, good. Everyone bop into Power Hour, and hopefully we'll see this set up at 350 with Dakota and myself and Andre.
Awesome. Yeah, that'll be great for everybody. So make sure you're in there for Power Hour. David Green and Dakota, always a great pair. And we'll be talking through the MOC imbalance in real time also. So make sure you stick around for that. Some more questions coming in, some follow-ups about the MOC. Getting access to those numbers that come out at 2 o'clock Eastern Time, 3 o'clock Eastern Time. So those are signal service numbers pretty much. You need to subscribe and pay to get those numbers early. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes. Yes.
In your experience, how many different companies are out there getting those early imbalance numbers?
I would Google market on close imbalances, and I guarantee you get a bunch of them.
Okay.
I'm lucky in the fact that I have my guy on the floor of the exchange.
Yeah. We don't have to talk about that. Yeah. We don't have to go down that hole just yet. But in your experience, all these different services that provide the MOC numbers, are they all pretty much the same? Are they kind of accurate? Are they all
that's
different?
A great question. That's a great question because my honest answer is I couldn't tell you. I don't know. I don't know which ones are more accurate than others. It's a really good question. I wouldn't steer you in one direction or the other because I actually don't know the answer to that.
Fair enough. We can assume that every group getting those numbers is actually basing their final numbers off of probably not the same people in each situation, right?
Yeah, and I'm assuming you can get different outcomes and different numbers also.
Yeah, absolutely. Another quick question. We have some people in the chat chiming in about market on open orders. Is that something you ever track? Is it the same process
not really.
for the MO orders?
No. For market on open orders, I'm strictly a technical guy. I will trade, 831 if things set up technically. But there's usually not going to be a lot in the market on open order that's going to make things go up or down 100 or 200 points. It just doesn't happen very often. So I'm a regular trader on the open.
Yeah. And you're not getting updates on market on open orders too far ahead of the open, right? Maybe 15 or 20 minutes, something like that.
I don't know.
So yeah, if you're looking for market on open orders, they are available. I don't know if Financial Juice does them. They might. Maybe we can get Eddie to start sharing those in the morning. But it's a different process for gathering market on open orders as it is for market on close orders. It's going to be a little different. You're probably not going to get those huge numbers that you see on the closing imbalance that you will on the opening imbalance. So definitely the closing imbalance. Yeah. The closing
100%.
imbalance is definitely more significant than the opening imbalance. All right, awesome. Yeah, and if you have any more questions about MOCs, feel free to drop them in the chat, and also stick around for Power Hour today because we're going to be going through these imbalances in real time today. All right, with
we have
that,
time to
I
go
think
over a couple trades.
Yeah, for sure.
Or do we got more questions? More important to answer questions if we have more.
No, let's take a look at the trade that you were scouting earlier today.
All right, cool. Perfect. So just happened. And for those of you who know, and I always share all my technicals, I use a 9, a 15, a 30, a 65, and a 200 exponential moving average. That's what tells me my support and resistance levels. But anyone who's listened to me knows that one of my favorite trades is when we're looking at the ESs, and we're now making new lows in the ESs, by the way. When we're looking at the ESs or the NQs, and we get extremely oversold to where we get down to almost a 20 RSI. And if you look at my chart, right around 315, we actually came down, hit our pivot point, and we had about a 20 RSI. This is one of the favorite trades that I look for. We call it a far from moving average trade. You can call it a reversal trade. But when I have no technicals, we happen to have one here also. But when I have no technicals and I'm deciding, geez, where do I buy this thing? I'm looking for the relative strength to get to 20 or close to 20. And when that happens, what I'll do is, and this is at 115, I'll go to my 1 minute chart. So let's check this out. And
hey, David, real quick, the chart that you're looking at, can you throw it onto on top of? Right now, we're all looking at a 50K combine chart with a realized P&L of $1,200. You see that?
Oh, hold on. Yeah. I don't know why we see that. Hold on a second. Let me switch this. Let's see if this works. Hold on one sec.
Mm-hmm.
Did we get rid of it now?
Nope, still the same screen.
All right, hold on. Give me 1 sec. I just got to switch the chart I'm sharing. Give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm. So while David's pulling up those charts, we really wanted to clear up any confusion that people might have on those MOC orders. Like we said earlier, I know some people are taking the number that we publish or share going into the close, and they're trying to build strategies around it. So we want to make sure everybody is on the same page for what those numbers are, what they mean, how you can use them. So I hope that explanation by David helped you all out. And again, stick around for Power Hour today. David will be with Dakota live on Power Hour, trading through the close, and hopefully we'll have some insight into what those MOC orders can possibly do if we get a big imbalance later on today.
Absolutely. Some reason we're not. Let me just see. I'm trying to share. Just let me know if it switched.
Getting a blank screen right now still. No big deal.
Hold on a minute. How about now?
Nope, nothing still. Jesus. That's all right. We could close out. We only got a couple minutes left. We could close out with the chart without the charts and just answer a couple of questions.
All right, that's fine.
Sure. All right, first question. What is settlement price? What does settlement price mean? Well, there's a difference between settlement price and last price traded or closing price. The settlement price is actually established by the exchange, and it's what they use to base margin off of. So the next day, when you wake up and you turn your screen on and you see that the S&P is up 15 points or down 20 points, that is based off of the settlement price, not the last price traded. In your experience, David, how important is settlement price to you compared to closing price, I guess? I mean, they're two completely different things. Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing that I look at is closing price. I'm not really concerned with the settlement price. I'm looking at the closing price. That's what I base all my technicals on. It's just the absolute closing price.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yes.
Next up, we've got a question from Jordan Reynolds. It's kind of a technical question, but we don't necessarily need charts to go through it. Jordan wants to know what are some tips that you have for finding entry points? So we talked a little bit about your moving averages already. What other kind of things are you looking for in confluence with your moving averages? Volume?
I
rattle a
don't
few
care
things
about
off.
volume, especially when we're trading futures, because there is always more than enough volume in any of the futures that we're trading, right? We don't have to worry about that. There's tons of volume as far as when we're trading the futures. So I'm not worried about that. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, I don't care about volume. Everything I do is based on technical analysis. I'm using all my moving averages. What I will do a lot of times is have to switch time frames, okay? So if I'm looking at something on a 5-minute chart and I don't see any support and resistance on a 5-minute chart, that's when we have to start switching time frames, and I'll go to a 15, a 30, a 65, or a 200. We actually have a 6-screen setup where I can watch a 1-minute chart, a 5-minute chart, 15, a 30, and a 60-minute chart. So it'll show me different support and resistance levels on different time frames. And I will use those different support and resistance levels on different time frames to find trades that I don't see on my 5-minute chart.
Perfect. Makes perfect sense. All right. I think we've got time for just one last question. Oh, your face just turned to a chart, David.
I apologize, guys.
No worries.
There we go.
There he is. All right. Final question comes from Mike. What is the best way to control FOMO? You missed a trade. You're thinking about just diving in to get on board. Usually not the best of ideas.
That is a great question.
What do you do to curb that
is a
itchy trigger
really good
finger
question.
when you missed your setup?
Yeah. I can't tell you how many times during the day, whether it's ES or gold or oil or NQs, that I'll have an order somewhere and it'll miss it by a tick or a point and come very, very, very close and then do exactly what we thought it was going to do from there. There's nothing you can do about it. I mean, it happens all the time. Don't get frustrated. What I will tell you is if something comes close to a technical and, switch to a 1-minute chart. If you start getting a move from there, maybe just jump in and grab it. But that happens all the time. That probably happens 5 times a day. And you just got to forget about it. You can't beat yourself up over it, because what's going to happen then is, I just missed that one. I'm going to jump ahead of this one now and get in where I really shouldn't be getting in. And that's a recipe for disaster. It's going to happen. It happens every single day. Don't get the FOMO. You missed it. It's okay. It's going to happen.
Yeah. The market's always going to provide another opportunity. So I know
Exactly
it's easier said than done, but try not to sweat it.
Yeah. I mean, I'd rather miss trades than getting ones I shouldn't. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. Rather miss it than get into a bad one. Perfectly
100%.
spoken. All right, folks, with that, we are out of time for group coaching today. I hope everybody took something away from that MOC explanation. Again, David Green's going to be back later in Power Hour with Andre, Coach Dakota, and Hoag. Maybe we'll get some action on the MOC and get another explanation of what to look for when that imbalance is published. But stick around. We're going to take a short break.
Apologize for the chart mix-up, guys.
No worries, no worries. I'm sure everybody understood what was happening for sure. No doubt about it. All right. Coming up next, we've got Patience with KV. KV is going to be joined by Andre and Gabe. And then again, Power Hour. Andre, David Green, Coach Dakota, and Hoag. We're going to take a short break. We will be right
right, here we go. Patience with KV, you know the segment. Joins us every Wednesday, 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time here on Topstep TV. Joined by my man right there, Gabe. Welcome to Patience with KV. Let's start KV. KV, how you doing today?
Doing well, excited. I wasn't here for FOMC last week, so excited to be back. In this crazy August volatility. I mean, when has this ever happened before, right? August, this type of volatility? Haven't seen this in a while, so hopefully everyone's making money though.
Yes, no, we haven't. This has been quite the summer trade indeed. It's no complaints here. Everyone's looking for summer doldrums coming into the summer 2024, but it's been anything but doldrums. And right now, right here, we are watching this bid on in the ES 52.55. We got 2,800 lots sitting on the bid 52.55. We're about 2 points away from that trading. We'll see what happens when we approach that, but we are currently watching how that plays out right here, right now. So again, 2,800 bid on the 52.55 price. Market's been selling off right now. KV, what do you make of all the volatility we've been seeing?
And we just lost KV.
I'm here.
There he is. KV, there he is. KV.
Technical issues. Look, it's definitely unexpected for August because usually August is the slowest month of the year, as far as I've been trading since 2013 anyway. But there's a lot of happening at the same time. I mean, I've been asked this question quite a few times lately, and it's just a few things happening all at the same time, right? So we have interest rates going, we have election year going, earnings season, which is going pretty bad, I would say this time around. And it's just
here we go
coming together. And then
here we go, coming up to these 52. Sorry to interrupt. 52.
Yep.
55 evens, a quarter of a point away, one tick away here. It's 55 quarters need to go off. Oh, wow. Smoked right through them. Right through them. 4 points lower.
Yep.
Wow. Okay. So I will write that down. That was filled.
Careful catching those bottoms because there's no bottoms.
There is no bottoms.
A lot of volume coming in on that candle.
Yeah, when you see an order like that get filled, what do you make of it? How does that, come into your thought process in terms of trading?
Just wait until things settle down. I mean, personally, the way I've been trading the past 2 weeks and a half, I've been letting things cool down as much as possible. Have taken 0 trades in terms of futures until power hour, to be honest with you, and it's been going pretty well. Like last 2 weeks and a half, again, 0 losing trades with these power hour trading. It's tough in the morning, especially today as well, a lot of volatility. But I think, letting things cool down a little bit, it's much easier. It has worked for me a little bit better. So, and again, I do love trading the morning session, but it's just been so crazy lately that you could just get crushed in the ups and downs, especially today. Today is just awful. If you traded the first half an hour, Nasdaq especially, just awful. So even when we get these, volatile drops or volatile pops, I really like to let things cool down a little bit before actually taking a trade. But yeah, that's just me. Again, can you make quick profits off of these moves? Sure. Like what happens if it goes against you, right? I mean, I prefer not to be in those scenarios.
That's smart indeed. All right, Gabe, I want to throw it to you. How's the road to funding going for you, Gabe? Welcome back, by the way.
Yeah, appreciate it. Happy to be back. Good to be sleeping in my own bed, and I missed Topstep TV. So I couldn't stay away, man. That week away, I was watching constantly and looking at the charts, just trading. But yeah, so on the road back to funding. So last week in Jamaica, blew the XFA. Got 3 50K combines open right now. 2 of them I've locked myself out. The third one I am working on trading today throughout this segment. But past one. So one I've locked out is just hit its profit target as of today. So that should be passed this evening and activated into XFA. And then I'm up 50% on the profit target on a second one. So I've locked that one out as well. I always got a balance of 482. So the third one that I'm up, that green 876 on the day today so far on this one. And this is the one I'll be chipping away at for the rest of this week.
And you're trading the NQ, correct?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. All right, cool. We'll keep us posted. Let us know if you take any trades or talk out your trades if you have time to talk them out with us before you do get into them. All right, we are trading 52.48 now. Sellers are in control. New lows in the ES and Q following suit as well. Sellers are in control. Time being. KV, I saw in the chat that your levels have been hitting quite well too. So please talk us through, where you see this market going, perhaps some price targets and some key prices of interest for you.
Look, we were looking for this drop to happen. If you go look, probably, I don't know when we were talking about this, either July or June, in one of these Wednesday sessions, we mentioned this. We were mentioning this zone being hit. Did I expect this to happen so quick? Like, honestly, no. I thought it was going to be more towards September. Obviously, it happened a month early, but it was expected a pullback to happen after that rally that we saw. It's a little bit more aggressive, but looking at it on a bigger time frame, right? Maybe on a 4-hour or a daily. If this was it, because we got a slight pullback this week, right? We are holding up in terms of buyers. But today looks like, we finally hit a little bit of a top. If this happens to be a top and this happens to be just a pullback for another leg down, I personally see this going even lower. Like, I personally see this going to the 16,800s on the NASDAQ.
16,800
on the NASDAQ specifically. It's not unrealistic whatsoever. Again, especially going into the September month, which again usually is the weakest month of the year for the U.S. markets. So again, not expecting that to be hit today or next week, but that would be like a more longer term target. If you look at today, levels have been working pretty well, and I would say focus a lot on the gaps, guys, because the gaps have been working. I mean, I talk about gaps on the regular trading hour time frame, so New York sessions only. Look at what happened just today specifically, right? So we had the gap from Friday to Monday, right? Huge gap, right? That got closed at 18,553. Look at what happened today. As soon as we closed that gap, we have not gone any higher. Like, that's where we wicked twice and we just sold off. Focus on the gaps, guys. You can really either, I'm not saying you can catch the whole move, but even catching these scalps, it's still worth it. Same thing happened earlier today as well. The gap from last night, look at that. We closed last night at the cash close, right? I'm focusing on the cash close. 159 here. Look at what happened after we filled the gap. Nice little bounce. And it looks small, but like, it's from 160 all the way to 240. That's 80 points right there. So
yes, it is.
You don't have to catch the whole moves, guys, because there's so many moves happening inside one day. You don't have to, like, just focus on a few setups a day and you're done with it. Because again, if you're positioning yourself correctly, that's really all you need. At this point where we're looking right now, the only last level I have right now is previous day low, which is 966, because all my other levels just got sliced through today. So
966, yes.
So we go for previous day low, sure. But it's crazy. The volatility is crazy, and we were talking about this on the green room as well a little bit. Traders have been getting crushed recently just because they haven't adjusted to the volatility. And we've talked about volatility on these sessions since I started being on TopstepTV in January. We've talked about this since January to prepare you guys for like volatility like this, right?
It's happening.
And people that didn't prepare for it, I mean, they just got crushed because it's not opening, a crazy amount of contracts anymore. We were in a trade yesterday, so this sell-off yesterday, 4 micros was $1,000 profit. With 4 micros on the NQ, guys, that's like, it's not even half of a 1 mini contract. It's 40% of a full mini contract, right? So it's not about opening these crazy positions in this volatility. It's just finding the right entry point and then just
hey, we got 1,000 lot, guys. There's a 1,000 lot chasing down here on the offer at 52.45. It was up at 52.50. 1,000 lot just came down to 45s, and we have a 750 lot sitting on the bid at 52.40. We're seeing some size coming here in the markets right now in the ES. Again, we got 1,000 lot sitting at 52.45. Here comes
Yeah,
40
it's
fill.
just-
Wow.
Nothing
There you go.
matters.
Smoking them. Wow. All right, see if that 1,000 lot keeps chasing on the offer, 52.45. It started at 50, came down to 45s. Again, that what was it 750 lot sitting on the 52.40 bid. It's cooked right through it. We are seeing some size being traded in the ES. So we gotta love. I got filled. I got filled too. Okay.
Stop trying to find the bottom. That's the conclusion here.
Very wise words. Very, very wise words. Keep an eye on that offer at 52.45. Again, started at 52.50, came down 5 handles to 45s. 750 lot was filled on the 52.40 level. It's good stuff.
Yeah, so we took out that overnight low from pretty much right at the open yesterday. And then we had, or like the open of the evening of the Asian session.
Evening, yeah.
But then we have the low from the morning from about 8:45 around 17,966. So we're only 70 so handles away from that. What's the probability the market just continues dumping lower and takes out that liquidity as well?
Pretty high with the way it's dropping. Pretty high.
Right, we're watching.
What are you guys' thoughts on this? Right, so because personally, the way I like to trade this is to wait for pullbacks. If we're looking at this on a 5-minute time frame, you really haven't gotten any pullbacks since 1:30. Like, would you still enter a position as it goes down, or are you on like my side as well that wants to wait for a little bit of a pullback before actually taking a move lower?
That's a good question.
Yeah. Knowing we just took out the overnight low, I think at this point I would want to see a little bit of a pullback. I think this would be a good location to see a possible pullback. I don't know how aggressive it would be. I think it would probably maintain pretty shallow. I mean, most of the corrections that we've seen outside of the range that developed during the first hour and a half of the day. I mean, the most pullback we've seen was about 100 points, and that was around 11 o'clock when we had a bounce from 300 to 400.
Yeah.
But since then, any other pullback has been, about 70 or less. So might look at maybe a short from 100, 18,100.
That's a nice area. Yeah.
I definitely wouldn't try to pick a bottom right now in general. Be looking for shorts.
Seeing some size trading here, guys.
Oh, bottom. Look, you can catch a bottom. It's just you're going against the trend. So as long as you're sizing down, you could go with it. I personally still like to follow the trend and wait for that pullback lower. But we've had some, small little bounces, which again you can take advantage of, but gotta size down a little bit.
There was your pullback, or there was your pop to sell into.
60-second pullback, Andrew. That's it.
That's all you. That's all you get, KV. That's all we get these days, man. We got to adapt on the fly. And we got 1,000 trading on 52.45 offer. Popped about 5 points in the ES. We got Dakota. If we break 18,000 below, is very probable. Yep, we're trying to find these 18,000s. Low of the day and the NQ 18,000, 19 half. We're about 5 points away from that. We are closing in on those 18. Here we go.
New day low on NASDAQ. Let's see what it does.
Look at Topstep daily levels. Burning through these zones. We are in the zone 8. Yesterday's low, 17,966. Here we go. Another 1,000 lot. Another 1,000 lot in the ES on the bid here. 52.35. Boy, 1,000 lots just getting slung around. No problem. Love seeing it. Yeah, we got 1,100 lot on the 52.35 bid. Eddie, this is nuts, man.
Yeah, it's the house account.
Yeah, we're the one short. We're short from 45.
Everybody.
So like this move higher that we saw this week, guys. Just opinion as well. Would you say it's mainly caused of people, I mean retail, just trying to buy in so-called discounted pricing, or would you say that it's also institutions trying to catch these prices? Like let's say going back even before COVID, that there wasn't as much of retail participation. Would you say the same bounce would have happened if we didn't have so much retail liquidity in the markets?
No, I feel like this is retail. A lot of this was retail. Start with institutional, and then retail looked over their shoulder and be like, oh, this is institutional, so retail's going to get in on it as well. What are your thoughts, KB? It feels like retail's getting in on this as well.
And again, to me, it still feels like a lot of people are just trying to catch discounted prices where this might still continue lower.
Gabe, any levels you're looking for, perhaps to get in a trade? I know you're looking for a bit of a rip to sell into.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind getting back in around the low hundreds, maybe probably 105 to 140. That'll be an area of supply that I'd be looking for a possible short entry on.
140s, 140. Okay. Right. Eye on that. See if that 1,000 lot is still there. I believe it is. Yes, it is. Low of the days in the S&P's 52.36 quarter. Last trade 52.42. So here's your rip. I mean, you might not get much more than this. 18,050 trades in the U. Hoag says in the chat, watch the overnight lows. Watch the overnight lows. We'll do.
Yeah, we're on them, bouncing off them right now.
I
wouldn't mind taking a momentum short. So I know we're getting a pullback here. So if you're not getting in here, I wouldn't mind doing like a momentum trade if we get a close below the overnight low of 18,030. Get a body close. But for right now, we've pretty much just failed to break below. I mean, we pierced below, but we didn't close below. So at the moment, until we get momentum back to close the downside, I'd say we're probably a little bit more likely to see a little bit of a bounce here. The question is just how far.
Yes, it is. Let's see, we bounce off any levels here in. Yes, nothing. 36. Yeah, 4-hour demand zone. Kind of chop around in these zones. We're in zone 8 now in the NASDAQ. Today's low 17,966. Will we test that? All those to say we can't get in on the shorts. Can't get on the shorts. This might be your chance. You got about. I mean, it's a 40-point bounce. That might be all you can get right now. Q. You look at tilt, 61% long in the ES. Nothing more than that. And Dow's trading around the lows as well. Crude not doing a whole heck of a lot. Last trade, $75.11. High of the day, $75.84. Gold trading around the lows. Let's see a bounce off the lows there. Last trade, $24.30. Low of the day, $24.27. So about $3 bounce off the lows. Just made there. Yes, catching a bit of a bid here.
S&P, I'm just watching the ES here right now, around the 52.49s, the 49 evens here. There's probably about 700 sitting there.
49s. Okay. Oh, you're talking about that block of three? Those three blocks on the offer?
There's about 700 there.
Eddie, keep an eye on that. Watch what it does. It's always going to be about 4 or 5 points off of what's the last trade. I think those are algos. Yeah. I don't know why they're doing
it. Moving. Okay.
Yep, they're algos.
I haven't looked in ES all day today. Okay.
All good. Yeah.
I thought I'd be help.
No, for sure. For sure. I was looking at it all the time. But we were looking at the other day, and Hoag and I are trying to figure out why are they doing that? What's the point of it? We don't exactly know, but algos are playing games. No, but keep your eye for paper there, Eddie. Appreciate it. So here might be a pop, about 20-point pop here in the ES. You want to get short? This might be your chance. I think we're going to test those overnight lows, or the lows of the day, I should say. All right, Gabe, what are you thinking here? I know you want to see a bit more of a rip.
Personally, I think it's too early for either way.
That's 5. That's 5, Gabe. That's 5. Jamaica. What's up, Jamaica? That's 5. What were you going to say?
Yeah, I would like. I'm sending Jack $5. I would definitely like to see a move higher. I mean, this would be a tight. If you're going to try to take an entry here, I would be keeping a really tight stop, maybe 30 points at the most. Sizing low, just because this is getting aggressive. I like KV's thought process and being a little bit more patient, seeing if we can get a little bit of a further move up and then maybe a confirmation sell. But
we are getting close to the 100s. Like personally, I think 185 is the top. I could look for shorts up to 125 if sellers can come in.
There you go.
We're coming for that zone.
Very interesting. Who says the lunch hour trade isn't fun? Nothing moves. How about this? A 30 point, 26 point bounce. We're still moving higher here. 18,000 here, 18,090s trade. Let's see if we get to these hundreds. Let's see if some sellers step in. 18,100. Sellers step in before that. Like, nope. Good luck. All right, Gabe, talk to us. You still looking to take
go long from 18,053. That's a nice fill.
That works.
Yeah, that's a nice bottom fill.
You see profit, take profit, though. I feel like there might be some.
We are in the seller zone now, so let's see if they can come in or not. But 4 minutes left until the half-an-hour candles as well.
Okay. Figure out what is leading. KV, any idea which market's leading what? Is it ES leading? NQ leading? Is it Dow leading? I don't know. I can't.
Not really. I mean, NASDAQ is trying to move more aggressively, I would say, right now. Out of the rest, but they're all trying to make some little bounces. But yeah, NASDAQ definitely the more aggressive one.
All right, so try to get into these hundreds.
We're trying.
Jim, but yeah, we are.
Definitely some resistance.
What do we top out at there? 96s ish. So let's see if we got that bid down below. Yep, that bid's still sitting at on the 52.35. Yes. Very interesting area right here.
Possible little 3-bar reversal on the 1 minute forming potentially.
Okay.
We'll see if we get it closed strong enough, but at the moment, buyers are picking it back up.
They're synchronized. Brooksy's been watching the Olympics. They are synchronized diving. Very little. No splash, man. No splash in that synchronized diving. That's the key there, Brooksy. All right, one more push here into the night. Nope. Nothing showing on tilt. Yeah, this might be the line in the sand here. Dow caught a bit of a bounce. On that. All right, yeah, KV. So we touched on it earlier here on patience with KV. Your thoughts on the volatility? It's not going anywhere, is it? What's causing this volatility? Where's the uncertainty coming from, in your opinion? The earnings, the U.S. political scene. Like, what do you think is
again? It's a mix of everything, right? I mean, earnings season went horrible. Interest rates. We hope we're going to get a rate cut in September. We don't know, right? Elections as well. I don't know what's going on with those. Plus now you get the Japanese yen as well doing all sort of, crazy things as well with the interest rates over there. So it's just a mix of things that you can't really point the finger. Okay, this is what's kind of causing this. And I believe that's why we've seen this type of price action, because like there's so much uncertainty on this market right now. No one really knows. I wish someone knew.
Yeah, well, I think Japan had something to do with it for sure. They got the party started, so to speak, into Sunday reopen, the Asia reopen, if you will. Yeah, buyers are trying to take this thing higher, and it's being met with some resistance. Look at Topstep daily levels at this 18,085 level. Yeah, we just went through yesterday's value area low, 18,070. Some sellers.
Yeah, there's the sellers at the resistance zone there. Front run the 100 level 100. By
yes, they did
a point or two, but there's the sellers back again.
Yep. There was yeah. See where they take this now. 1,000 lot is still there to the downside in the ES. Not seeing any much paper in the NQ. Eddie, if you see any paper, holler.
Sure thing.
52, yep, 52.45 last trade. Very interesting area right here. Delta update. Thanks, Hoag. Minus 900 in the ES, plus 2,200 NQ. So maybe some bottom picking coming in. A lot of times these rallies, these sell-offs can be fueled by the longs, if that makes sense. Puking their stops, pick the bottom, and it will not go. Sellers just face them. But here we go. Some buyers stepping back in.
Yep.
In the ES, we have about 1,000 at 52.35.
Okay.
1,115, which isn't too far off.
No, it's not. Keep an eye on that. We do know ES likes to find liquidity. Anne Marie says, we haven't had the 2:30 Eastern time reversal in a slurry of weeks. Would be nice if one firmed up today. Agree, Anne Marie.
Yeah,
Play has been on the smithereens for the time being. From the sellers.
That was the pullback.
That
was
indeed.
the pullback, Dave. That's right.
They'll say, I can't get in. I can't get in. There's your chance. Yeah, you got to take a little bit of heat. This is going to be, the buyers are stepping and keep pushing it. Well, that's the thing. No one knows. But as KV said, this is a sell zone. Never got to those hundreds, 18,100, but
close. Yeah.
Close. Yes, close, but no cigar. Earl Hungus stopped for about $330 in profit in the micros. Well done. You can still make money being long in a downtrending market. You can't get married to the position. Here we go.
All right, so I got in with momentum. I'm in at 18,048.
048. Nice, Gabe.
Yep. Risking
Where's
about
your stop?
half. Stops at 68.25.
Okay, 68 stop.
Okay. Risking half of my my P&L on the day, so half of my winning trade size, so about $400.
Short from 48. All right. Keep an eye on this ES again. 52.35. Big bid. Keep short from 48. 18,048. I like the trade idea. Nothing showing.
Kind of needs to go right now, though. Like if it stalls here, yeah, if it stalls here, I think we're headed a little bit higher in that correction phase. But
the only thing you don't want to have right now is a higher low to be formed here. That's the only thing. George asks, what's your risk? Right now, my risk is around 24 points. That's what the table is showing me.
24 points.
That's basically the minimum stop loss I would put on the trade right now for NASDAQ.
Stay strong, Gabe. Stay strong.
I'm staying strong. I held through that.
Yeah.
Risk is defined. Seller steps right back in. Now we want to just see a nice push.
Stick to the plan. Don't let the wick.
There's some bottom pickers down here that definitely have stops not too much lower. ES trying to push it here. ES might be
If it
leading.
breaks, it should be aggressive though. So
yeah, probably gonna test beneath these 18,000s again.
You just need daily levels. That low. All I'm asking for is the most recent low from
15s,
120. Yeah.
Okay.
So 15s.
15s.
Yep. That'll put me at 50% of the profit target on this combine, so I can't exceed 1,500 on the day. So that would put me right around there.
We're calling for overnight lows. Keep an eye on overnight lows. We're going to push here. Today's low, 17,966. Buyer's going to be got a bit of a tug of war right here.
Yep.
Brandon says the wig got me. If the small wig got you, Brandon, you probably put a tight stop loss, more tighter than it should be. Try sizing down in the position so you can hold these wicks up, because the wicks have been nuts lately. So size down a little bit, I would say.
This is not the reversal I wanted to see.
The higher low is
I think I'm going to reduce my risk a little bit more just in case this comes.
Stay strong.
Higher, but
stay strong. Short from 48s.
There's no volume increase, so
yeah, this is weak, man.
I don't see it pushing higher with this type of volume unless we get some crazy spike.
18,000, 18,000, 18,030s.
JC asked how many tick stop loss. The stop loss should be based on the chart itself, but if you want to talk about minimum, 92 ticks right now is the minimum stop loss that you need to place on NASDAQ. Anything lower than that is too tight for you to be actually trading this correctly. But yeah, look at the chart first. The chart tells you mainly what you need to know. Trader Jay says, when I switched to micro, I started killing it. I've been hearing that a lot lately, like a lot.
Yes.
There's people killing it with micros.
Big
I just went over the trade that we were in yesterday as well, just micros, and that's what you need in this volatility. NQ is like you get stopped and then the trade starts going in your direction and it frustrates you. So it's not worth
Stay
the
strong,
risk.
Gabe.
Yeah, so far the stop location is looking good. I'm glad I didn't move it.
Yeah, the wicks are nasty.
Yeah, they're brutal. I mean, they're 20 points. I like the close. Let's just get a nice momentum push down.
It's looking good, Gabe. It's looking good.
S&Ps, yeah, S&Ps. Here we go.
Can I get a timber real quick?
Timber coming, incoming. One time.
Have you placed a profit target order, Gabe, as well?
Yeah, I've got one sitting at 15 and a quarter.
Okay. Let's see, they're fighting here, buyers and sellers.
This is just tearing me up.
Good, yeah.
Inside, not really
Love
in my
this.
account yet, but
love this. Yes.
It's taking some patience.
Hence the name of the segment.
No joke. Yeah.
Patience with KV. Click like, click subscribe.
May or may not have been intentional.
Well done. Buyers keep trying to hold it. Hold the line.
Not a fan of that close.
It's all good, yeah. Well,
take us lower.
Feels like it.
Well, what time frame are you on, Gabe?
I'm just on a 1 minute right now.
1 minute. Let's see how this 5 closes here in 2.
You looking at the 5 right now?
I'm looking at the 5 on
I'm looking at the 5
chart here. If we close with a little bit more seller pressure, it might be nice.
Feels weak.
I will say the 5 minute looks a lot better for a continued move down.
Agree.
The 1 minute, we're just seeing some consolidation that's really wicky.
So on the 5 minute, even
this
S3 level that I had here, we never closed above it. So we just got rejected off of that level, came back down. Unless we make a base here, this looks like it wants to just slice through lower lows. Apple just broke. I really don't see NASDAQ holding here either. Apple broke really strong. I mean, we just sliced through previous day high on Apple, and it keeps on going lower. So
there you go.
We might just be lagging a little bit on the NQs here. So let's see.
Yep. Keep in mind, I got that liquidity downside here in the ES. Might do liquidity sweep. Might pull the NQ with it. And Apple breaking. Might be lagging a little bit. Stay strong. 50-50 across the board on the tilt.
I hate it so much when this happens because you get in for a quick move down and it just ends up just consolidating for so long, and it's like it's eating up your patience.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Get below 100 or
Nvidia below 100? Yes. Nvidia trading $99, 99.91. Wow.
And I'm about to get stopped.
they're holding it. Again, those higher lows are just. Yeah, that's right, Ty. Higher lows so far. We're not seeing that break. Chris says this is a controlled demolition.
Love it.
All right, stopped out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stopped out. So still green, 463, but yeah,
small winner.
It's all good.
Now here's a question, Gabe. You were up almost double that. Is 50% on a losing trade your exit?
Well, if I want to practice what I preach from the segment Power Players, then yeah, this would be the kill point to close the day. I mean, I'm already locked out.
463 is a very good day.
Yeah, no, that's still a good day. I definitely don't disagree with the logic. And once again, if I want to practice what I preach, this would be the time to potentially move away.
But it's not Sunday, and you're not a preacher.
Like that.
True. True.
You know what?
I was going to give a shot here.
Give a shot. Same thing here, Gabe. I try to practice what I preach. We're only human. I catch myself and I go, idiot, practice what you preach. But you know, we sort of fall off that. We left the door open. Coach Dakota's here.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's see what we do here. 246 is just consolidating down here.
I'd still look at the same zone, guys. Right, so 100 to 125 ish. It's going to be a strong area. Whether guys are looking for power hour as well. If we do, confirm
what do you like?
If we do confirm above those levels, right? So 100, 125 zone. I really think we could see that rally that a lot of people want for power hour, but we got to push above that zone. So far, we're rejected once. It is looking weak once again, close to that zone. So wait for that confirmation. I wouldn't take anything early though. I'd still wait for those confirmations above that zone for higher probability trade. It's not going to give you the best entry as taking a entry at these levels, but higher probability if you wait for the confirmation. George says back at VWAP. I mean, possible. Where's VWAP? 360s, right? I mean, 300 points. Possible. It is possible in this market.
Can't figure it out one way or another. Yes, there's Dakota, David Green, and Hoag joining us for Power Hour today. Hopefully you caught that group coaching with David Green. Went over the MOC process works. We'll probably touch on it again in Power Hour.
You know, Dre, we've really had some really cool people joining us here, especially with KB coming in. We missed you last week, KB.
Yeah, Powell took my spot last week.
Did it again.
That SOB
bastard.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, you could say that word. It's not the F-bomb.
They do not want to take this higher.
And this is where a little bit of FOMO steps in.
Big time.
We're back at entry. We get that momentum now. I'm going to be sitting here very sad.
Don't get down.
Apple is still weak though. Apple is still weak. So, and we got this lower high on the NQs as well. So it's starting to look neutral. I would say more on the Nasdaq. It just depends which way we break, honestly. But yeah, I wouldn't get into the FOMO. You're good. Personally, the way you traded, Gabe, right, in terms of like how the account is right now, I personally would stop, no matter what happens. But that's just me.
Yeah. All right. I agree. I'm going to go ahead and follow my words from earlier and lock it out.
Well, you know what? I mean, even if you did lock it up and the market goes your direction, you know what? You can't dwell on that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Andre, we should take a trade in your live account.
Would love to, man. Yeah. You want to drive? Can.
Hey, man, we got 15 minutes. If I lock up, we got to have somebody else trading.
Exactly.
I'm
So
trying to
don't
be
lock it up. Just
disciplined. I know.
you
I
can't.
know. I know.
Just sit on the hands. Yeah, you know. Dude, trust me.
I know.
Just wait till after the segment. We're good. George says, "Let's go, man." I know. You guys know the drill. Yeah, I'd be looking to get short. Nah, Michael. We'll paper trade it, Gabe. We'll paper trade it. See how it goes. Or yeah, we can lock it up at the end of the segment. How about that?
All right. I'll hang tight for another minute or two.
But you have the right. Yes, you have the absolute right. Because what if news hits? What if news hits and it's just like up to the to the races, off to the races, and we just start cooking? But you do have the right idea. Anyways, like I said, we got joining us on Power Hour. We got David Green, Dakota, Hoag, myself. I'll be driving. Yes, Hoop knows. I am driving. No texting and driving. No trading and driving. Now we have self-driving cars. They'll be able to text again. Hey, Gold's still keeping the Bears in control. New lows, 24.24 low of the day last trade, 24.25.
I agree with Active Trader Society there. It's 50-50 at this point with the higher lows and the lower highs forming.
50-50 means no trade. Right, KV? 50-50? No trade.
No, I don't think so.
Not really an edge here. One way or the other. Just conflicting. I mean, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, no.
It looks like we want to go lower, but at the same time, we're still not given the right price action.
The biggest thing that makes me, again, in terms of a move lower, Apple is still falling on the other end, and then this zone never got broken. Look at that. Look at those sellers now.
Shit. Look at this shit.
And there we go.
1,000 lot. S&P's filled. 1,000 lot filled to the downside. Off to the races downside.
Got hit. There you go.
There was TP.
Little bounce here.
A lot of volume coming in.
What was that price, Eddie? Sorry. Was it 35s? 35s.
35.
On the bid? Yeah. 1,100 on bid. 235. 235 filled. Yep. Got some more? Yeah, man. Let's see. Nothing really sticking out more to the downside. Upside. 500 lots. These days, 500 lots is just ho-hum.
Other than that low at 966 there, Andre, yesterday.
Yep. Man, seeing some size slung. Here we go. All the longs are just getting puking right now. 18,000's incoming.
Amazing.
Again, yesterday's low, 17,966. Yesterday's low.
Yeah.
NQ.
It's going for it. ES as well. That's the next stop. Previous day low.
Yep. Yesterday's low. ES 52.21 3/4. 21.75. Still selling off. Now making new lows.
Yes. Same situation.
Go. It's great volatility. Good stuff. Gabe, how you feel? Gabe.
Don't ask me.
You already know, dude. I don't know.
I know, man. I know, man. It's
question,
TV
man.
though. It's TV though, man. People want.
I know.
People want to know. I know.
I'm fuming inside right now, just watching
Sure.
my TP get hit without me.
For sure.
So here's because we got a few minutes left. Here's what I kind of stumbled upon as well. I always used to be the trader that I would move my stop losses after taking profits, right? I'll take profits, move the stop loss, take profits, move the stop loss. We actually ran a back test, 10-year back test on Ninja Trader. Not moving the stop loss yielded higher results, like bigger profits over the long run. So keeping the initial stop loss and not moving it yielded higher profits than actually, trailing up the stop loss, which I found very surprising because always used to be the trader that, moved the stop loss.
Question: how did they know where you moved your stop loss to on that back test? Did you move to break even, or just trail it based on how many points you trail it by?
You trail it based on profit targets. We kind of based it on the system that we're using, but yeah, you scale it based on when you take profit targets. And again, we did it on NASDAQ. It was better if you just kept it on your initial stop loss, which kind of makes sense because that's where the trade setup becomes invalid, right? Only at that point. When you start trailing it, you get tighter and tighter to getting stopped. But that was very interesting to see. And even on a trade like this, right? Let's say someone took the top of this trade, right? On this setup, they got filled as close as possible. So maybe their initial stop loss was a little bit higher, right? If they trailed that stop loss, they would have gotten stopped around this area before the next move down happened. I know. Just I was surprised about that a little bit because I always
can't
used
run.
to move the stop
You can't
loss.
hide. I will find you. I will find your stop and stop you out. For I am the market and I know who you are.
Goldman at it again.
Goldman
Intern season.
interns.
Yeah, Goldman interns hunting. All right, I'm gonna try to make another push here. 18,000s incoming. S&P's trying to make new lows again.
Full port short, anybody?
That might be a liquidity sweep. I don't see much liquidity down to the downside in the ES. 500 lot down to 52.17. Like I said, 50 or 500 lots these days are just ho hum. Yesterday we saw a 4,600 lot getting filled in the offer, 53.10. 4,600 lot. All filled, 53.10 in the ES yesterday. 74% short in the YM. Continue to make new lows there. Gold just grinding lower. Lows in gold. Very orderly sell-off here. I don't feel like panic. It feels like more technical.
52.29. S&P's got some size there. 52.30. 52.29.
Just grinding lower.
28. Moving it. Probably the same thing we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, it's those lame ass algos.
153 on the bid at 31.
I got about 4 minutes left here. Patience with KV. Get those socials in here for KV.
A lot of patience to be holding these trades.
Oh man, that was a tricky one. That might have been exhausted the selling for the time being. Again, you never know. David Green coming on. If you saw group coaching, he explained the MOC process. Him and JD did a great job explaining that. Maybe we'll ask David Green to go over that a little bit. Give us the Cliff Notes. Cliff Notes still a thing?
You ever use Spark Notes back in the day for school?
Spark Notes, indeed. Yeah, I'll get the Spark Notes.
I wanted to read books. Oh, yeah. Get the summary, or pass all my pop quizzes for what I was supposed to be reading but wasn't. Spark Notes was the go-to.
Yeah, kind of just chilling right now. Dakota, I'll try and bring the buyers in for Power Hour. Dakota calling the bottoms here. Cliff Notes, oh yes, is that still a thing? Might have just dated myself with that. The yellow and black cover, the stripes, remember? It's in Walgreens. To Kill a Mockingbird, if you will. All right, guys. Well, it should be make for an interesting. All right, so KV, just to recap, looking for a test of 18,100, 120s ish. If we can break above, if we can run through that, we might see some more momentum to the upside. It's kind of the general idea.
Yeah, that's the idea there. Again, we saw a strong rejection happen off that zone once during this session, so we just got to get buyers take control of that area. You are going against the trend though, so I'd still size down on the move higher.
All right, Gabe. You know what to do right now. Good trading. Way to manage your account. More trade. Right idea. Let's go to Gabe's screen. Show us what you're going to do, Gabe. What'd you lock in? What's your P&L? That's going to be another $5 from Mr.
Yeah,
Jamaica
$5.
himself. Jamaica, man. Use the mute button, man. That's $10. This has been expensive.
It's an expensive day for me already.
Oh,
Son
man.
of
That's
a-
$10, man.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and lock it out.
Go to it. There it is. All done. Good job.
Right. So 3 in
Yeah,
the green
what's your
today.
P&L? Excellent.
463
excellent.
on this one, 1482 on the other one, and then the third one was once again passed. So pretty solid day today. Proud of.
Good job. Everyone give it up for
managed
Gabe
the
in the
plan
chat.
well.
Give it up for Gabe. Nice train. KV, thank you very, very much. Got your levels. Talked about, well, it was a nice little patience with KV segment. KV, as always, before we go to Power Hour, you know I'm going to ask you, leave us with some words of wisdom for Gabe, myself, and everyone in the chat here on Topstep TV. KV, go ahead. Yes.
Not many words, guys. Not many words this week because it's been more about just waiting. So the less you do, I think the more you can take from this market, at least what we've kind of been noticing recently. The less trades, the less size, the higher probable trades that you're going to take.
Awesome. There you go. Less is more. KV says less is more. Thank you very much, KV. Thank you very much, Gabe. We got Power Hour coming up next. Myself, David Green, Dakota in the house, as well as Hoag. Let's go.
Hey, Hoag here. I'm excited and honored to tell you the Topstep levels are now available on Topstep X charts, including the weekly kickoff levels. Now, to add them to the charts, you'll find it under indicators. You can just type in Topstep's daily levels. You're going to get weekly high and low, daily high and low, value areas, points of control, and yes, those weekly kickoff levels. In settings on the indicator, you're going to be able to choose which of those levels you want to populate on your charts. Daily levels will update daily. Use them in confluence with your strategies, your levels. It's all about context, no guarantees. We hope that they serve you well.
Damn, that happened quick. Miss a little, miss a lot. We are off to the races to the upside. These guys in the green room are chomping at the bit to get in there. Welcome, David Green, Coach Dakota, Hoag in the house. Man, where do I start? David Green, what are you seeing right now?
Seeing a break of a trend for the first time since 12 o'clock this afternoon. Right, we just got above our trend lines, which was like 50 in the NQs, NASDAQs. Rallied a nice 70 points. Now we're kind of just sitting in the middle of nowhere. I got a little resistance up at 82, which I will short if we spike all the way up to 18,184. And we'll see if we can clear this 48 first. That's what I'm looking at.
48, big level 48. Current trade 140. Dakota, the chat, you said I'm going to bring
I brought
the
him.
buyers. You brought him.
I brought him.
Yes, you did.
She did.
We brought him. I'm done and locked up for the day. I took some losses a little bit earlier in my live account, but I'm up 20,000 in my Express account.
There you go.
Do you have a practice account up or anything?
My live account or my Express account. Yeah, right here.
Oh, very good. Okay, good. I think you'll see you locked in. Very good. Okay. Hoag, what kind of levels are we looking for here? I know you got your eye on the ES. I think you said we see some liquidity to the upside. Paper to the upside.
Yeah, we started to see a little bit of liquidity up there. It's not really showing right now, but I'm watching the anchored VWAP off the low bar on Friday. On the 30-minute chart, it's coming at 62.61 half. We just traded right up to it, and we're bouncing off of that pretty good. So, and sellers might still be in a little bit of control here. What I'm really looking for is a break above that, and then to get into some continuation to the upside, maybe up towards VWAP. Day session VWAP up at 53.05. Could it be true? But we're not seeing it yet. Can't do it yet.
I do like
Dakota, you
this
see the well, look what we got to, right? My number was 48. We got to 47 and went down 48 points.
Yeah, you had 47. You called, yeah, you were looking
30.
for 47, right?
Yeah, 30 EMA on a 5-minute chart.
Yeah, I do like this pullback that we're seeing right
Missed it
now.
by 1 point.
I think this is just one of those situations where that might have been it, down and pull back down towards 100. But I'm going to wait to see if this market consolidate a little bit closer, like in these 90s, to get in long. But buying the pullback, I think that might have been it. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
It's early.
Yeah. I'm looking for this market to return back towards the 230s, 220s.
Another 100 points.
I'm with you. I got 244. I think a buy now if we can pull back 80s and 70s.
Which is just crazy thinking about 100 points, but technically it's
incredible.
That's where we're at. That's the kind of market we're in.
It's amazing. All right, before we get some more fireworks, in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, see hashtag Power Hour. You might see me do this in the morning with hashtag Fast Markets. Again, hit us up at Topstep at Topstep on X or Twitter. Call it what you want. Send us your memes, performance dashboard analytics, cool swag, your trader station setups, anything you want to share with us here at Topstep TV. We'll turn that around to you guys in about 20, 30 minutes. Again, at Topstep, hashtag Power Hour. We got David Green, we got Coach Dakota, we got John Hoagland in the house for Power Hour. All right, we're just looking for a pullback into the 80s here in the NQ. Last trade, 18,109. 18,109. Pullback, perhaps get move to the upside. Delta, not a whole lot there. Minus 1,200 in the ES, plus 3,100 in the NQ. So not a whole lot doing there.
Mm-hmm.
Man, Hoag on the beat.
I do like a break of 123, 124. If we break above that, then I definitely can see us, pushing another high above these 50s. So I do like 123, 124 for a breakout trade to the upside.
I love you, Dakota.
And then we clear that 48 again. We're in good shape.
Yeah, make sure you catch Dakota on Slow Markets this evening. I believe Nick for a Tick will be joining you on Slow Markets today, Dakota.
Yeah, I think so. He messaged me earlier saying he was having some internet issues, so he is scheduled. He's planned for slow markets tonight.
Cool.
But yeah, trust me, I know that problem all too well with internet providers.
We are beholden to the internet these days. All right, here we go. David Green, you're working 148s. Working 148s for perhaps a possible short. You missed it by a tick. Is that trade off now? Is that trade off now, or is it still that trade is off?
Off. I mean, we pulled in 40 points.
Yep.
147 we got to. Oh, man. That's just...
Overread.
Only went down 40 points.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so, I mean, we need to get above that 48 now.
And
we got some room.
Yep. Maybe like to push the upside. If we get above the 18,100s, which we did. Push the higher to the 120s. You like to move to the upside.
Yeah, if we could get a good breakout above these like 124, 125, which I think we're getting it. It's just a matter of whether we hold that momentum. We could see another nice rip to the upside.
Yeah.
What a volatile market.
Crazy, man. It's
wild. Really, really, really. At least anyone think trading this market is easy. It certainly has not been.
Oh, no.
No.
Most certainly not.
This is the moment of truth here.
Just being patient.
Walnuts.
Yep.
The main VWAP that I use is usually just the 5 o'clock open VWAP, but I am learning more and more about anchored VWAP from Brian Shannon and his book about anchored VWAP. So the VWAP that we broke today that kind of started this break to the downside was the 5 o'clock anchored 5 o'clock, last night VWAP. And the one that I'm kind of up against right now is the anchored VWAP off the low bar from Monday, and I anchored a VWAP from there, and it's coming in at 52.61.5, and that's where we just really kind of traded up to and bounced off of. So I'm looking for that maybe to fail and then to see a move back to the upside. I'm not really into trying to sell this thing, even though we're in a downtrend. So I'm just trying to stay patient up against that. It's a good question, and I am not the anchored VWAP expert by any means, but I'm starting to learn about them because, hey, if we're not learning, we're not living.
100%.
That's the truth.
66 is a level to hold if we can spike down another 20 points from here.
$66 in the S&Ps?
Yeah. NASDAQ, right? Yep, NASDAQ. Well, we didn't break above those 24s, 25s. We pulled back here, hovering around the 90s. If we could find some support, I think I'm going to try and test some longs.
Yeah, if we hold right here, the 88s, 90s, I think you're okay.
Okay. All right. While we wait for that to happen, let's do a quick live trader update here at Topstep. A lot of green. I think there's some red as well. House account up $5,100. We'll do a recap of that here in a little bit. Rips hit the DLL today. Dakota DLL.
I hit losses in my live account.
Yeah. We got Matthew K up $8,000. Jate up 46. Che Hung DLL. Man, it's a tough trade. Rafa. Man, old Rafa. At noon Central Time, up $7,300. As of 2 p.m. Central Time, up $24,000. How about that?
Rafa, huh?
Rafa. My goodness. Nice trading. But
Some
yes, like
context
David,
behind that,
says,
David, he's been pulling those days very consistent the past couple weeks. He's really been killing these markets.
This has been anything but easy. All right, let's see if we can get another push here. Buyers did step in at that 18,000.
Long from 87.
Here we go. Long from 87. How many times, Dakota?
One contract.
Thank you.
One mini, not micros. Mini.
One from
Rafa's buying
87.
lunch.
One contract.
Yes. From Pete Luger's. You ever go to Pete Luger's there, David Green?
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Back in the day.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes,
Is
in
that-
Brooklyn.
Oh yeah, the original.
Peter
Luger's.
I was going to ask if that's the New York Stock Exchange's series.
Nah.
It's their steakhouse.
Series.
Yeah, it's their Chicago cut,
Series is
I'd
the
say.
bar
Or
in the lobby of the Board of Trade. You didn't know.
We used to go to Morton's a lot.
Morton's.
Yes. Morton Smith and Walensky, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I used to entertain
Little
clients
profit
at all
up here
those
if you got
places.
in.
You know, Johnny, Series had some really good food.
Oh, yeah, they did.
It's chopped salad, man. All day.
Drinks were even better.
Fish Fridays.
Right. See if we
Here we
can
go.
push
Risking
Dakota along
about
from
61
87.
ticks. Yeah, 87, risking about 61. See if we get a nice push higher. These are really high risk reward trades where probabilities are low, but the risk reward is well above 4 to 1.
Cheap trades.
Yep.
Yeah.
Everyone's staying patient here.
Tight little range now. Let's see if we can bust above like 17s, 18s.
17s, 18s, 18,117. Push into, we did get to 40s. 47s did trade. Come on, push one time here for Coda. Hoag, switch over to the ES. I don't have the ladder up right now. We got any paper above or beneath current price?
No, there's those usual algos. We do. I mean, all the way up at 52.75. There's 300 on the offer. Nothing tremendous. Nothing huge on either side right now that I'm seeing.
I think we got a bid there too,
500 on
Johnny.
the bid at 52.17 half.
17 hook. Okay.
No thousands though. No thousands.
Yeah. Hoag, what do you make of all this? What do you make of these large ass paper orders coming in, just getting filled, no problem? I haven't seen like that in a
Well,
minute.
I mean, it's almost like they're bigger speculators that are advertising and want that liquidity to be taken.
Mm-hmm.
If they were big time banks or funds or something like that, they're not worried about a couple of thousand contracts. They're moving to 10,000 contracts. And they don't want anybody to know that. I can't figure out why we're seeing more and more of those. And what's up with the algos that are just kind of bookending the price, and just kind of following around. It's something new, something always is going to be changing in futures. But we didn't really see a lot of those big, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 lot orders in the dome. For some reason, they're hanging them out there and they're getting filled. Everybody's looking for that liquidity. Seems like more speculative than hedging on longer time frame funds and banks and that kind of stuff. I don't know for sure. Nobody probably does, but it's something new that we're seeing more often now, isn't it, Andre?
Big time. I was saying these were back in the pit days. We know pretty much exactly who's doing it and why they're doing it, but those days long gone.
I miss those days.
Yes, you could talk to the brokers, like who's doing it. Yeah, David.
Yeah, we
know exactly who's doing
walk
it.
around the pit. You walk around the pit and get a buyer's card, player's card.
We used to be able to.
Would it go Morgan to?
We had like smoking rooms attached to the floor of the exchange, like 5 feet from 80,000 pounds of paper.
Yep.
Different time. It was a different time indeed.
Stay above these 17s here.
Yep.
You can stand in the S&P pit and watch, Goldman sell 2,000, Merrill sell 2,000, Shearson sell 2,000, Bear Stearns sell 2,000, Chi-Corp sell 2,000, and they're not selling it to each other. They're selling it to the locals, and the locals and the speculators in the pit. You could just see that they were getting way too long for their own britches, and those were some good trades because when they had to turn and run the other way, they were able to move price, and it was just being able to recognize that your time frame, the local traders were stuck one way that offered some pretty good opportunities. We're right back up at that anchored VWAP right now.
Let's bust above 40 here. Come on,
buy the pullbacks.
What do you got VWAP at? 53.04. Globex. Okay, what do you have for anchored?
Anchored is right here, 61.5, and that's off the low 30-minute bar from Monday or Friday.
Gotcha.
That's right off the lows.
Okay. Take a look at tilt here. We got, what did I just see? 80% long ES in the tilt. 80% long.
Oh my goodness.
79%. I exaggerate a little bit. 79%.
Holy smokes.
We went up and tested those 140s.
Again.
Yep.
Well, it was a good trade for the 87.
Yeah, I'm still holding that 87.
Yeah, so that's a great
holding to play for a break, and I'll trail it up if I see a good point.
Wow, it's like a brick wall twice now.
Yeah. And against that anchored VWAP in the S&Ps too. It's just not giving up.
Yeah.
Yet.
All right. 18092 is what we need to hold. If we
92.
Go down.
Okay.
92.
Another push higher here. And we did say the house account was tricky. 2 trades. We have 2 trades in the house account today, Hoag. 2 trades, 2 winners.
Winners.
2 trades, 2 winners. One of the downside, one on the upside. Yes, it was a see profit, take profit. Man, Mickey, coming with some really nice levels. Be patient and pick and choose. All right, David wants to see us hold 92s, I believe. Correct, David? 18,092.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Right here, right now.
It looks like I might get stopped out of this one.
7.
Little teeny.
Getting a little late.
I tried a little at 92. But keep it tight because it is getting long.
You took a long, David?
Yeah, but very, very small. It's a big level.
Long one from 92. David Green. What was your level? Yep. Watch us just stay range bound for the next 40 minutes. We're just you got to be kidding me.
I mean, this is one heck of a range. 50 point, 60 point range.
That's true. That's true.
Yep. It's crazy. We're just sitting on the lower end of the range now.
Yes, we are.
Yep. I'm still going to wait
this
for
is the time when things can start breaking down one way or the other.
Yeah, again, yes, paired off a little bit. Now only 70% long bias. Was up to 79% long
there you go.
bias on the tilt. Right, 84's trade.
There you go.
Buyer
All
step
those
in.
longs are underwater, Andre.
What price?
52.60 half.
Wow.
Yes, they are. Yeah.
That's the average long price.
Okay.
They are taking 10 handles of heat right now.
Sure are. Now you see the tilt 64% long now. Just like John said, they're taking heat.
Yeah.
They pair it off.
now.
Yep. Peel it off. This is when we rally. They all get out.
See what I'll do because it went against me a little bit. You know, I'll take some off at like 97. There we go.
Okay. David Green, that's typically how you like to trade, right? You'll pay for the trade, take a couple off in the profit, pay for the trade, then right?
Exactly right. This way, if it goes against me, it's not the end of the world.
So NQ ladders acting funky again. Oh, it's getting a little wide. All right.
Oh, let's not go spooky again.
I don't. Yeah. Yesterday was something else. Man.
And that may have something to do with that MOCs because we were getting right around that 10 to 3 little area and just it looked like the S&P and the NASDAQ dome just like lost all of its blood. They got so thin and we were like, what is going on? I felt like there was something that they knew that we didn't, right?
Yes.
It's a big spot right here. We're kind of just sitting.
Speaking of MOC, you I don't know if you guys caught group coaching or not, but we had David Green on with JD. David Green did an excellent job explaining the MOC process. I know you're in a trade right now, David Green. So once you get out, I'd like to know. All right, what was the 2 o'clock? 2 o'clock Central, 1 o'clock Eastern time. What was the MOC number?
Very, very small.
Very small. Okay.
Non-event.
Non-event. All right. So really quick, can you give us a quick recap for those that didn't see the group coaching, how MOC works? You got the 1 o'clock Eastern time announcement, and then what do you have after that?
3 o'clock will be the next imbalance, which we got. And I don't know. I mean, if you look at 3 o'clock, right, in the NASDAQs, what we have, that kind of coincides with that gigantic rally up, right? At exactly 3 o'clock. So could have been skewed to the buy side there. And then we'll see what happens at 350.
Yep, we have MOC, and it's already almost
so,
30 minutes.
When I get into a trade, if I take my 5 points, right, I'm not going to let it go against me for 5 points, especially this time of day. It's just, who the hell knows what they're going to do here? We can go up and down 200 points from here in the last hour.
Yeah, we could.
Plus, quite frankly,
Dakota, time flies. Time flies when we're having fun.
Combine where you can't make more than $12 now anyway. So.
You're right, Hoag. Time just flies. The older you get, the faster time goes.
Tell me about it.
Days are long, years are short. Hey, NVIDIA back above $100. We did see a dip beneath there. Saw another one's 99s. Yep. Last trade, $99.95, back above $100. NVIDIA trying to figure out what to do with the $100 level.
There we go. Just breaking down now.
Yep, here we go. Right back down. We tried to hold some buyers in, and that got crushed.
Little cheating.
You guys hear about Steven Tyler?
No.
No.
He's I guess he's got to retire. He's got a vocal cord injury that will never repair itself.
Damn.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Dream on.
He's like 80, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's had quite the career, right? I mean,
that guy's lived 9 lives already, so
he's sang that hard for so long. I'm surprised it took this long for it to bust out on him. But hearts out to Steven Tyler.
The sacrifice, that's quite something else. Be not screaming, but singing very loud for so long.
That guy's
He
lived
had
a
that
life.
great rasp, he was great.
Oh yeah.
Dude looks like a lady.
Same thing happened to Steve Perry. Steve Perry had the same thing. You can only sing that high
Steve
for so
Perry
long.
came back though. Yeah, he was gone for a while there. Same thing with John Anderson from Yes. He just keeps singing and singing and singing and.
Okay.
3:30.
Are we going to
halfway home?
Are we just gonna be range bound? There's no way we're just gonna be stuck in this range. You
Head
got
back up above 100s.
I'm starting
It would only be
starting to
fitting.
think I'm killing the volatility during hour.
I mean, it's still
Taking that
volatile.
away
It's
from Nick
just
for a tick.
not directional.
people
It's
admire.
volatile, not directional.
We got down to 62. Yowza.
Nothing doing on the tilt. Oh, this ES up to 80% there at 52.60 was the price ish. Saw that pull back. Saw that all the longs puked there. They're probably trying to play the breakout. See why?
Yeah. He's touching those 40s.
Not want to go.
Weston Chad is asking David and Dakota, what made you guys want to go long? What was the big tell there?
Go ahead, David.
I mean, for me, it's all technical. We stretched up to the 40s and we pulled back to both my trend lines right around 88. That was my reason, just purely technicals.
That's basically the same. I mean, a little bit different in how I was getting along. Over here on my chart, I can pull it up. Struggling a little bit now. We're just being chopped around. But over here on the 5-minute, you can see we've just been in this very bearish just sell off, and we broke above it. And to me, that was a trend, a change in market direction. And it's been find areas to try and buy the dip to see if we could continue further. So it was purely on this technical break.
Yeah, if you're talking about the first breakout above the 50s.
Yes. Yep. And then to me, the sentiment is now look for areas to get long, and that was pullbacks to areas that could be support, that was resistance, and so that's what I'm looking for.
More sellers.
Yeah, if you put my chart back up, you'll see at 3 o'clock we busted above all the moving averages right here. So this was our signal before we came on. It was right around the 50s, right? And we went straight up like 90 points. This one a little. Now, look at the 30 EMA. We tested it once at 47. We went down 50 points. We tested it again at like 47. We've gone down 70 points. But I wouldn't have blamed anyone for trying this breakout here, right? I mean, it was the right time of day.
Mm-hmm.
Tested once, tested twice.
Yeah.
Now we're in nowhere's land.
Yes, we are. Go figure. Hey, Gabe, keep me posted with the power hour stuff. I know we have some hashtag fast markets. We never got to, so we can turn that around to them as well. We are range bound right now. Go figure.
Dakota's back in.
Yeah, I'm back in. Yep, back in 78.
Cool. 78.
Not really getting any momentum in any direction.
No. The last couple of days, I was watching the ATR in the NQs. It was over 100 at some point. I mean,
amazing.
Over 100.
Amazing.
How do you trade that?
Yeah.
There you go. 78.
All right, Dakota's long. Let's go up.
Time.
There's some buyers stepping in, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now let's see if it could be held. That's something that we haven't seen yet.
We need over 32 now.
32. Why not 20s anymore, David Green? It was 20s. Now you say 32s.
Yeah, well, it was 48s. You know,
my 48s.
My 30 EMA is coming down now. So right now we're about 33. So that's what we need to bust above now. See how my 30, we hit here, we hit here. We got to get above that now.
Right on. Good stuff.
And, you know, if I'm long down lower, I'm certainly taking some profits up there.
Mm-hmm. Go to long from 078, 18,000.
Yep,
078. You have a target, or you want to see just a breakout above the 33s?
Yeah, my target is still going to, if we do get a breakout, it's going to be these 240s. So 230s, 240s up into this area that we were around noon, around lunchtime. See if we can get a break.
And I got exactly 18,223. So we're close.
Okay.
223.
Yeah, it's a zone.
And it's up 100 points. I mean, but hey, that's nothing.
It's nothing the way we have to go through it.
Andre, just like yesterday, I mean, it's just like we fell into a 5-minute range here in the S&P. Is probably pretty much in the NASDAQ as well, right?
Woo! Yeah, the sellers, man, this is vicious.
But wasn't the last 10 minutes yesterday down like 200 points, something like that?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Gapping lower. I don't even know if she was.
Yeah,
I don't know if it was trading or bids were just getting pulled, but yes, it was just, man.
Did you have like $5 billion walking on close yesterday?
We sure did. What did you think about that?
Yeah, that's good.
What did it?
I'm just curious because I got it from Pete. It was the same number, $5 billion. Jesus, Christmas.
Yeah, $4 billion in ES, another $1.4 billion in YM. Yeah,
that was when the dome got spooky.
Those were serious numbers.
It's now one of my strategies.
Scratch.
Spooky dome, go get short.
Zero technical edge right now. This is just nonsense to me.
Hard to trade. All right. It is hard to trade. Hard to hold on to anything. Everyone's getting faced. Shorts are getting faced. Longs are getting faced. We'll take a breather. We'll keep an eye on these markets. We aren't barcoding. We're trading sideways. Go figure. The last 25 minutes of the day, last hour there is going to be range bound. We will see more to come. But right now, we still have some hashtag fast markets stuff to bring you and hashtag power hour stuff to bring you. So I'm going to throw it to my man, Gabe. Gabe, let's give the people what they want.
Let's do it. Absolutely. All right. So we have Ursa coming in with a meme for MP. Somebody told me that you had a prop firm that looked like my prop firm.
Who's Ursa? Oh, that's pretty good. We saw them. We saw the Killers on Saturday.
That is good.
Yes.
We have Lost Trader. No meme today. Just a big fat thank you for everything Topstep and Topstep TV has provided and yet to provide. Also for taking the memes and jokes sportingly. Shout out to Lost Trader. Thank you for all of your effort with us here, hanging out with us.
Nice.
We have Nick for a tick. Tinfoil hat. Can't confirm or deny that the Fed cut my fiber this morning, rendering me unable to trade or to appear on Topstep TV.
Oh, no.
Coincidence? Absolutely.
Oh, man. You literally cut the cable.
Anyone ever had a bad trade and blamed it on your cable? My cable went out.
Like the dog ate my homework, David Green.
Yeah. Oh, I left that order out. I forgot about it.
Yep.
Yeah, when I was in support, I definitely saw a few of those. So that's not uncommon.
I love it.
Anything
got 138.
to deflect the blame.
Yeah, right. We got 138 trading coming in. Love new XFAs. The picture, if you go on Twitter, it actually zooms into a new Express funded account, but it's cut off in the preview. But just so fresh and so clean. Not yet battle hardened, covered with blood, sweat, and tears Celsius, and some crumbs of a pill I will not name. But outside of that, yeah.
It's all
We got
good.
Carl Hungus coming in with
Hey. Look how he does that, man.
Ronnie.
Yo.
Too good. Too
Got a
good.
Halloween costume. MP's got his new Halloween costume right there. Amazing. Oh.
Absolutely.
That's pretty good, Hungus.
Got another one here. Hefe. David and Dakota, likely the best hour duo on the channel.
Why am I the old guy? Don't be Obi-Wan.
All right, David Company.
And I got a double effort here from Carl. I got to show.
It's gonna be a no for me, dog.
That's a no for me, dog.
Yeah. Well done, Hungus.
That is funny.
Oh, man. Y'all are absolutely killer with these.
Love it. That's
Hungus don't miss.
Carl is
So
just
good.
he has a gift. He really does.
Getting better.
He's went with it. He just run with it, and it's been great.
Right. All right, everyone flat. Dakota, I think I heard you say you got out of that trade right before we started up hashtag
Yeah,
power
and
hour
then
stuff.
and then right back in. Just taking either scratch or small losses in this chop, looking to see if we could get some buyers momentum. We are making higher lows and higher highs, but not getting anywhere. It's just take out to the upside, right back down, up, down, up, down. And these swings,
quick set.
30, 40 point swings. So we'll see. These are some of the toughest
10 minutes
markets
to
to
whop.
trade when we're whipsawing like this.
10 minutes to Wapner.
Was that Rain Man? Rain Man.
Yep.
Dakota, what are they talking about, man? I can't keep up with these guys sometimes. Dude. What are they talking about, Dakota?
Sucks.
I don't
Kmart
get
sucks.
it. These
Different
guys,
generation,
man.
Andre.
I
Different
love it. I
generation.
love it, man.
Come on, you guys saw Rain Man. Everyone saw Rain
Yes,
Man.
of course. Yes, I'm just teasing.
Oh, he had to watch Judge Wapner.
Was it People's Court? What was that called?
That was yes, that was People's Court with Judge Wapner. Yeah.
Before my time.
Indeed, it was. You're more of a Judge Judy kind of guy, Dakota.
No, I've never seen Judge Judy either.
No one has. No one's seen it, but she puts up numbers, man. She puts up big time numbers.
She makes
Judge
about
Judy.
$70 million a year.
Have you seen that, David Green? Have you seen how much she makes in a year? It's insane, man.
Really?
Yeah.
It's entertainment, right?
Oh
It's
yeah, but
pure
not that kind. It's not.
entertainment, right?
It's not that entertaining. It's not $70 million a year entertaining, man. Anyways,
And
yes.
it looks like they have to prop her up behind there now too. She's getting old.
70 mil. All right, let's get back to these markets. We got about 18 minutes left. If you haven't noticed now in the lower right-hand corner, you got the countdown clock to the closing bell.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Let me make sure that we got this correct, because I've got people asking me. I just switched to just a demo account and playing in this power hour. So, let me get that corrected. Hold on.
Judge Judy may be a friend of Pelosi's.
Judy, I mean, she's
making enough money.
It's incredible, man.
I am not in
All right,
any real accounts anymore either.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm done with real accounts as well.
Go. Someone here in the chat. Here we go. Dean's fix it right first. That lock. I think I said that right. That lockout button. Best thing ever invented. You ain't kidding.
I've been using it,
Love the
and it's
lockout.
been
Yes.
amazing.
Yeah, that's how you don't blow up accounts.
Real.
Just real quick, easy. Hit the lockout, and then you don't have to stress.
Yeah, sometimes, you think you locked it out, but you didn't really lock it out. And then all of a sudden you find your hand on the mouse and you're in the trade.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, what wasn't I done? What happened? What happened?
Wait, what?
Sure.
Yeah.
And then you run and open up another account.
Mm-hmm. We got MOC final announcement coming out in about 6 minutes. Man, Eddie, all over that. Oh, God, Delta update. Anything doing over there?
So 3,300 positive in the NASDAQ, negative 1,200 in the S&Ps.
Nothing. Same
Nothing
as
really
40
to speak of. Nothing really to
Same as
speak
40
of.
minutes ago.
I find that volatile periods, the delta just becomes so blurry that it really doesn't help much. It's when you're more in balance or more of an organized trend over a period of days when it tells you a lot more. It's just been so crazy lately.
Yep. Hey, shout out to Alonzo Miller. 50K combine up $1,377. Locked out. Well done. Back at it tomorrow. $223. Go. Let's go.
Love it.
Get that money. Let's do it. Don't force it though.
Yep. Tomorrow, just
come
find
to you.
one good trade.
That's right. All right, seller stepping in here. NQ.
Yeah, it's starting to look really heavy.
Yeah, it is.
Well, something stupid happens. I got like 17,966.
Yeah,
That level
I
as
mean,
well.
Is yesterday's low.
Yesterday's low. Yep. Check.
And then below that in the NASDAQ, I've got a afternoon pullback low from Monday at 17,892. And those afternoon pullbacks have shown some pretty good opportunities in recent days. I take them off my charts after they're hit, but maybe I should keep them on there and show some examples of it. But afternoon pullback low from Monday, 17,892 and a quarter, if we're being exact.
I mean, the
I
past
keep
couple
all
days,
my
this is
previous
kind of the low, right? We've been just consolidating. Monday was the crazy day, and this has been that support resistance zone right around 18,000 to 18,050s. So.
Yeah, couldn't take out yesterday's low. Trouble with the overnight low. Just kind of basing here.
Shoot, we had consumer credit come out at 2. Yep.
I keep previous day close, previous week high, previous week low, previous day high, previous day low. All on my charts.
Yep. 15 minutes to the close.
Yes, sir. All right. It's looking a little heavy, like Dakota said. Unbelievable power hour. Oh, you got to be kidding me with this power hour. Just all. David Green, in between Patience with KV and a power hour, in the green room, that's when the biggest move was made. It's petered out here. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. This is trading. Anything can and will happen.
Ooh, here we go. There's a break. That's a break. That was the break of this current trend. So we can see that big move now.
Okay.
Let's see if we
need
can
a lot
get
of
it.
energy. We need a lot
Let's
of.
see if we
lot
can
of
get
volume.
it. That was a break on the 100 tick chart to maybe start things off. We had that little pivot right here at 1880, and we just broke that. Very similar that we were looking at on the this 1 minute chart earlier before we came on to Power Hour, where we had that break. We just had it here on a smaller time frame, and then if we're going to try and look for something else, maybe we see something like that again, depending on how you want to draw it out. So definitely we could see a spike in volatility if we start breaking these resistance zones. On the opposite side, it's kind of the same thing. If we break these lows, maybe we go and test 18,000. But we're starting to just, what do they call it? Come to a conclusion, consolidate, come to a point like a wedge where it keeps getting narrower and narrower before it just a spike in volatility in one direction or the other.
Out. Yep.
Yeah.
Just tell me which direction it's going to be, Dakota.
Oh, yeah, I got that right here, David. We can find it.
There it is.
We got this. That's as good as it gets right now. At least this is going to be right 50% of the time.
I'm with you.
60% of the time, it works every time.
Yes, Yogi.
A couple of minutes, and we're going to have our MOC imbalance.
Yeah, I have a long side bias.
Look,
Yeah, I'm a
who's
bull.
your favorite?
I'm a long
Mick?
side bias.
David Green, who's your favorite New York Yankee? Real quick before MOC comes out. Your favorite New York Yankee?
Of all time or now?
All time.
Ever? Mattingly.
Mattingly, Donnie Baseball. No kidding.
Yep.
Okay, there you go. First baseman, lefty.
Unless you want to go back to the polo grounds.
No, go ahead. Baseball is like you have that
baseball.
little white ball and then a wooden stick, right? And then you just hit it across a green field.
Nailed it. Nailed it.
Something like that, yeah.
Hey, that's a great idea. Let's try it.
Yeah, they
What
play
can
in
we
dirt.
call it?
In dirt, yeah. The managers wear the same outfit as the players do, which is very, very odd. Yep.
Yeah, there are some weird things that I've always wondered. I'm more of a basketball fan. Utah's can be a little bit of a bubble where it's all about the Utah Jazz, not so much baseball.
Here we go. 50 seconds till that final MOC imbalance announcement from my man Eddie.
Usually we'll see 2 or 3 minute delay if we're going to get a big move. Usually.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is just looking so bullish to me. I don't know why.
You can take a shot either way. You can be long against the low it just made, and you can be short against the high it just made.
I've been trying to buy these lows and just a little chopped up in a demo account, but I'm going to just sit back and we're going to watch this together. If this rallies 100 points without me, then that's okay.
It is okay.
That's the beauty. That's the beauty about being locked out, right? You don't have to trade this, and I can't trade it, so that's good.
But as long as you treat the demo as you would your regular account, and you know.
All right, so we got our S&Ps. 1,251,000,000 to the sell side. NASDAQ, 419 million sell side. Dow, 426 million sell side. And the Mag 7, 363 sell side. So far,
that up to?
sell side across the board.
We got about 2 billion sell side ish. We're doing some quick math. Back of the napkin. Math. Thanks, Eddie. Those numbers can't change.
Right.
More sellers.
Oh,
Well, they actually
They
take
did
a
an
look.
about face.
Oh,
Here
there's
we
the
go.
flush.
Flush
We
in the
see
50s
18,000?
now.
Yep.
In the 40s.
Let's
There
see
we
this
go.
get all the way down. Let's break 18,000. I just want to see movement.
Yeah, 17,966. I'll buy the bottom of it. Well, who knows if it's going to be the bottom, but if we spec down 100 points, I'll start looking.
Mm-hmm. Here we go.
In the 30s.
I want to see
If you jump
18,000.
right in on those imbalances, you got 40 points.
Nothing's showing on tilts. Here we go. All right.
Nothing astronomical here.
No. That's all she wrote. It's in the 30s now. Dakota wants to see a test of the 18,000s.
I want to see a break. I want to see a break. I want to see some type of movement. Bigger
S&P's
movement.
got a 500
See
watt.
something happen.
At 52.35. 600 watt.
Thank you.
On the bid.
I want blood. I want volatility.
Just something
We sit all
happened.
power hour just being chopped up. I want to.
Yes.
I
Blood
want
in the
to see
streets.
volatility.
Well, if Yogi Berra could quote anything about trading, he would say, trading is 90% mental and the other half is technical.
It's 100%. 100%.
Other half.
That guy, man. He's got like 12 rings or something like that. 10 rings or something. It's got double digit World Series or something crazy. All right, in the 20s here. We're pushing the teens.
If it was, no, I'm not in a slump. I'm just not hitting.
So good.
If you see a fork in the road, take it.
Take it, yes. All right, back from the 30s here.
Back to the low of the range here.
Wow. Man. How do you hang on to a trade? How do you hang on to a position? Back in the 50s, just brutal if you were short there.
I think that was the move, and I think that could be it.
I mean, yeah,
If
70
you're
to
gonna
20
get-
was the move.
Yeah, who would step in front of that and say, here, I'm getting long right here? Like, that's just...
You can't.
You can't. Like, that's nuts.
Nope. Yeah.
I mean, you
Waiting
can,
for
but there's
confirmation.
no reason to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yes.
Let's just throw a dart in the board.
Pretty much. All right, sellers coming in here on the S&Ps. Low of the day, 52.30 hook. 30 half, I should say. Let's trade 52.40. Want to take a peek lower, but the buyer steps in.
Just see profit, take profit again. Like each one of my trades that I was just scalping in a demo account, they were all up 20 points at one point in time. And it's just still the same. Just scalp. In and out really quick. No sense of holding really long trades unless you're on a higher time frame and you're really confident with good risk management. But it's been the story of the past 2 weeks.
We're going to keep pushing it here. In the 20s. In the teens now. In the teens.
John, we got a question here from Truth Sword. Hoag, this morning, 65% chance when we break the range in New York one way. We don't the other way the same day? What's your take?
Huh?
Ooh, here we go.
What was
New
the
lows.
question
Here we go.
again?
In 17. Here we go.
I'm gonna
17,000.
post
Yeah. Let's watch this close, guys.
Oh,
17,000.
yeah, this
All
could
right,
get
now, free
ugly.
fall.
This could
Free
get
fall,
really
Dakota.
ugly.
All right, 966, right? David Green, 966, target downside.
That's what I'm looking for. See if we get a bounce off it. Yes.
I see why you have that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want no stinking green bars, red bars.
Yeah, you just want immediately to get there, right? No bounce or consolidation before.
Just go.
966.
If not, you let them sell until 359, and then you grab a little.
He was short, man. Good on you. Anne Marie, ugly moving in the close. Wasn't pretty.
Yeah, maybe we see 90s, 890s.
We could.
Lows S&Ps.
We're down
Lows.
100 points from the post.
It's wild, man.
100 points.
This is wild. All right, target 966. Yesterday's low, 966 NASDAQ.
I think we just missed it by like a point.
Actually, shoot, yeah.
Selling some at 76 for 10 points.
There we go, 966. There we go. 964's trade, 963's trade, 60's trade, into the 50s. Look at S&Ps.
Well, it went 66. It went 66 to 76, guys. Straight up 10 points.
Good luck to you. Here we go. 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Sellers in the house.
Slow markets is going to be fun again tonight. Or
Yes, it
what are
will.
we saying? Fast markets after dark.
Ooh.
What time do you do that, Dakota?
It is 7:30 Central Time.
Okay, cool.
Yep. It's been very, very volatile, and that's how I learned to trade.
I love it.
And it's not
So
trading like this, David. It's like higher time frame where I place a trade and I usually hold it for overnight.
Got it.
That anchored VWAP off the low bar on the 30-minute chart on Monday in the S&Ps was hit 3 times in the last 2 hours, and it really just did not give anything up. That put in the high for the last 2 hours, and now we're seeing some continuation to the downside.
Yep.
There it is. There it is. So, I mean, I'm learning something about these anchored VWAPs, and now it's time to learn to trust them.
You know what? You journal, you test them out, and that's how you start trusting them. That's it.
Still 3 minutes. This is the longest 10 minutes of the day.
We went down 100 points off that market on close.
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
It wasn't even that big.
There's
There
a
we
lot
go.
of people just stepped in right there. 55.
Uh-huh.
Your 66s weren't too bad. I mean, took like what 10, 15 points of heat.
I still got. I sold one at 76. Little GD.
And there was somebody that kind of warned me about that 5210 weekly kickoff level in the S&Ps in the chat. I forget who it was, but you did call that out, and thank you.
Oh. Right back down to those 50s.
Yep.
Yesterday's low.
A break here. I could get. I don't really see any support from here.
Oh, Gina.
Here we go. 60 seconds.
I feel like 50 seconds down a lot more than we are.
We're down
Nasdaq's
what?
Down 1%.
Really? Well, yeah, because overnight we rallied 400 plus points, and from the high we're down 500, 600 points. So, and it's
from this morning's high.
Weird. Yeah, this morning's high. Yeah.
Yep.
Wackadoodle.
Yep. Here we go. 17 seconds.
Oh, do we see a flush right at the close? Nope.
And here we go. Eddie, take him out. Take him away. What a day. Woo! What a close. Eddie, my man. Thank you, David Green. Thank you, Dakota. Thank you. Oh, wow. Eddie.
Thanks, guys.
Damn, take it away. Yes, take it away. Holy moly.
Woo!
Woo.
Bang.
Yeah, you know, I tell you, this week has been very entertaining, very educational. We've had a lot of varieties of market characteristics, market movements, and what have you. I hope we're all learning from this. But tomorrow, let's get up early, boys and girls. 7:30, we have the jobless clams, as Mr. Hoagland calls it. Jobless claims at 7:30. We also do have wholesale inventories at 9 o'clock. Coming up at 10:30 here, we got a 4-week, 8-week bill auction. 8-week is at 11. The 4-week is at 10:30. And 30-year bond auction. Now, we had the 10-year today. Didn't really do too much. 30-year bond auction. We'll see what happens. Just a reminder. And, our good friend, speaking at about 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock? No, 2 o'clock. FOMC member Barkin will be speaking. And later on in the evening, we'll have the Fed balance sheet. Oh, sheet. Tomorrow's going to be the 8th already. 8 days into the month. With the blink of the eyes. We'll be here early tomorrow, 8 o'clock a.m., where Johnny and myself, we fire up the machine, get the party started. Tomorrow, Fast Markets, Anne-Marie, Hoag, MP, and Andre. Power players, we do have Aaron and Gabe and Andre. Jack and Brett will be doing shoulder tap. Group coaching, Robert and JD. We have Deanna, myself, and Robert for market stalking. Also for Power Hour, Hoag, Francis Green, Jack, and Andre will be. That's the lineup for Top Step TV. But wait, that's not all. Let's not forget about slow markets today with Coach Dakota, going to start at 7:30 p.m. Central Time. And this happens every Sunday through Thursday for slow markets. And if you miss that one, which I know you won't, be up early for the London Open. All right, 3:30 a.m. Central Time, Monday through Thursday with Deanna. It should be on for the London Open. So, well, hopefully you had a good time with us today. Hopefully you learned something. Hopefully you are moving forward in your trading journey. And remember, speaking of moving forward, it's time to move on to other things besides trading. So shut your system down, log out. Oh, make sure you don't got a position on. Check, double check, and triple check. That was one of my things that my dad used to say. Check, double check, and triple check. So do that. It's probably the best thing. Save your ass. But right now it's family time. So get some love from those closest to you. Also get some rest. Get re-energized. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Don't forget, we do have Discord at the buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. We also do have 6 o'clock session with Coach Ray, and then 7 o'clock session with Coach Vince. So until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. See you tomorrow.